Oh man, we are live. Day two of the conference. We snapping it up.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Hey.
you.
All right. Here we go. Let me run the.
Let's rock.
Look, y'all. We are here. Day two. HAABSE Summer Conference 2023. Y'all know I'm here with. Look, if you in A League, matter of fact, if you in Region 4, you know this lady. So let's get ready to run this intro, and then we're gonna get it kicked off.
KTTV, giving you what you need. Motivation, education unleashed. H-Town representing, we forever keep it rolling. Join the conversation with inspirational stories. Thought provoking, feel that energy. Kendrick Thomas aiming to lift the community. True indeed, tune in, come and see. Giving you what you need. KTTV, let's go. KTTV.
Yes, we are live. KTTV is in the building. Day two of the summer conference. We getting this thing jumped off early, y'all, and I am here with Dr.
Oh, you're
Can I
kind.
say Dr. Porsche, or what you want to say, Dr. Duff? Which one?
Either one.
Either one.
Either one sounds great to me.
Look. Well, since we so formal and informal, I'm gonna say Dr. Porsche.
I like
Hey, how you doing today, Doc?
I'm doing great, KT. How are you?
Look, I am fine. I just want to say thank you for taking some time out to come in for the early morning to kind of get us kicked off. I know you got a full schedule, been very busy. So I just appreciate that time.
I appreciate you. I was so honored that you considered me for your great interviews.
Oh,
so
my
I'm so
God.
happy to be here.
Look,
Thanks
the
for having
way-
me.
When you come in to the district and do the presenting, it's so personable, so relatable. So I would not have it any other way. So thank you.
That is so kind.
Hey, all right. So now, here at HAABSE, I know you got the sessions going.
Yes.
So the biggest thing is, first, before we start that, give us a little background on you and your role in education, and then tell us about the session today.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, as you shared, my name is Dr. Portia Dudley, and I am currently an education leadership specialist at the Region 4 Service Center. I have an opportunity with two of my other amazing teammates. We get to serve the region through leadership. So we support principals, assistant principals, and all things T-TEST, AEL, T-PES, all things leadership, really, to build leadership capacity. And we also support teachers through T-TEST NTO, and we do customized trainings to support through leadership development and capacity building. This is my 18th year in education,
Wow.
and I absolutely love what I do. I feel the work that we do is servant-hearted, and it's necessary
Most
because
definitely.
leadership matters, and it's very, very important. And so hearing you say those kind words about me whenever you've been a part of a training that I've had, it means a lot to me because I take it very seriously, and I absolutely love what I do. So
Most
thank
definitely.
you.
Most definitely. All right. Well, like I say, just seeing y'all come in, because the last time I think we talked, you were doing something with the T-test,
Mhm.
and so it immediately helped me go back and change my practice. Because I think we were talking about just getting deeper with the evidence, right?
Yes.
And so we kind of broke down some. I was even sitting at the table with a guy who he said, "Yeah, man, that's mine." She talking about. He put his head down. I was like, but just really helping you go back and really just think about that practice to be able to give better feedback for people to help them grow. So most definitely. So
And
now,
I love that because it's always about that reflective piece, right?
Yes.
Because even though I'm there providing the training to you all, it helps me as well because we're all in it together, right? I am you. Like we're all leaders. And though I'm supporting the leaders through this work, y'all are also supporting me to be better for you all. And that feedback is essential because, those evaluations, they can show up in many other places, right? And we want to build teacher capacity because that's what it's about. And as leaders, that falls on us. And so we take that very seriously and we want to give them that best observation and feedback because
Most
that's how teachers grow and we help them rise to that next level
Most
and support our babies, the students.
hey, support our babies. Hey. All right. So now, session we had HAABSE.
Yes.
So what did you present, or what are you presenting today? What's going on?
So, yesterday I had a great opportunity to present on effective communication.
Mhm.
So, supporting leaders of thinking about what are those key essential skills as a leader that you need to truly maneuver through the role, specifically as a building leader, the
Yes.
building principle. Because, as I shared with the audience, so thinking about a 21st century leader, there is not anything that you do in leadership, KT, that you don't need effective communication.
Most definitely.
Every aspect, if you think about it, when you're dealing with parents, you have to be an effective communicator. When you're thinking about, as we just talked about, evaluation, you have to be an effective communicator. When you think about when you're engaging with multiple stakeholders, whether that's your community, whether that's central office, your superintendent, all of those things matter. When you're dealing with students, it's all about effective communication. And really, if you can't effectively communicate, that's a deal breaker, right? And so
Truly.
we talked about those essential skills that sets leaders up for success. But most importantly, before you can even get to that effective communication piece, how do you build relationships with your people, right?
Mm.
Because we talk about those essential those relationships that you have to have with people, and then that trust building. Then once you have those key components, then you can talk to people about that verbal, nonverbal,
Mm.
right? Communication. Because I think back to being a building leader, I'm communicating with a multitude of people on a daily basis, all the time, right? I mean, email alone can be a huge responsibility
Most
for a
definitely.
campus leader, period, right? And that's just one small aspect of the job. And so I was able to equip them with some essentials and some skills to support them of maneuvering through their role and being an effective communicator.
Most definitely, most definitely. So now, in your role in
Yes.
Region 4, and I
Mhm.
know you building principal,
Yes.
do you miss the building?
That's a great question. Actually, in my interview, that was a question that was asked because, as a principal, you are on a campus daily with our students, which is what we all sign up for the job for, right?
Mhm.
What's best for children and to help them grow and be their very best. Portia, will you miss that aspect of it? And honestly, I was an elementary principal.
Most definitely.
So I absolutely miss that part.
Mhm.
Not only for the students, because that is the light of your day, right? From the time you arrive, from the time that you leave, but also the connections with my staff.
Mm.
Like outside of being a leader as a person, like I'm a people person.
Mhm.
And so I love that aspect of the job because when you walk onto a campus, you have kids everywhere, you have your staff. There's a feeling, right? A
Yes.
synergy and an energy about
Most
being on a
definitely.
campus. So I think that'll always be a part of me just
Mhm.
because in my role as an educator, whether I was a teacher, an assistant principal, a building principal, that was my home. That was my life, right? For several years. Now coming to the service center, what I think is pretty impeccable about this and a great opportunity is I went from serving a campus now to serving a region of leaders.
Mhm.
And I get to meet amazing people like yourself. And that I have to tell myself, Portia, that impact with these great leader adults then infuses into
Yes.
all of those babies. Because in Region 4, we support over 1.2 million students.
Mhm.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And that's the impact that we're doing together.
Yes.
You can't beat it. So,
Can't beat it.
but I do miss it.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool though. But I will tell you, no matter where you go, I feel like you bring your own sunshine.
Oh,
So,
thank
so then
you.
everything is good.
Thank
So now,
you.
Region 4.
Yeah.
What I guess when you look at things for next school year
Mhm.
and you get a chance to see the full region, is there any big things that you say, okay, now we're kind of working on the evaluations? Is there any big thing you want to tackle, or is there still more that you kind of want to hammer out on evaluations?
I love that. Well, T-test will always be a focus, right?
Most
So for
definitely.
state of Texas, that's just what we do, right?
Mhm.
That's our evaluation system. And there's, we share with you all in the training, like that was created for us by us, right? And so that will always be a mainstay for T-test and T-PEST. But I think what I'm most excited about are those customized trainings that we provide for leaders. So if that's districts calling us and saying, hey, Portia, Rachel, Mike, in terms of leadership, this is what our leaders need. This is what our campus needs. This is what our district needs. And then we can go and tailor based on that information that they provide us and we customize. I love that. And we're doing so much of that now. And what I think is great because we'll always have those mainstays, right? AEL, T-test, those things that we do because it's certification, it's a part of the work that we do. But I think when districts and principals and leaders are reaching out to us and saying, hey, we want you to come and can you tailor and customize this for our people? I love that because now we're rising to a whole nother level where we're being targeted and supporting those leaders through that.
It's getting that real change on exactly what they need.
Love it.
Most definitely. Now, did you have any people like give some feedback on AHAs for the effective communication yesterday?
Oh yeah, I did. Number one, I was just honored and felt very grateful for anybody who was able to attend the session, but they felt like they got some tangible information and applicable information that they could take back immediately and to use in their environment. So you always win that way.
So I'm not going to let you slide without at least telling us what are some of those pieces of effective communication that you share.
Well, a couple of the things we did in activity, Dr. Jim Knight, he actually shares 6 skills because even through leadership, he talks about, leaders are coaches, right?
Yeah, because he did the coaching through video.
So he talks about these 6 habits and skills that an effective leader or coach must have. So it's listen, question, make emotional connections, find common ground, build trust, and redirect destructive interaction. So we did an engaging activity centered around that and really focusing on that common ground piece and having a discussion. But I think most importantly, we talked about what systems and processes do you as a leader have in place? Because when you have effective systems and processes, you can track that. You can look at the data, you can identify whether or not it's working and really evaluating what's the evidence that you have in these key areas, because the evidence is going to tell you whether it's working or not. And then if it is, great. How can you perfect it and make it right, even rise to that next level? And then if it's not working, then what can you do? Do you need to eliminate it altogether, or what are those small tweaks that you need? So it's just walking through some reflective and some questions to ponder on to really assess where they are, right? But again, I mentioned those key components of before you can even begin to communicate with people as leaders, it's all about that culture building. So how are you even tapping into the relationship with people? Because you can communicate with people all day long, but if they don't feel that you see them, you value them, they're heard, and they're a part of your mission, vision, and goals, it's not going to go anywhere. So we talk about, how are you building that culture with your people? And then how have you built that trust? Now that all of those things are there, now how are you communicating? And then I gave them a list of, these are some ways in which you communicate with staff. These are ways in which you might communicate with your parents. I mean, it's a list, and a list could really go on and on. And so in thinking about that, what are those avenues of how you're communicating and thinking about those verbal and nonverbal cues, right? Our tone, right? Our eye contact and just all of those things of just to keep in mind, whether you're face to face with a person or you're communicating through email or other avenues, it's all very essential to leadership. And we like what Brene Brown says. She says, clear is kind. And so if you're leading an organization, you have to be very clear on your expectations and what those things are, because it all sends a message.
Most definitely. And when you think about that first piece, you say listen. And so what I find sometimes is a struggle is listening to listen versus listening to respond. Because I've almost stopped listening because I'm figuring out what I'm going to say once you get through. And so I think, how do you find the median in between that?
Well, I love that you share that because, we often talk about being active listeners, right? So you and I are engaging now, right? I noticed that when I'm talking, you're like giving me eye contact, right? You're not doing a multitude of things, right? Even in this space. So that makes me feel like, okay, KT cares about what I'm saying and he's invested, right? And so that active listening is key. But we learned recently through a coaching that we did at Region 4 in our department, can be a committed listener. Right? So even when I say that, you're like, ooh, right? Because even think about it. I can think about when I would have meetings with my teachers, right? And when they come in, it's like, can we sit side by side? Or am I sitting, you're on the other side of the table, and as we're conversing and meeting on whatever it is we are, am I typing? Am I looking at my phone? Is the walkie going off? Are people walking in and out of the office? All of those are distractions, and it sends a message to the person of whether or not you're truly invested in what they're saying. And so again, it goes back to, do your people feel seen, heard, and valued? So we just have to watch those little small things, because a lot of times it's not intentional, right? People just say, well, I'm so busy. I'm a multitasker. Well, yeah, it's great to be a multitasker, because as a leader, you have to be that, right? Because you carry a big load, right? It's a high responsibility. But at the end of the day, there is no way as a building principal, or even in the work that I do now, it takes a team, right? There's no way that I could have done my job without my people. So you have to, there's some points where you have to turn it off and be focused on the key thing at hand.
Turn it off.
Yeah.
Yes, and then like oof, I just think about this school year. I have this sign on my door that says, "Where's Mr. Thomas?"
Yeah.
So it may, like in a meeting in a classroom.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the times before a meeting, I would never shift it. And so then people come, bam, bam, bam. People knocking and it's interrupting, or they walking in.
Yeah.
So I think that is, and it wasn't intentional. It's just we moving fast. But I think more of being committed means making sure that people can see that, and then they don't interrupt.
When you are committed to anything, whether that's personal or professional, you are invested.
Yes.
And when you are invested, you are fully present.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now that are you presenting or doing anything today?
I get to actually just truly enjoy. Now, yesterday I enjoyed the day, but naturally when you're presenting, it's on your brain and you want it to all go well. So today I just get to delight in the full conference. So I'm not presenting today. My work occurred yesterday. So
anything that you looking forward to for today? Any sessions?
Well, I'm signed up for some great sessions, so I'm just excited about the learning. Yesterday, I really enjoyed the superintendent panel and the sessions that I was able to engage in yesterday, and just connecting with people. No pun intended, because it is the HAABSE Connect, right? That's the theme of the conference, but it definitely has been that, and just being able to see people in person, because of course, in our work we get to serve so many different leaders. And then sometimes with our virtual trainings, it's like we're seeing people across the screen. Now, of course, we also see people face to face often as well, but it's just nice to connect with people in the flesh.
Most definitely.
And so I'm excited because I love to learn and learn from others. And so there's some dynamic leaders and people here. So I'm ready to learn today.
Man, I agree with you. This is my first in-person interview session.
This is great.
The pandemic.
This is
since
great.
2020. And so, I agree.
And I wanted to tell you, it's such a great vibe, because as you're passing through and seeing all the great leaders that you're connecting with, it's like, wow, I want to be a part of that. So kudos to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was
it's awesome. What a great idea.
I sent out the message to just connect, and like so many people.
Yeah, this is phenomenal.
It went like I put out like a certain amount of spots, and we talking like within a few hours.
I believe
it. Oh God, how do I open up more?
It's amazing.
I agree.
So I'm just grateful that I got to be in that count. So
thank you so much. Thank you. So what's next for you? What's next? This school year, the matter of fact, the summer. Let's get the summer vacation. What are you doing?
Well, that's a great question. My husband and I are actually taking a vacation out of the country next week. So that's my vacation week.
Congratulations.
So thank you. So I'm looking forward to that. We have two sweet boys. I have a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old, Evan and Ian.
It's real.
My Evan and Ian. So we'll be doing some fun things, continue doing fun things with them this summer. And then, the work for us, we work throughout the summer. And so just still stay in the course and preparing those trainings for our leaders. We're supporting a lot of people through the summer through trainings to support them to get ready for their certifications, to embark in the 23-24 school year. And then, like I shared, just customizing those other trainings that are needed to support the leaders to get geared up for the new school year. So I love the summer, though. It's a great time. Like I said, my husband and I are going on a vacation. So that's always great for he and I to have that, downtime as a couple. Yes, because we're busy parents and busy people. So that's always a joy.
Man, all right. So you can't get out here without telling us where you're going if you want to.
Oh, yeah, we're going to Cancun.
Nice.
Yeah.
We just came back from Jamaica.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was very fun. It was very fun. So now I'll be going to Colorado for a few days, and then it's back to work.
I've been to Colorado and Jamaica, both very nice places. My older sister, it's been a while, but she got married in Jamaica, and it was a great time. Yeah, did y'all have fun?
I promise I did. I promise I did.
As you should.
Yes. So that is cool. And I want to say thank you for taking a few minutes to stop by. Give us a little insight on the communication, the session yesterday, and also the work that you're doing at Region 4. Very necessary. And you do, excuse my French, hell of a job.
Oh,
so thank you.
Well, you are such a joy. Thank you for your kind words. And this is amazing what you're doing. So
I appreciate it.
Kudos to you, friend, and keep rocking.
All right. All right, y'all, we're here. Dr. Portia Dudley, Region 4. Y'all make sure y'all get locked in. We got interviews coming all day today. I'll get this shared out to a few places. And I'll see y'all soon. All right, y'all.
Peace.
Yeah. All right. What to do, KTTV? We are back. Second session of the day. I told y'all we got these interviews rolling. This is day 2 of the HAABSE Summer Conference. It's all about connecting people. So that's what we are doing out here. Right now, I have Fort Bend in the building.
In the building.
In the building. Dr. Rhonda Mason. So, Executive Director of Schools.
Correct.
See, I did my job.
You
I
did
listened
it.
right
You
there.
did it.
All right, there. So, how you feeling today, Doc? We early in the morning?
Early in the
How
morning,
you
yeah.
feeling? You
I'm
good?
feeling good. Yeah, today's the big finale,
Yes.
and the vibe is still here, the
Yes.
energy's still here. So
Yeah, give me a
great.
recap. How was yesterday for you?
Oh my gosh, it's something about HAABSE
Yeah.
and HAABSE's family. It's like a homecoming.
Mhm.
It's like that family reunion feeling.
Yes.
Like it makes the world of education so small, even though Houston is so big.
Yes, but I agree.
Yeah.
So small.
Yeah. Everybody walks in the room from breakfast yesterday, just like walking in, and the music's playing, and everybody's taking pictures and hugging.
Yeah.
And then the sessions were phenomenal.
Mm.
I mean, we did a call for proposal and received hundreds of proposals and chose about 70 of them.
Yeah.
And so these are top-notch people just giving their time to pour into each other. So
Yes.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
love shout out to everybody on those proposals. Everybody who all right, so look, look, that horn is gonna drive me crazy or get me in trouble. One or the other. But that is awesome. And so now, you didn't do any presenting. You just mostly facilitating.
Well, I'm president-elect of HAABSE.
Oh, sure is.
So
We talked about that yesterday.
yeah, so it's just moving, making sure
Yes.
everything is everything. I did think last year, I was like, you know what, maybe I'll present.
Yes.
But sometimes I need it. So
Yes,
it's kind of
most
hard
definitely.
to be doing this and presenting.
Yeah,
So,
what'd you say? Inside and outside.
Exactly.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I think she said what, August or September?
So August 17th.
Okay.
So Dr. Andrews will become immediate past president.
Yes.
And they are still on the board. And then I'll move from president-elect to president. So we
Okay.
have a back-to-school event on August the 17th at Hotel Icon in Houston from
Okay.
6 to 8.
Yeah.
And during that event, the new board will be sworn in.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
So you excited? How you
I'm
feeling?
I am ready because we serve here. I've been on the board for more than a decade.
Yes.
And then we serve as president-elect for 2 years,
Mhm.
then president for 2 years,
Okay.
and then immediate past president for 2 years.
Oh,
So it is
so
service.
it's still a job.
It's service. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. And when Dr. Andrews came through, she talked about just the sheer willingness of everybody. She said it's not like we have money where we're paying for hotel rooms or things. People are just doing this because of the love of the organization and the service.
Mhm, absolutely.
Most definitely. So awesomeness, man. So how are you feeling about the organization of the conference? Was it any stress points or did the team just come through? Because I talked to Ms. Langston yesterday, and when I tell you, she kind of laid it out how it goes, but I always want to hear from the president.
Well, no, what I was saying is so about 3 years ago,
Mhm.
Julia and we were leaving a back to school event. And I think we'd actually I used to be PD chair, how Ms. Langston is PD chair. And mine was during virtual. So we did huge virtual conferences, 700 people, and because everybody was stuck inside. So we had their undivided attention.
Most definitely.
And so we were like, what's your presidency going to be about? Like, what's going to be the big thing? And we just looked at each other. We're going to have a summer conference, which was super exciting because no other ABSE in the nation has a summer conference.
Okay.
And it's something that people talk about a lot, but they haven't. And so, we had the vision, but this professional development team, which consists of a lot of people doing a lot, from sponsors to vendors to logistics to promotions to proposals and all of this, they executed the vision. And any leader can tell you, you can have a vision, you can cast a vision, but you cannot execute a vision by yourself.
Most
And so I'm just so proud of the team. It's going, there's always little stressors, but I think we've done enough huge events. We have our teacher awards and recognition ceremony this year. We had about 1,200. We had over 1,200 people there. That's a huge event. And so once you've kind of been through that and you go, you know what, everything's going to be okay. I think that's how we approach this.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Yeah, that teacher awards. I can't remember what I had. That matter of fact, I had Dr. Mays on that week, right? And so then it was like, okay, well, I got to be a HAABSE, but I shoot the show on Thursday, but it was a Thursday night. So then we recorded it, and then I was able to air it, just a replay.
Yes.
But then it was like, okay, the craziness, because I think he forgot about the scheduling part. And so
Yes.
then at the last minute, he was like, oh, well, wait a minute, I got this Thursday.
Yes.
And so then it was about a week before we said, okay, we can make it happen.
Yes.
But yeah, so that was one of the reasons that I was not able to attend. But just looking at the pictures, looking at everything that was going on, y'all put it on.
Oh yes.
Y'all put it on. So I mean, just looking forward to, getting more more connected now, to just seeing what's happening. And when I tell you, like I switched schools, and so my last school, I remember in A-Leaf, we weren't a lot involved with HAABSE.
Mhm.
And then when I got to my new school, it was like, okay, this HAABSE, this is
Oh
what
yeah.
we do.
Oh yeah.
We gonna roll it, and here I am.
You just need a champion, and
Yeah.
that's what we try to do, a champion in each district and really at each school that's just kind of like, hey, have you heard of HAABSE? Because it's crazy to me how often I meet people and they've heard about it, but they're, and I'm like, this is the gift. I'm in a sorority, I'm a Delta, and people ask me about Delta all the time. And I'm like, I talk to them and tell them, but I'm like, you need to be asking about, if you're in education, you need to be asking about HAABSE as well.
Come on now, that's
Yeah.
it. Look, I want to just put the shameless plug out there, but I am a registered Delta vendor.
Oh,
So
okay,
I do have
awesome.
merch. I will let you see the
Awesome.
website. I will tell you.
Registered. That was
Yeah.
the key. He's like, let me let you know, I'm official.
Look, I'm telling you, we talking about that Delta, totally official registered. But yeah, that is so awesome. So now, thinking about the work you're doing in Fort Benning,
Mhm.
executive director of school,
Yes.
how does that look in action, and what's a day-to-day like?
Oh wow. Never a dull day.
Amen.
So I supervise at any point between 15 to, at some point there was 25 campuses. I have high schools, middle school, and elementary schools, mostly elementary schools, of course, because most of our schools are elementary schools. And think about what your principal does. Like, principals are superheroes.
Most definitely.
They have a vast amount of experience, knowledge, and they handle and problem solve so many things every day. So I would like to say, when the principal calls for something,
Yeah.
it's something,
Yes.
right? And so that's what I do all day. The
Okay.
principal's call.
Yeah.
It's that, but it's also being an advocate for
Mhm.
schools. As you know, a school district is made up of many different departments. And all of those departments are there to support campuses in one way or another, whether it's transportation, food services, curriculum. We're all there to support the campus. And so the other piece of it is just making sure that the campuses have what they need, and being a liaison from the campuses to those other departments. And so lots of meetings with other departments to, just be the voice of
Yes.
the campus principals.
Yes.
Because if you haven't been a principal, it's hard to know what a principal needs.
Most definitely.
Exactly.
Most definitely.
So, yeah.
Do you so now thinking about that, do you miss the building sometimes?
Oh, I walk into campuses, and while I try to get to know, like, I know the leadership team and I know some of the teachers.
Mhm.
There's nothing like, I do miss walking in, and those are my parents.
For sure.
They're tooting, the horn, dropping the kid off late, tooting the horn, hey, or walking in and the kids are running up to you, especially elementary. I mean, they just hug and exactly hug and love you, and then having my teachers.
Yes.
So those connections, there's nothing like it, and I miss that. And I could have been a principal forever. Like, it was this job just kind of came at the right time, the right place. The skill set matched mine, but in my mind, I was like, I could be a principal forever. I could be that person where the kids are coming back after they're bringing their kids to my
Yes.
campus. So yeah.
Yes. So now I'm gonna ask you before we close this thing out. So when we talked, you said you and Dr. Andrews, y'all were talking about what's gonna be the thing as president.
Yes.
You said summer conference. So I asked that same question to you. What's gonna be the thing as president?
It's gonna be the thing as
That's
president.
thing.
So I feel like, for me, like I said earlier, this organization has done so much for me and my development and my growth. The people that I have at my fingertips that I can reach out to and call and say, hey, here's the situation. What are y'all doing about this? I have group texts that are constantly from leaders across everywhere where any problem, anything that, what are y'all doing about this? Anybody have a document for that? And the fact that there are still people who, one, maybe they do know about the organization and maybe they've even joined, but they're not connected yet. They're not involved yet. They don't have that thing and they want it. They just are having trouble getting in the right spot. And so while for me, I don't have a vision of more,
Yes.
right? We've got a lot going on. The vision is to continue to level each thing up, but to bring in more people to actually, it's like being in a church. You can belong to a church and you can feel like, okay, that's my church. Or you can be in a ministry.
Yeah.
And then when you're in that ministry, then that's when it's like, you know, this is my church home. This is who, you know, so that's what I want. I want everyone to find their place. In
Yeah, just
organization.
go deep. That's like
Yeah.
with my business. I was like, okay, well, I want to do this. I want to do this. I
Yeah.
want to do this. My friend said,
Let's Chick-fil-A this thing. Let's do some stuff really good, like no one else. Let's do that.
Definitely. And so and then that's what I was doing with the podcast. I was
Yeah.
like doing a music podcast. And I was doing this. And
Yeah.
he said, well, man, you're in education. I was like,
Exactly.
yep. He said, okay, that's what you did.
Yeah.
And so ever
Yeah.
since then,
Yeah.
we've been on
Yeah.
and it's just been going further and further. And so that was it. So I thank you
All right.
for the work.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah. I look forward to next year. I will kind of keep in touch, keep close. So I'll be reaching out to you.
Absolutely.
Because if I can get this here when y'all do it, I would love it because it really just puts the word out more. Kind
Yes.
of helps go deeper.
Yeah.
I had so many people reaching out to me after they was watching a replay of the lives yesterday. So
awesome. So they want to come next year.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So many people. So I just want to say thank y'all for the work.
And thank you. Thank
All right.
you for
Okay.
your, yeah.
Look, all right. Okay.
Okay.
Now look, Dr. Mason.
Oh, that was good.
President-elect, she's in. We'll be back. All right. What to do, KTTV? We are back. Look, HAABSE Day 2 Summer Conference, all about the connections, y'all. And so we're steady making more connections, steady talking to more awesome people. And right now, I have, let me see that title, Senior Leadership Specialist. I don't even know. We gonna know more about this role. Dr. Alex, how you doing today?
You know what? I couldn't be better.
Look, I want to say thank you for stopping through this morning, bringing the sunshine with you because it's kind of gloomy out there, but I can feel the vibe. So I want to say thank you for coming through and being able to talk about your session. And that was yesterday?
Yes, it was.
The session, former SPED person for about 15 years. We know importance of documentation, right?
Yes.
And so then when you're doing it the right way, not right like RIGHT, but right like
Write it up, WRITE.
Come on now. So let's talk about it. But first, talk a little bit about your role in Region 4 and what does the senior specialist look like?
Well, as a senior specialist, the charge is to build leadership capacity throughout the region, connect with any of the initiatives that are out there. But everything that we do, of course, always deals with the betterment of students and teacher efficacy and just building that leadership capacity to turn around schools, because high performing schools have high performing principals.
Most
And
definitely.
that's where we come in and provide that support.
Yeah, pushing the envelope,
Yes.
making sure everybody get right.
Yes.
So now, thinking about the session that you had yesterday, give us the title and then give me a little overview of what that looks like.
Okay, it's called documentation the right way. And the thing is, what my main point is that documentation can do one of two things. It can improve or it can remove people that are on your staff.
I love that. Improve or remove.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And so in the session, we introduced them first, of course, understanding that it is their role and responsibility to make sure that there are high quality people on their teams. But people often say, well, it's hard to get rid of an ineffective teacher. It's really not. The thing is if you have clear expectations and they are in writing, and they are informed and that they know, you just have to make sure that you are holding them accountable, not by saying this is what I said, but putting it in writing of what the expectations are and clear and documenting that up. Because anything outside of that is you can't determine whether it's skill or will if you really can't establish a pattern. Otherwise, you're going on. This is how I feel about this teacher.
And that will get you, oh my God.
And that'll get you owning those teachers for a long time.
I'm with you. She'll be back next year. He'll be back next year.
Absolutely. And that's what I tell them. You have 1 year to use the excuse of when I got here, they were already here. You have 1 year.
Yeah.
But if you don't do what you need to do to get them good or get them gone, you have rehired them. And now that is your brand.
That's your brand. Ooh, no. That is your brand.
So, the sessions are short, but for sure it kind of equips you with how do I start?
Yes.
With memos and just making notes of when things are happening, just making mental notes for yourself. So that way you can begin to recognize, oh, this is a pattern. And when it's a pattern, you need to redirect it and how you build that and how you anchor everything that you have in policy or that's written. Otherwise, what are you anchoring it in?
Yeah. Now, when you go through and you working with, leaders across Region 4,
Yes.
are you seeing it are you seeing a lot of times the expectations are clear, but it's the rough on the follow-up or the documentation? Or do you have to, a lot of time, even start with making sure that they have clear expectations?
That's the thing. Half the time, most of what we need is already in your code of conduct and in your board policy. It's
Most
already
definitely.
there because the campus policy supports those things. Those are those specific procedures and outlines and things like that. They have the system. The problem is they don't hold themselves accountable to their own system. So therefore, you can't say that I'm going to use policy for this and not use policy for that. So either you're going to ensure that you're aligning your expectations to what is in writing, and when it's not happening, you do something about it. You can't just choose the bullets you want to act on.
Cover the bases.
You better, because what it is now you've established precedent of, oh, it's okay for this person to do it, but it's not okay for me not to do it. And then now you have that whole unfair treatment and they're afraid of a grievance, but you can have a grievance if you're inconsistent in what it is that you do.
Yeah. And now plus your culture just became lunch.
That's all I'm saying. You don't want to be a leader that says, well, it just depends.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, that just hurt me just hearing that.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you lost
It shouldn't. The thing is, fair is fair,
Yes.
and understand and having clear communication, clear expectations, and when it's not met, how are you redirecting the behavior that you want? How are you making sure that those that are doing the right thing are also established? So the thing is if you're clear about what it is you want, and you set that expectation, and you follow up with what it is that you expect, then you shouldn't have that problem.
Yes.
It's when you decide, I'll let it slide, or that's not a big deal,
Mm,
but it's in writing. It
mm,
says that it is.
yeah. And so Dr. Dudley came through this morning. She said, clear is kind.
That's right. That's my teammate.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Renee Brown. They know I
Yes.
say that, and we are definitely teammates, and we believe in clear being kind.
Yes, most definitely. Most definitely. So now, summertime is here. We're talking about the work. We're at the conference getting it in. But how are you finding those moments in between
Mhm.
to take care of yourself this summer?
Well, the thing is, just like everything else, you schedule appointments.
Hey.
I schedule time to make sure that I do as well, because I make sure that my I take care of my business,
Yes.
but I'm also my business.
Yes. Mm,
So I schedule me. And the thing is when you are a high performer, you're going to always be in demand. But I can't pour, like they say, you can't pour from an empty cup.
most definitely.
I know how to take my moments when I need them, and I schedule them in. And I know if I had a long stretch, that this day belongs to me, and it's okay. It's okay to need a break. It's okay to take a few days. People, we need you. I need this. Absolutely. But I need me too.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's not being selfish. It's the fact that I owe it to myself to be my best self for everyone, because if I shut down, nobody gets anything.
Yes. Yeah, and that's it. That's
So I
it.
try to be forward with planning out the summer, so they know this week is unavailable. And that's what it is.
Man,
No is
most
just
definitely.
no.
That's most definitely. So now, for the next school year,
Yes.
any goals that you said, you know what, next school year, this is what I want to make sure I do? Or is it pretty much just going to be the standard, just getting out and reacting?
Well, the thing is, I am transitioning into a new position.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. I will be starting July 17th. I will be the Executive Director of Leadership Development for Aldine ISD.
Come on, Aldine.
Yes, I'm really excited about this new line of work. But what
Yeah.
I am so excited about with this position is that it directly aligns with my research, and so this will be a year of discovery. This will be a year of just reflection, and so that way we can establish really building that partnership of looking at trends for principals in a district and recognizing the gaps and being able to provide that coaching and support and the training that's necessary and keeping it ongoing. It's not a one and done. It's not whenever I come by and just say, hey, if you need me. But we are able to work in tandem and try to build that capacity for those principals with building that relationship. And then after seeing what's really, really working, what's been highly effective in this area, and that we're really strategic in that, being able to build a framework of how to support principals in that way. And so being able to build that team is going to be really
Most
exciting.
definitely,
So
most definitely. So you said
yeah.
it aligns with the research. So and I guess that was the dissertation.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
talk to me a little bit about. I'm always interested to know, like, especially when you research those leaders, like, what did you?
So my research topic was exploring novice principal perceptions of whether their principal development programs
Hmm.
align to their principal evaluation rubric.
Ooh.
And it's for those internal, because when new principals come step into the role, they are supposed to be a part of an induction program, and a mentor should be included.
Yes.
Again, that's policy.
Yes.
So, but when I interviewed the different principals, novice principals throughout the region, 10 different districts, they didn't have it. They would have principal meetings,
Yes.
or they'd have someone say, let me know if you need me, or they may, drop a little something there, but they were drowning and struggling.
Yeah.
And so what they called that in the beginning was their induction program, but it had nothing to do with their rubric. So why aren't we measuring principles according to and developing them and making them exist together? Because in all of the research, It shows that principals are being evaluated.
Mhm.
It shows that people have programs, but nowhere does it have a framework that says that this is how we build capacity around these areas in the principal standard.
Yeah.
Nowhere is it existing. And
That's deep.
we want to pioneer that
Yeah.
work
So it's
together.
like it's sink or swim, baby.
And we don't want that.
Yeah.
Again, because high performing principals produce high performing schools. But what are we doing to produce high performing principals?
Hey. Thank you so much for that research.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, congratulations on the role. Congratulations on all the good things. And once again, what was the session? And you
It
already
was
done.
documentation the right way was the one that we did yesterday.
And it now is, when you say on my podcast, I usually start off with I like a lot of the work that you did on the background just to build that credibility to let people know you ain't just talking this, you live this, right?
Yes,
and so,
sir.
but when you think about that session and you think about your area of expertise, what did you get a lot of people with the ahas and like, oh yes,
Absolutely, because what happens is the problem with documentation is that nobody really trains them on how to do it. And they don't realize how powerful it is because it will move an organization in the right direction because you can substantiate what you want. They'll say, "Well, I write up and I wrote up," but you don't know how. So using that board policy and giving them that example of, do you see these bulleted items in policy that says these are ways that you can do it. But the thing is, you can't pick number one and number seven and number six. They had to realize that no, they all have to be anchored into that one thing. It's just how you write it.
okay,
It's how you write it. So you can be able to, well, this teacher's been here 18 years, but they're ineffective. They won't leave.
yeah.
But the thing
they
is,
ain't gonna leave, especially 18 years.
but they can.
Yeah, they
If,
can.
if it's documented the right way.
Yeah.
And it will be supported in such a way that that they will that it speaks for itself. Now,
Yeah.
mind you, it may take you more than 1 year sometimes,
Yes.
but you've established a pattern,
Mm.
and you now have historical data that may, like if you come in as a principal and this teacher has been rated falsely rated as high performing, and then you come in and you see the reality of what this teacher does, it may take you more than 1 year,
Yeah.
but that's okay.
Yes.
It's the right work to do.
Come on now. That's it. Well, and what are you looking forward to today? Any sessions that you plan on getting? Or?
Yeah, so there's so many different sessions that are being offered this morning, and they're talking about telling your story, which I think that everyone should be able to tell their story. We all have a story. We're all our own book. The thing is that we've been used for many things, and I think that we have the responsibility to share with the next person because somebody needs that experience, and I'm really looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to more networking because I've had several principals and several district leaders that have wanted to get together and talk, and that's the power of being in this room and being around such excellence is that no matter where you go, you're better after the conversation.
That's it. Yeah, I agree.
It's a beautiful sight to see your image everywhere when you walk down the hall, when you're in the elevator, when you're sitting next to someone new, and it just when you feel a sense of belonging, that happens at this conference.
Yeah, and so many people tweeted out or shared about the superintendent panel yesterday.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, like you say, just to have this Black excellence
Yes.
through here, leadership, and then people who you can really just lean on and connect with to help you go further. That's what we need.
Absolutely. And everyone is so open and approachable.
Yes.
So I know the first year that I went, Mike McFarland, he shared in one of his keynotes, lift as you rise. And that has stayed with me for many years because if we need to make sure we do that and create those spaces and opportunity because someone before us did it. And we have to continue that process
Most definitely.
because we have a right to be there. There is excellence in this room.
Yeah.
And we're unapologetically
Yes. Most definitely.
coming.
Yeah. No, better be ready. Come
Yes.
on now, all day. Y'all got something going over there. Y'all pulled out the region and got. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well,
Thank
look,
you.
y'all, Dr. S, I want to say thank you again for stopping through, giving us some time. I look forward to connecting in the future. I might need you on this fall so you can come back and talk to us about this new role
Yes.
around September, October sometime.
I'd love to. I'd love
All right,
to.
well, we gonna connect. Y'all heard it here first. Y'all be looking out for that. All right, well, thank you again, and have a great day.
And you do the same.
Okay, we'll do. All right, y'all. We will be back. This is KT.
This
Look, y'all. Oh, what to do, KTTV? We are here, HAABSE Summer Conference. It's all about those connections, man. And y'all seen him on the podcast before, man. I have the man, the myth, and the legend, Dr. Anthony Mays, superintendent of the A-Leaf ISD in the building. How you doing, Dr. May?
Man, I am well, especially after the sound effects.
Hey, man. Look, I just want to say, man, thank you for taking some time out the busy schedule to come through, man. I know you got a lot going. Very popular because you're making it happen, man. So just thank you for any time that you can take to show us some love. So how you been doing? And how's the conference so far for you?
The conference so far is well. It's a bit nostalgic.
Yeah.
Because I tell people like this conference. I've been around this conference since 2002 when I was a teacher, and so I got a chance to serve as like a student sponsor for entertainment and organizations that will come perform at these conferences. So it's funny to just kind of watch how everything has progressed and changed. With me starting at this conference as a teacher and learning and growing from superintendents and educators that were pouring into this organization to being in the role that I am now as a superintendent and attending and sharing and trying to pay it forward. So.
Trying to pay it forward. Man, I appreciate the work that you're doing. Yesterday, and I know we talked about this a little before we started, the superintendent panel, right? Got so many reviews of people just saying the awesomeness of just having those Black leaders up there with the passion, the investment, and the commitment to really growing teachers and the field of education, man. So can you talk to me a little bit about that panel and what were some of your takeaways from hearing some of your other esteemed colleagues talking?
Yeah, I think we always get a chance to grow and learn from each other, and so one of the concepts that you have in the classroom is socializing intelligence. And so you try to put the kids together to let them grow, for one another. And so that's what I felt like we got a chance to see yesterday, and one of my favorite scriptures is as metal sharpens metal, or as iron sharpens irons, so does one man's countenance sharpen another man's countenance. So it's like when we're able to sit and talk, and that's just, that's in that form, but whenever we're able to sit down and just talk and bounce ideas and thoughts off each other, or hear some of the challenges and struggles that one superintendent may be going through within their respective district, with one another, like everybody grows and everybody gets stronger. And so I always feel like that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And so I enjoy it every time we get a chance to sit and talk. Usually life is so busy that we don't always get to do that. So again, when the opportunity presents itself and we have
able to now, I'm not gonna put you on the spot now, but I was able to talk to Miss Patterson yesterday.
Okay.
She kind of talked to me about that 4-day work week. But being able to hear how it started, how the ideas came about, all the surveys that went out.
Yeah.
I know we got a bigger student count than that.
Yeah.
But y'all ain't been looking at nothing like that.
No, so it's funny, so the leadership, of course, is always contextual. So, I was actually talking with Dr. Elizalde superintendent from Dallas, and we were saying, the ground and local context make a significant difference. And so Dr. Patterson and I have actually talked about this because, when I was in Austin, we were looking at the 4-day work week. But again, the student demographics were different. You had, 52% or 48% eco-dis there versus, in A-Leaf, you're looking at 89, upwards to probably 90 something that's undocumented in terms of eco-dis. We know that COVID-19, of course, has wiped away significant learning time. So for me, I'm actually going the opposite end, not so much in terms of adding additional work days, but the Summer Fest that we started this summer, for me, is the way for us to be able to add enrichment and learning opportunities for students, so we can try to close the gap and play catch up. Dr. Patterson, of course, has a different context, so I'm super proud of her for being able to move her community through that process. Develop the buy-in and the conversation around it. But right now, we're where we are in A-Leaf in terms of our student outcomes. We got we got some work to do.
Yeah,
And so that's going to require more time. And I think Summerfest is going to allow students to be engaged in a fun way, but still be able to learn and grow. I would say like the best example was like my daughter this summer. She got a chance to participate in one of the camps, and she's 8 years old and wants to be a veterinarian. But man, every day she came home excited about the experiences that she had in the Summerfest. One day she learned how to do stitching on a stuffed animal. On another day, she learned about DNA. She learned how to do like prosthetics for amputees. So it was play, but it was fun, and she was learning and she was growing. And so I think that as we can produce more of those opportunities for kids during the summer and allow more students to take advantage of it, we can start to close the gap that we have with that we lost in terms of COVID-19.
Most definitely. And when I was talking, like you said, Dr. Patterson, it was a good conversation about the eco disc, because she said, we're only looking at that 40-50%, maybe 2 schools. And so they were able to get a grant to just cover those schools and make something happen for them all day on that Friday.
Yeah.
And so, when you think about the maneuvering that it would take, that's a lot of more students that we would have to. It makes perfect sense, man. When you look at the contextual situations, though. And I agree with the summer. I remember talking to, Dr. Mays looks just like a regular dad. He dropping off his daughter in the truck. And so I was just like, but he is a regular dad. I told your wife that on the interview.
It is, man. I mean, it's for me, that's the joy of like being here in A-Leaf. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, I get to do daddy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, I get to, whether it's, my daughter doesn't like me picking her up from softball practice at O'Donnell, but she's like, you look like a creeper, But it's like, I get to come out there and, watch her practice or wrap up practice, talk with coaches. Same thing with my little ones, I get to go into their school and just watch them, man, grow and become like little individuals, And I told somebody that the other day as they asked us about how are we settling, more than anything, I try to spend time with my kids and make sure I keep a pulse on how they're adjusting. But it's like, man, I've gotten a chance to see so much of their personalities come out of this transition. Recently my oldest, who's, she's getting ready to go to early college, she just turned 14, but I was sitting down with her and I asked her about the transition because it was toughest for her. And I was surprised to hear her say, like, hey, the transition was a good thing. It made me grow and it challenged me in a way that I needed to be challenged, and it made me tap into some pieces of me that I probably hadn't or wouldn't have tapped into. And so I was a little like taken aback. I was like kind of speechless because I was like, whoa, that wasn't the response I was waiting for or ready for.
Yeah.
But to hear her process our transition in that way, man, again, as a dad, you want to see your kids grow, and that's what I'm getting a chance to witness in each one of my kids.
Man, like you say, just being able to be that close and being able to hone in on it, man. So congratulations on that. Now, I know we see you as the leader, the dad, but also, how is Dr. Mays in that downtime? Because as I talk to you more, I know you on some of those old schools. I think we talked a little bit about that, Pip Titan, that other time.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, when you at the house, what kind of music are you just relaxing to? Or, matter of fact, what's in the bag when you're on the way to work?
Man, honestly, on the way to work, I'm probably if I'm riding with the kids.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Usually, I'm a pop on some country. My middle one, she like country. My oldest, she be on, some Billie Eilish, more sad type music. So, it's hard for me to get into that.
Yeah.
But what I have seen her do is maneuver over to some of the old school music that we may be listening to.
Yeah.
Like some Mary J. Blige,
man.
something like that.
Yeah.
Like, so that's been pretty cool because you recognize like that you're kind of like framing their taste in music.
Yeah.
And it's funny that you would ask that because I've been listening to all the comments on the Essence Festival as of late, how they're trying to manage this transition in music and crowds and audiences and but I still at the house, man, on a weekend or something, I'm gonna still pop on some Frankie Beverly.
Come on now.
I'm still, listen to some Commodores or some old music.
Yeah.
Even though, when I grow up, like you said, I listen to, like you said, UGK, Spice One, MCA, DJ Quick, like all of that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I listen to. But now, again, to set the vibe around the house and to make sure they in this calm and peaceful environment, we're gonna listen to some old school R&B, man. Some stylistic. I cut that on. Just I try to give them a wide range. In terms of the music, jazz. But I still like. Periodically, I still like to, throw some hip hop and turn it up loud.
Yeah, man. Look, I'll tell you, when you said something about that Spice One, that 8, and that DJ Quick, that was just the classics, man.
It was, man. Or even, something the Above the Rim soundtrack. Ooh. Like you just had like a combination of artists. Tupac. I got my oldest into Tupac. She loves Tupac now. We got some kids in the Tupac doing the summer enrichment camp when we did the Reading with a Rapper, and I was listening to some of the poems that they had written based on some of Tupac's poetry, or even listening to them talking about like, hey, Dr. Mays, I came in here and was shy at the beginning of this camp, but shoot, I'm conquering my fears and I'm jumping out there and I'm willing to try to rap in front of everybody. I'm like, wow, so that's what it's about to me. Like the music, that's what I do, in the downtime, but it's a wide range of music that I'm gonna listen to.
Yes, sir. Now I talked to like I say on the podcast with Ms. Mays, so she talked about just how fast the last year has been, right?
Yeah.
And so how have you found the little downtime, or is it on the way? A little downtime.
No, so we probably haven't had downtime with one another, and we were actually reflecting on that the other day. So the kids are here, they're all upstairs, and they'll, I'm sure, be down here whenever they get up and run around. But she and I have not had downtime. We've been blessed. So when we were going through the transition, my wife actually got an opportunity to move into management too. So it's like watching her and trying to support her. And this transition has been important to us. And for me to try to help provide relief where I can for her with the kids so she can kind of concentrate on her transition too. So this summer has been, or this transition has been crazy for us. And the summer hasn't allowed for us to have that time because she's literally promoted, planning an event, so it's like, wow, so we're trying to really be efficient in terms of opportunities like this where it's like, hey, can y'all jump in the car and ride with me to this conference, and then we can hang out in the evenings or something like that. But I told her that as we look at the fall, we got to try to find 2 or 3 days where it's just gonna be she and I just to kind of go out and attention.
Yeah, that's it. Now, for the next school year, after the conference, I'm going to start spending my time kind of gathering up all my thoughts for the Man Up events, kind of looking at what schools I want to head to. And so will you be able to come out and do some more of the speaking for next year?
Yeah. I mean, for me, again, that's a part of paying it forward. That's the same thing we talked about that you're doing here. So in every facet of life, whether it's pouring into professionals like we're doing at this conference, or trying to pour into that next generation of male or men leaders, man, you want to have your thumbprint on it, So coming to speak, I don't know how impactful it is. You try to make it relatable to the kids, but if you can make a difference, you want to be able to do it. I still remember my middle school principal, Odessa Raven. I call her name because I wrote about it in my master's program, but I just remember her telling us, man, you pace it. We little urban kids in an urban community, pouring without. But man, she just poured so much confidence into us, and she did so much in the way of exposure in terms of enrichment and some of the stuff that I'm trying to do here in A-Leaf. So yeah, if I can be there, I want to be there, and I want to be making an impression on the next group of leaders that are going to be, guiding us when they get up out of these schools.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's so important because as we know, like you say, your baby wants to be that vet, but we got some people that want to be those nurses and those doctors, and so it's on us to make sure that they are prepared, because we're going to be the people they stick in a few years from now.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that people fail to realize that, that these kids that we are looking at, and I mean, you see it from coast to coast. You see it in San Francisco. They jumping on trains, going to shopping areas, going up in stores, ramshacking stores, jumping on cars across Chicago. You got the same thing. Man, like these kids, we gotta keep them busy. You know, we gotta keep them engaged. We gotta keep them doing stuff that's gonna grow them in a positive way. Otherwise, what you see is, stuff like that. Like, kids gonna be kids, and so you got to create opportunities for them to, again, to have positive outlets. And when you're looking at the media, and you see this happening from coast to coast, it's like, okay, I got to ask myself, like, okay, in those respective areas, what are we doing for those youth to be engaged in a good way?
Yeah, keep you going.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Especially during the summertime. That's a lot of tell us idle mind, devil worship.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Idle hands too.
Yes, sir. I agree with that. So now with the sessions, have you been able to pop in any sessions, or have you been kind of busy just doing superintendents?
So really, like I said, we had the panel.
Yes.
I'm getting ready to go to check out my former colleagues over there at HCDE.
Yeah.
That's why I was headed next, because they're doing a presentation. So Harris County Department of Education, I've been really happy to see them present here.
Oh, yes.
Again, I think it's like for us, when I talk about nostalgia, bringing everything full circle, there's so many of us that I look at that were once at Harris County that are out here trying to, again, just have an impact.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to going and watching some of my former colleagues present.
Yeah, and I was able to talk to one of the young men that's at North Point, I think. And so he's an English teacher. But just being able to connect, it was about three total. It was three of us yesterday. Just black men, education, just talking about the exciting parts of connecting, growing, and then doing something for our young men to be able to kind of keep that trailblazing going. And we talked about that on the podcast. One of those big things is grabbing those young men, exposing them, and then pushing them toward the education field so that we're more represented, right?
Yeah.
And so,
ACD running through here.
Oh, yeah. He came through yesterday and talked to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's been very, very busy, Doc. And so, man, any I guess that big goal that we're looking for is still, like you say, increasing that enrollment, getting those, going deeper into those lessons, kind of getting everything going, getting these scores pushing up.
Yeah.
Is there any last words that you want to leave us with before we get it going today?
What I'll say is, we've come in and we've done a lot of work in a short amount of time. We came to the door. Of course, we had the $19 million deficit that we were working on and working through. I feel like everybody has kind of been really, really supportive in us doing the hard work. I think what we're looking at bringing to the board in a few is a balanced budget, which will allow us, again, to be able to pour into professionals within our system. So our classified staff, our teachers, being able to pour into you all and put A-Leaf back in a competitive position in terms of wages, in hopes of people, man, sticking with A-Leaf ISD and continuing to pour into our kids. We've been in this mode of competition. I think people hopefully are learning that, hey, the grass ain't always green on the other side. And what we've been telling folks, particularly these strong professionals, is, choose A-Leaf, choose our kids, and man, get comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Get comfortable and be ready to put in just a long-term work to help our students.
Yeah,
that's what I'm excited about. That's what I'm looking forward to. Again, the 6 or 7 months that we've been here been fast and furious, but I feel like we've accomplished quite a bit, but we still got a lot of work to do.
Most definitely. And I told you always, the grass might be greener, but the water bill is definitely higher.
There you go.
Well, Dr. Mays, I sure appreciate you for stopping through. Take some time out. I appreciate you for taking some time out, man. And I look forward to the work that we're going to do. Look forward to the connections. And I'll see you at the Man Up, bro.
Yes, sir. And congratulations to you on picking up Man Up and leading the way with that.
Yeah,
we're looking forward to seeing what you're going to do with that.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all. Stay tuned. We will be back. Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, my God, Doc. I think our mics was off, Doc. Hold up, wait a minute, y'all. 'Cause I don't know if y'all heard me. So we gonna start this thing back over, y'all. For the people that don't know, we got Dr. Keys in the building here. ABS West, former principal. He has moved on now, retiree life. And so he just filling in because I think my mic was off. So I will give y'all a heads up of what we talked about. So just thinking about the time that he was saying it, when it's time to move on, he knew you're still in good health, still in good feelings, and got the means to make it happen afterwards. So he decided to make a decision and handing it over. So now when you think about the person that's coming in, and you always like to leave it in good hands and give them that tidbits. What's one piece of advice you would tell that new incoming principal of the school?
Just watch watch what goes on there, watch these processes, listen and observe, and then just to be a part of the team. Don't stand back from the team. Get in there with the team and help the team move forward. Be a part of that family. And we're a family there, man. We love each other, man. We love the kids. Now, we're not perfect now. We're not perfect, but still, we always put our best foot forward. And so I would tell them the same thing. Get in there with their team, and they'll lead you, man, where you need to be, man.
Yeah, that's it. Be a part of the team. Yes. That's good information right there.
Yes.
Because so many times, you stand back or you say, well, if I'm inside, I can't really observe what's happening. But sometimes you got, especially when you're coming in new.
Absolutely. Man.
We got to build that capacity.
Yes.
Man, so now, did the retiring?
Yeah.
What's next, huh?
Well, I don't want to say this, but whatever I want to do.
Hey, for real.
I want to move when I want to move, man. I want to go where I want to go. I want to do what I want to do. The Army has I saw that gentleman's hat, the sergeant major's hat there. I want to go places, see people, and do things.
Yes.
And so I want to do those things, man. Like again, while I still got good health, man, while I have the time, I want to enjoy my family. I got a bunch of old cars, man. I didn't tell you, I got a 1957 Bel Air convertible. I want to let my hair blow in the wind. Got an old 1950 truck, man. I want to haul some hay. I got a 95 Land Cruiser, man. I want to ride down the highway, do some mud there once in a while.
Oh, man, look, man, it sounds like you got it planned out, huh?
It includes fishing, man. So,
that's it, man.
That, man.
Sign on the back, say, let's go fish. That's good, dog.
Yeah.
But, man, I want to say thank you just for your service, just for the work that you've been doing. Like you say, with the AU, with the emotional behaviors, it's not easy.
No. And you got to find things, man, to keep equilibrium and balance, man. You're elder, you're seven, man.
Yeah.
And one thing that I've done before I retired, man, I joined the gym, and I have a spin class, man. I'm probably the oldest guy in there, man.
Yeah.
And man, they work you out, man. And so I look forward to it. I get to work out, keep my heart going.
Yeah.
And so, hey, man, I'm excited. I'm really excited.
Yeah, man, I'm looking for the next chapter for you, man. I know it's gonna be a good one, man.
This won't be the last you hear of me. This won't be the last.
Hey, that's what it's about, though.
Yeah.
Still coming back, give it back, but on your time.
Yes, on my time. There you go, man. You said it, man. That's a high five, man, brother. On my time.
Hey, man. Well, Doc, any last words you want to leave us with, man, as you close the mic down for the educational scene right now?
Well, we're in good hands. This is a great organization, a great conference, man. This is my second year.
Okay.
I really enjoy it. I would come down here for nothing, man. I really enjoy it. And I thank you, man. I thank these people that are here. They're dedicated, man. They're loyal. They want to help kids, man. And that's what it's all about.
That's what it's
We
about.
have a saying at my school, without them, there's no us.
Mhm.
Think about that. If there are no kids at your school, why we have a school?
Yeah, that's it, man.
So we want to empower those kids, prepare them, and then make sure they're successful. Because they got a long way to go, man. I'm almost out of here, man.
Yeah, come on, man. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
That's a wrap, but that's all right, though, man.
Yeah.
Like you say, you done their time, really put in, laid that foundation, man. And so at one point, it got to be changing of the guards, man.
Yes,
And so
yes,
the good thing is, and we talked about this before we started, like I told you, kind of like that Barry Sanders, man. I'm going to leave with some good health that way I can be able to kind of do what I need to do for me in that next point of life. I had one of my parents, man, a bus monitor. She retired last year, and she was so excited. Passed just a few weeks back.
Oh, man.
And so when you think about that, you say, okay, it's important to make sure that we living, making sure that we keep that health up, keep that heart rate going 30 minutes a day at least. And then once we come out on the other side, we ready to roll.
Ready to roll, man. I'm leaving in good hands, man. Mr. Hutton, man, great guy, man. Just all in, all together, man. Both feet, man. So I'm happy, man.
Now, were you able to catch the superintendent panel yesterday?
I saw him a few minutes ago. I saw it on. They were streaming it. I saw it then. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so-
He's awesome, man.
Yeah, man.
He's
Yeah.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
And he's good for our organization. Has been and continues to be good for our organization. Man. I thank God for him.
Yeah, man, I
Mr.
agree
Kobe.
with that, man.
And,
That's
and
amazing.
Mr. Parker, man, Dr. Ned, there's some great guys, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, and one thing about a school, man, and I talked about leadership and management. I have never been micromanaged at that school. Never.
Okay.
Never. And I really appreciate that, man.
And what did you do as far as your session, Doc?
I talked about leadership versus management, and then in this modern world, with Zoom, Teams, and Google Meets and what have you, the world has changed, and so you can educate kids differently than than you did in the past. And so now that kid don't have to be sitting in front of me anymore. He could be in California. And still learning and still doing development. So that's what we talked about. And then how you find teachers to operate that technology, how you support those teachers, and how you encourage people, how you support them to grow and become better teachers. This is the modern world in which we live.
Yeah. Now, did you have any struggles with that pandemic? Because man, we jump right on in.
No, man, because those web-based programs that we had already, IXL, Edgenuity, and then unique learning for the kids with autism. We already had them in place. All we had to do was send home the password and login. And then we got a QR code, man. And then those kids that now have devices, we sent hard copies home.
Come on, man.
We didn't miss a beat, man. We didn't shut down. We kept learning going, and then on September the 8th, 2020, we brought them back to school. Not like nothing ever happened, man.
That was pretty much it, man. I agree.
Man.
Like nothing ever happened.
That's right, man.
Man, well, I sure appreciate you for taking some time to come in and talk to us about the work. Once again, congratulations on such an illustrious career. Good luck, man, on that second part of just cruising in that Bel Air, man. Make sure to tweet out some pictures. I'm gonna find you on social media so I can look at these cars, man.
Yeah, man.
And we'll keep that thing rolling.
All
But
right,
good
Hey,
work,
man, pray for me, man. I
Will
give God all the glory, brother.
Yes, sir.
God,
Yes,
all the
sir.
glory, man. I'm really thankful, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
That's
man.
it. Look, we're here with the
Yeah.
vet, Dr. Keys, man, ABS. Now he's headed on to do some things that he want to do. And we just appreciative of his time that he spent with us. But we're going to be looking for these cars, Doc. All right, y'all. This is KT. We will be back.
Okay. Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah. That's it. What to do, KTTV? We are back, still here. Summer conference, HAABSE 2023, baby. It's all about that connections. And so, as you've seen, we've been rolling with the interviews all morning. Was able to fortunate enough to get Dr. Mays, Dr. Keys. So many people have come through, and so we're gonna keep this thing rolling, y'all. Right now, I have Mr. Derek Bass. Come on, man, presenter at the conference, non-profit, educational non-profit owner. So I'm looking forward to this conversation today. So, man, thank you for taking some time out.
Thank you for having me.
Yes,
man.
sir. Come on, man. Look, man.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So, man, talk to us a little bit about the work that you're doing in education, man, and your session at the conference.
Yep. So once again, my name is Derek Bass. I am a 13-year urban educator. I've been doing this work, and basically because I truly believe that Black and brown kids deserve extraordinary educational opportunities, despite where they live, despite zip codes, despite socioeconomic background. So I'm really driven by that work. I'm driven by helping educational leaders be able to provide those experiences.
Most definitely.
And helping kids.
Yeah, man.
So
that's it, man.
That's it.
That's
all.
And then when so what was the session that you presented this year?
So yesterday I presented utilizing stakeholder relationships to increase student achievement.
Come on, man. Powerful.
Yeah, man. I truly believe that relationships is just the foundation. It's the foundation. The great Rita Parsons stated, kids they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So. And so sometimes by education, we're driven by test results, we're driven by all of the other things except for the things that matter. And the things that matter is their relationship. Most of our kids come to school as a safe haven, as a safe place. And if we're all about the business, we miss that opportunity to build that relationship and to build that connection. Yeah. And once you have a connection with a kid, I truly believe they'll run through a wall for you. They do everything they can.
I agree.
To make sure they don't let you down.
Yeah, man. And for me, before becoming an administrator, I was a 15-year behavior teacher.
Okay.
Right. And so then you think about the hardest kids. Matter of fact, I'm at the alternative school as an assistant principal now. But when you think about those kids, man, like they are deemed the hardest kids or the baddest kids in the system, right? By paperwork. But once they know you care, once they know you got their best interest, they might be tearing down a wall and you show up and be like, hey, they're gonna quit.
Yep.
Because you poured into them and they know you got their best interest at heart.
And if you had the time to strip it down, they are deemed those kids because of the lack of a relationship that wasn't forged in elementary school.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So then it became a distrust in education and educators.
Mm-hmm.
So now every time they see that saying, they triggered by teachers.
Most definitely,
they triggered by authority.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they get that label.
And so with you, man, are you originally from Houston?
I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
From Chicago, okay, that's right. And so now with that, oh man, I know that Chicago was real. You was doing it.
Listen, I cut my teeth in Chicago public schools. I taught 2 years in Overton Elementary, south side of Chicago. And I immediately went into what we call the turnaround schools.
Yeah.
And so I helped turn around some of the toughest schools in Chicago, John Marshall, Chicago Tilden. And I had the opportunity to work strictly with schools that were deemed as failures or deemed as they need to close. And so we have the opportunity to turn those schools around with some of the same kids that they deem as they don't have a chance, or academically they're an F, or they're bad, quote unquote. So that's the work that drives me. That's the work where I feel like is the most needed in education, especially urban education.
Yes, sir.
And the easy work I try to stay away from.
And now, are you currently in school down here, or you just moved?
So I just moved back recently last July from California, where I was a school principal in Highland, California, in San Bernardino County. Yeah. And so I'm back here now, and with the organization that I work remotely. So I do a lot of work with supporting schools in Texas, Brooklyn, New York, Connecticut, so forth and so on. So wherever the work calls, I go out and support.
Okay. Schools. Now, with that Brooklyn, New York, I think about a few months ago, I had not a few months ago, maybe about 2 months ago, I had Principal Jack Oates. Do you know her?
No.
Okay.
Probably by Facebook.
Principal. So I worked a lot with her. A few of them, man. So we do a call every week, and it's got like people like Dame Dash on there. Okay. Just a few more people. Freeway. Okay. We did a lot. We are in one group chat where we all talking about education, man, and how they can kind of put their feet on it, man. Because Dame Dash, kind of turn the page. And so he's been very, very instrumental in some of the work up there in New York.
Listen, a good brother of mine, Principal Rod of California, man, is doing good work, and he's with OSG Off School Grounds.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're working with, man.
Yeah,
that's
Principal Rod's a bad boy, man.
Yeah,
he's
man.
a bad boy.
Yeah, and so man, I forgot his name, but he was trying to come down. Matter of fact, we talked about him coming to the founder of OSG, man.
Okay.
So we talked about him coming down, but we just couldn't make the connect because I had to go out the country. So it kind of stalled everything. But I think he will be trying to come down to do a little of that work with OSG for the fall, man. So that'll be some awesome stuff, man. That's crazy.
That's
man.
one of the pillars, man. That's one of the goats of urban education, man.
Yes,
the work
sir.
that he did in California and the work that he's doing around the nation now. He's actually got an innovative approach to what preschool and early childhood literacy is going to look like. So I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah. Dr. McKees, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So being able to just work with them boys, man. So awesome work, man. Well, welcome back to the city, brother.
Man, it's good to be back.
How does it feel being able to just do that remote work still after the pandemic, man? Are you missing that inside?
Oh man, I'm definitely missing in the inside, and I'm working on some things now to transition back into the school system. So there'll be some more exciting things that come from me during this next school year.
Yes, sir.
But I definitely miss the sound of the building, the smell of the building, and the kids keep you up on the latest thing, man. I sit and I look on TikTok and I look on Instagram, and I'm like, man, what's going on?
Yeah.
But the kids know.
Yeah,
right?
okay,
So I
know.
miss. They keep me in the loop.
Yeah,
keep me
man.
in the loop, and I think honestly they keep you young if you allow them to.
I
Or
agree,
they'll
man.
make you old.
Look,
it just depends on how you go about it.
From being so last year was my first year in high school, right?
Okay.
But before that, first year as an administrator in high school. But before that, I spent from 2013 to 21, maybe inside of elementary.
Okay.
And when I tell you those jokes keep you young, keep
Listen.
you vibrant.
Listen. I love it. I love it. Worked in elementary, man, high school, middle school.
Yeah.
Middle school is my jam now.
Yeah.
Middle school to elementary. But middle school is where I honed in on it. But yeah, they will definitely keep you young. Man.
Hey man, God bless you with the middle schoolers, man.
Listen, they'll test your patience and your godliness every day. They're gonna test you out. They're gonna test you.
Man, well, that's cool, brother. Well, man, I just want to say thank you, man, for the work that you're doing, being able to kind of share with us on the session. Were there any good ahas that you felt people were taking away from the session yesterday?
I think the ahas around just the 4 pillars of building trust, being empathetic, having consistent communication, and having established agreements when it comes to building relationships between teachers and parents will go a long way in the classroom. So that's what we focused on, is that particular pillar of the relationship of teacher and parents, and how we can become better collaborative partners with parents so that we can keep them informed and engaged in their child's education.
Yeah, man, I was fortunate enough to do some work in Belize. And so we did a 4-hour PD for teachers in Belize, and it was parental involvement, right? And so when you think about those connections with those stakeholders, whether it was here in the States or it's over there, it's still the same thing. How do we get parents engaged? How do we get them in, man? So awesome session that you did, because we have to get that kind of information, man.
Man, I thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir, man. So how can we get in touch with you, know more about the
man.
nonprofit?
So I am on Twitter at the Culture Ed 06.
Yeah.
So it's culture with the E, then ED 06. So it's 2 E's there. And I'm also on TikTok at the School Culture Architect.
Come on, that's it, man. No,
Yes,
that
sir.
TikTok, gotta get that, man. That's what the
Man,
kids do.
that's short form, man.
That's how you catch them.
That's the best YouTube that I've had so far.
Yes, sir. That's it, brother. Man, well, I sure appreciate you for coming through, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you
Once
again for having me, man.
Come on, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, brother. Look, y'all. We're gonna be here. Like I said, we got more interviews coming up. Y'all make sure y'all stay tuned. We have some summer 2023. Y'all know this is the last day, y'all. So y'all make sure that y'all are ready, because we will be closing this thing out a few hours from now. But I want y'all to stay locked in, stay tuned into these interviews. And if you have time in between, make sure you go catch that replay from yesterday. We had so many great people in. We're just gonna keep this greatness rolling, man, especially when we got these young brothers coming out and giving us this game, giving us this information, and showing y'all that regardless of where we at, it's all about the students, and we in the same game, man. All right, this is KT. Y'all keep it locked.
Yes, sir.
Specialist. Woo, what a new KTTV. We are back in the building, HAABSE Summer Conference 2023. Y'all, it's all about that connection. And when I tell you, we are making them connections, talking to some of the most awesome people in the world. If you would have just been here for that quick conversation we had on the pregame, you would know how awesome Dr. Mateer is. But right now, I am going to introduce you to Dr. Mateer, STEM integration specialist. How you doing today, Dr. Mateer?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Look, I want to say thank you. I am fine. And we are getting this day rolling, but welcome. Hey. Uh-oh. We're gonna talk about that. So how you feeling today and what's going on, Doc?
Nothing but, I'm surrounded by all this Black excellence.
Hey.
Like just educators, not trying to put anybody down, but like literally just feeding off of all these women. I said, now I also have women that are more seasoned and tenured. My dot is still fresh.
Yeah.
My ink is still drying.
Come on now.
But there are a lot of women that I can learn from when you're passing the torch to let them know it's okay.
Yeah.
We can take over the education industry and y'all can sit down. Y'all done y'all's job.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's been amazing. Like
Here now, I know we at the conference. Is this your first year? Or how many years you been coming?
So actually, this is my first year. I've been in HAABSE for the past 8 months.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, look,
I've been super involved.
Got to
Yeah, I
be
would say super involved.
yes, yeah, that's cool though. And so now, the second
Role. So I had 2 STEM labs, and it's basically if STEM does not exist, I make it happen.
okay,
And so my job is to lower the barrier of entry for STEM for a lot of different students, for a lot of different campuses, because we think quantum physics, we think astronomy, we think rocket science, but it legit is Kool-Aid,
Yeah.
Gatorade.
Mm.
It's weather, it's, blowing on the glass and seeing that condensation. That is STEM because it's a real world application.
most definitely.
And that's how you know it's working.
Mm.
So I want to create an environment, a culture where every time a child comes, they believe that it's possible. And they can see themselves and they say, mommy, daddy, sister, brother, they know that this can happen because they're actually capable of doing it. I want to create lessons that they go home and think about. Yeah.
Powerful right there. And so with that going, that's what the session was about here at the conference.
Yeah, so I had 2 back-to-back. So I had Little STEM Engineers, and I found myself doing early childhood with STEM.
Yeah.
And if you look at any of the research, they think it's faux pas. It can't happen. They're too young. But while kids can't do the defining part, sometimes they selectively comprehend if you know little kids. But they can analyze, they can evaluate, and they can create.
Yeah.
And so I brought STEM to life with them. I went to the area where I'm pretending and playing, when you're in your room by yourself with your bears or your G.I. Joes, whatever it is, Barbie dolls. I pretended that I was a teacher. I was a veterinarian. And doing that pretend and play made me want to see it into reality. So I brought that into the classroom. So we played for 8 months. But they knew that they were engineers. We had STEM days where we shut down and they were doctors. Only the kids can enter into the medical center. That's what we turned into the gym. They were doing surgery by putting letters on the patients where they were cut. So it's bringing that to life. So I did that and talked about how you can do that for little ones, pre-K through 5. And then my other one was integrating ELAR into STEM. Because the battle is, with the House Bill 4545, we want to teach reading, a little bit of math, science, and social studies to take care of itself. But you can't build a STEM program on a cracked foundation. If these kids have never been taught science for the past 5-6 years, then you're giving them something that does not allow them to be able to be successful. So with the world of STEM emerging, you have IT, you have AI. And so these kids don't stand a chance with other cultures, with other areas, because they didn't have those resources. So of course they're not going to be prepared, which leads to more non-STEM majors. And you have your minorities, BIPOC people that only make up 9% of that STEM industry. We don't want to talk about women, so we're even more so a fraction of that. So with STEM, it's all about, so I talked about lowering the barrier with that, and then teaching how we can't function without reading. Reading is in everything. Science is in everything. So we can't make it seem like it's all independent. We need to collaborate and work together now more than ever for the sake of students. Exactly.
Right. And so, coming from elementary, I think about the times when we had our PBLs, kind of being able to do it, but it was only like a section.
Right.
But when you think about that integration, you find in places to put in almost in everyday education.
Right. So we did a brain break where I challenged them to see if they can make a Christmas tree behind their back. And that's teaching you the engineering design process because I want them to think like their students. That's why you do the exemplar. And PBL, so the space that we do real world application towards the end of the unit, we're not really paying attention to it. It's like we'll get to it and then it's time to review for the test.
Yeah.
Or we'll do science and it's only 30 minutes. So we're not setting anybody up for success. So being able to do a quick engage or 15 minutes here, 30 minutes there, or not just a project just because it's the end of the school year, I don't want to be bothered. But truly showing kids how it all works together. It's all for something.
It's so powerful. And when you think about that AI,
I love
it's coming.
it. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I like AI and a lot of, you got teachers, oh my God, they're going to be able to cheat.
Yeah.
But I like AI because one, we power AI. AI cannot create on itself.
Yep.
It's using ideas that have already been made.
Mhm.
But the second thing is use it as a tool to help kids brainstorm. Our kids, we don't give them a chance to think. They go to Google, they ask Siri, they ask Alexa.
Mhm.
But if you let that chat GTP or copy AI, if you let that be their brainstorming and then give them something they can create. Like we created the Spartan Studios at my campus. And so with that, they did weather forecasts.
Yeah.
They were video producers. I was like, you want to do TikTok? Okay, let me show you what it looks like on the other side as a producer, as an engineer.
Wow.
You want to do a podcast? Let me show you this is why they're set up because this is the kind of sound you want to hear. So empowering them in that way, not telling them who not to be, using what they have and then molding that into something they can use to better themselves.
Yeah.
That's
Wow. That's it right there. And so when you went through these sessions, were there any things in there where they were like, yeah, this is what, or any aha moments?
I think for me, I didn't realize, and I don't think we do as because we were teachers, we were taught sit and get. We got the old school teachers with the stockings on and the heels and do as I tell you. But when you're in these sessions, I didn't know there was such a need for teachers to collaborate. There's so many people that want to be seen and educators that are like, I just need support. I may not have it here, but I want to create a positive environment, a safe environment for you to be able to fail and grow and not feel like there are any consequences. And I always offer them a window to give them a new perspective and a mirror for reflection. Those are my two goals every PD that I do. Because I want to say, I'm the lower the barrier of entry. I'm not the enemy here. I'm not telling you I'm the expert. But let's have a conversation. Let's work together in this. And you let me know how I can tailor my workshop.
And so now you said you had two back to back.
Yeah.
So the same session back to back, or it was different?
It's just a different one. So I had the little STEM engineers, and then I had the integrating ELAR and STEM because a lot of reading teachers are struggling.
Yeah.
Because they think, oh, you teach reading is your problem. No, it's all of our problems.
Yes.
You have
Yeah,
word
exactly
problems
right.
in math, that's the problem. And then science, you're still reading and doing. So you got to read instructions. You got to read street signs. So it's like, how can we share that burden?
Yeah.
Nobody likes phonics. Nobody likes phonemic awareness. We know that. But we have to work collaboratively and not just keep placing the blame, but say, okay, this is where we are. How can we fix it?
Most definitely. And yeah, it's sad, but I agree with that notion that sometimes those reading teachers feel that way. But really, like you say, the math test really is the reading test. Everything is about that reading. If you can't do it, you still gonna struggle. And so I moved over from elementary to high school, and so the biggest piece is I'm used to that first grade, or you getting in there and pulling that group. But in high school, you can't do that. Don't try to pull me. I don't want to hear that unless you get those services.
Yeah, in theory. Yeah.
And so it's just like, man. But being able to come back and implement that STEM though, because regardless of where they work, everybody was interested. If you can pull their interest into that STEM, show them how it applies to real life, like you said, real life. Then that's when we get what we want from it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Man. And so with the second session, just asking that same question. How was that one with the teachers, with everybody? How did they respond to it? Was there any good take back from that?
I think one of the best things that I learned was I have to, or as a collective, when we get out the classroom, teachers are clawing to get out of the classroom. But I'm like, baby, that's not what you want. Because once you get out of it, you need to understand if you can't run a classroom, you can't run a school.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand that. You can't run a team. And everything that you do in education, regardless of what it is, it's a stair step. It grooms you to what you need to be able to do. And so the aha moment was you have to still dip your toe into the classroom every now and then.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing
Yeah.
because I can't teach you how to mold your kids if I don't know your kids.
Mhm.
You ain't been in the classroom 5 years. A lot has changed in 5 years.
Yes.
So I think it's just making sure that you stay abreast with all the trends and you're still a student. You still continue to learn. You never have a cap on what you can learn.
Most definitely. But what you said about that classroom, if you can't run a class, you can't run that school.
Yeah.
I hope y'all heard that. All right. Now, so we talked a little bit about the cybersecurity.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
So talk to me about the cyber. What pushed you that? Well, I guess it's all in relation, but kind of what pushed you to say, okay, I'm gonna do this because the cybersecurity is going to be something outside of the school.
So what I've learned with STEM, when you're following trends, everybody like with Bitcoin, the people that wanted to make their money off of Bitcoin probably made their money off of Bitcoin 2 or 3 years before we even got to it.
Most definitely.
And so from what I know with the trends in cybersecurity, everybody has it, but they don't understand it yet. So they're picking everybody that they can that has a good idea of what's going on. I want my money off the top. And so with cybersecurity, you have a lot of different attacks, and that's what they're doing. It's a lot of technology that's shifting with AI. You have a lot of different, terrorist attacks that can happen. So all of their, even with being the phishing scams and spamming and junk, you want to make sure that you protect your company. And so what I know is that the industry is probably going to be saturated by 2025, 2026.
Okay.
And so you want to, my goal to get into it was to help the areas of higher education that want to create these programs because they need educators, not just people that are practitioners, but people who are truly educators to help them build these programs to level the playing field for BIPOC.
Most definitely.
Because otherwise, you will not see a lot of color in these fields like it's been going on. Because if I'm in a cybersecurity class and I say, "Oh, I don't like IT," that's not an excuse. People don't know for cybersecurity, you do not need to be a tech whiz. I do not need to know coding. They teach me everything I need to know. Most of it's common sense. And most of it is just making sure, like, if you're inputting different things in different codes, and now that Python and Linux, those are different, like, coding things. They'll teach you that program. But everything else, you don't need. And most of the executives that help us and talk to us are not. They were never in tech. Like, I used to be a manager of a store. I used to be in business, and then I decided to shift. So I would hate for this wealth of knowledge to be out there. A lot of free programs, and we not become a part of it. Because that's where the world is headed.
Yeah. When I think about the companies, you think about like Fortinet, your CrowdStrike, your Palo Alto. Like all of those people, and we got to be represented there because I don't feel like we are a lot.
Right, that's true.
Yes. Okay, man. So what's next for you? How you finding time to take care of yourself this summer? And what's one of the goals as you get ready to start up the new year?
And not to be profound, what I learned is you have those people that carry the weight of everybody else. Those people that are rocks in your life. And I'm very much so into my faith. And my thing is now God is saying, you've grown up, and it's not time for me to grow you, and you grow you. And even if that means, I think we're afraid to shut down because we're afraid to miss things, but we don't realize if you grind so much, years have gone by, and you're just like, how did I get here? So I think for me, my goal is to figure me out. I just turned 30.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
And I want to figure me out in this season. And once I can do that, do what I love, that I have a passion for, and align with what God is doing with me to His purpose for my life, I think I'm good. So that's what my focus is, to enjoy life, to be mindful of the present for the gift that it is, and then everything else is going to fall into place. Titles are titles, accomplishments are accomplishments, but I'm falling in love with the journey.
That's what it's about. It's about that journey, not the destination. Most definitely. And well, I sure appreciate it. If somebody want to know more, or you, let's say I want to reach out to you, kind of find out a little bit more about the STEM integration. Are you doing any outside work with others, or just call me? I can help you in your class, anything like that?
Absolutely. So I do have I said my LinkedIn is always open. I do have fulldisclosure.co. They can go there and go search there. I also have a podcast that I do for Full Disclosure. And it's like more so just little quirks, like little things that I've learned, 60 seconds. But it's super helpful. But I love helping everybody. That's how I want to. My purpose is to change the world. And if that's just one person, if that's just me sitting down having advice, the money will take care of itself.
Yeah.
But
Yes, most
any way I can help out, I am that person.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
absolutely.
Y'all heard it. Full disclosure. Go get you some. We trying to integrate. We got to make sure that we are putting our students in the most competitive position. Right?
Absolutely.
And so then I think that looks like making sure they're ahead of the game on STEM, making sure they understand a little bit about their coding. I know we did a little work with Apple, right? And so
Yeah.
being able to come in and say, we'll give you all these iPads, codings, all these good things. Man, and they was tight on the disclosures too, man. You cannot say nothing on that NDA, man.
Right.
But yeah, most definitely. I think that's what we got to do. So thank you for your work. Thank you for the session. Give me some. All right, y'all. Look, we are here. I just had to do that before we go to shout out Dr. Katia on the work and turning 30. Oh Lord, I remember that 30. That was a while
Everybody
back.
keeps saying that. Y'all remember?
Y'all remember that 30. That was on the way past it.
Remember my 20s?
Hey. See, that's what I'm talking about. My God. Well, that's it, y'all. So, HAABSE Summer Conference 2023. Got more interviews coming. We'll be here for a few more hours today. If you are watching and you are here, please make sure you stop by. Give us a little bit of feedback on your experience from the conference. If not, make sure you go to kttv.com and let's connect. I'll see y'all on the flip side. It's KT. All right.
Okay, we get it on and popping, man.
What to do, KTTV? We are back, man. HAABSE Conference, summertime 2023, man. We all about connecting. And so I have none other than the OG in the game, man. Stephen Gurriel. How you doing today, brother?
What's up, brother? Well, man, it's all love, man. We on a Friday morning over here in beautiful Galveston, Texas, man, and just happy to be here with the people, man, and making great things happen for everybody. And man, it's just much love at this conference, man. Made a whole lot of new connections, and you know, that's what it's all about.
Come on,
making
man.
Connections, building these relationships, man, and you know, and like I said, just figuring out what we got to do to get our kids on top. You know, because everybody talks about this achievement gap, but you know, we're here as problem solvers, and we just want to try to get solutions that we can bring back to our individual schools to see what we can do to escalate and elevate children. You know, all children. You know, we're gonna help everybody. You know, but I'm particularly have an interest in uplifting Black and brown children because, you know, unfortunately, the way that the systems have been at this time, you know, those kids have, you know, made their way to the bottom. But, you know, now it's a race to the top, and we're just going to make sure everybody gets what they need.
Yes, sir, man. And I so hold up, wait a minute, before we even go. And that's I had to put them out, man, because when you think about what you're saying, man, and just being able to make our kids get to that top and doing that work that we can do is so important, brother. And so as you talk about the work that you've been doing, man, for 32 years, brother.
Yes, sir.
You can't expect the ring if you ain't committed to the hustle.
Yeah, you got to run the whole race, man. It's not one of these. It's not a 50-yard dash. It's not a 100-yard dash. This is a long race. And,
Come on, man.
You know, I equate it to a marathon, bro. So you got to equip yourself to be a marathon runner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got to stay hydrated. You got to make sure you get your rest. You got to make sure you keep your brain intact. Everything, you got to have a strategy, and you got to know where you're going with this thing. We got to have goals, and you know, we talk about these things, and you know, but you know, at the end of the day, bro, we're trying to get a win. Bro.
Yes, sir. Trying to get that done.
Yeah, we're trying to get the win.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's all about the win.
Yes, sir.
You know, and if we ain't winning, you know, you ought to be tired of losing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you know, nobody wants to be a perpetual loser.
Come on, man.
Nobody wants to be the one that we're always saying, you know, why those kids bringing us down, man. You know, we can't count on them to, you know, lift us up. But, you know, like I said, when we're on the sports field, you know, they said, well, we can count on the, you know, get a touchdown for us or score the winning goal. But, you know, what about in the classroom?
Come on, man.
You know, so we just going to shift our perspective a little bit. You know, I'm not taking away anybody hoop dreams or gridiron dreams, but, you know, I'm all about helping you develop a good, strong plan B. You know, or plan C, just in case, you know, those dreams don't work out for you.
Come on,
you know, wherever they bring to you, as far as they say, this is my goal, this is what I want to do in life, you know, because I always want to bring it back to them. Well, what is it you're here to do? Well, I don't know. Well, you know, the thing that I found out in this, you know, journey, you know, and I did start my journey in the military as a 17-year-old young man, you know, basically didn't know where I was going, but, you know, my mom said, you got to get up out of here. So, you know, I had to get up out of there. So once I got up out of there, made my way to Kentucky. And the decision that I made, you know, was a quality decision. And I think, you know, once the good Lord works on you, you only got to make a real good quality decision one time. And, you know, and that decision for me is, you know, do you want to live or do you want to die?
Come on now.
Right? Because this is what this comes down to. And if you're going to live, do you want to live well? Right? You know, it ain't just about surviving. It's about thriving and trying to just make the best out of whatever your situation is. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, just know that, you know, if there's something else or somewhere else that you want to be, man, just be great in what you're doing right now as you're working your way towards your next goal or your next enterprise or whatever that's going to be.
Come on, man. Be great where you're at right now, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the thing.
For
Like
sure.
you say, it's all about that one decision, man. I remember a friend of mine told me, man, when you can come down here and be a teacher, he told me that on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2003, he came pick me up, man. I touched down in Houston with just a high school diploma, bro. And so worked myself from a para, now AP, applying for principalships, man. And so, you know, just think about, but it was that one decision.
That's right.
That kind of set everything off, man.
Absolutely.
And when it's real, it ain't going to take that long to make it.
No,
Don't
it's
let
not.
yourself out.
And, you know, sometimes, you know, if you start working that direction, you know, God gonna meet you halfway, man, where you at, and then he gonna, you know, kind of help you. It's like that button you hit, like, you know.
Wait.
Yeah, you're gonna hit that button, and then next thing you know, you done got into the atmosphere, into the ozone, and next thing you know, you're on your way to the next horizon, man.
Yes,
so all you got to do really is make that decision and just go ahead and get started. And that's our biggest obstacles sometimes is making the decision to go ahead and get started. But once we get started, there's really, all you got to do is look around this room and anywhere that we are in any significant number being in a positive situation, man, we're doing this thing. We're killing it. And all we got to do is just know that regardless of what's going on with the federal government, what's going on with the state government or local government, you're the government of self. You know what I'm saying? And the only way the government is going to move is when you start moving. Yeah. Right? And that's how we're going to work it out.
Yes, sir. So, man, what's your current role right now in the city?
Yeah, so right now I'm a 10-year veteran principal at the South Early College High School in the Houston Independent School District. I've been at that campus. We basically grew that program from 48 students to 400 students. We've been an A-rated school since the state did ratings on the campuses. And, that's something I'm definitely proud of. But, what I'm most proud of is that we have a partnership with the Houston Community College, which allows us to offer tuition-free, cost-free classes to our students to be able to earn their associate's degree while they're still in high school.
Oh, man, yeah, man. And I think it's so important, man, because usually when you think about those early college schools, man, you got a leader who's kind of just timid, and in the school, everybody want to be there, so kind of run themselves. Well, but then when you got somebody like you, man, and you step out there.
Yeah, and sometimes, all students need motivation, man. Sometimes the motivation they're in their own or their parents' motivation. You know what I'm saying? The parent looking, man, I can get my kid in this thing. I ain't gonna have to worry about that college tuition. And the kid is like, well, Ma, I want to, go over to the regular high school and, kick it with my friends. I want to be in the band. I want to be in the orchestra. I want to be, on the football team, basketball team, volleyball team, and sometimes, for sure, those are things that when they come to a school like my school, they're going to have to kind of maybe, either defer or it's going to be a little bit extra arrangements that are going to have to be made, saying that kids can return to their schools and participate in UIL activities, but the parents are responsible for getting them from my campus to their home school campus to be able to participate in those sports. But we certainly allow those kids to participate in sports, ROTC, whatever their thing is in life. If that's something that they want to continue to do, it's just going to be a little additional sacrifice for the families to make it happen. But, they're there. We got them, just like other kids at 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, we got to provide that motivation for them. And then, because it's hard, we're asking the kid to sit and basically earn their high school diploma and their 2-year associate's diploma all at the same time. So this is not something that's given. We've taken some college classes and, those college professors not playing, right?
And they ain't giving nothing out.
No, they ain't giving no grades, and they call me all the time. They like, Jig, what you done sent me over here? I said, tell me what's going on. Let me do an intervention to try to see if I can help this young man or young lady get on track before they end up on that, not the dean's list, but the other list. You know what I'm saying? Because, we want the kids to experience early success. And we, once that kid experienced that early success, they're, tasting the fruit of that labor, then they want to go ahead and continue their education. We were able this past year to provide an opportunity where the students were able to earn, our seniors were able to earn additional $5 million worth of scholarships for them to continue their education past the 2-year associate. So at this point, we're just trying to get them solid on getting the next 2 years.
Yes. Come on, man. Congratulations on that, brother.
Yes, sir.
Good work, man. So now at the conference, man, did you do it present?
No, I didn't present at this particular I have presented at HAABSE Conference before, and but I've had the opportunity to attend some of the sessions, and I'm, it's just fire, man. The fire is just burning, it's raging. It's just that information is just relevant, it's on time. It's really an opportunity that I wish everybody had, a chance to come down here to Galveston to be able to experience, because you're not going to get this anywhere else, right? You can go to, I've been to a couple of conferences this summer. I went to the HAABSE Conference out in Florida, and it was great. I got fired up over there. A lot of relevant information. But I like coming to this conference. I've been a life member of the TASB and also of NASB, and I've been participating here with HAABSE. And so what I'm trying to say is it's very important, man, for educators to be involved with professional education groups, man, so that they can, get with the greatest minds in the business, so that they know that I'm collaborating with people that are functioning at a high level, that are being successful, and we're talking about best practices, and we're going back and forth on that. And that can't do nothing but just net us a great result at the end.
Most definitely, nothing but, man. Well, man, look, I want to say thank you, man, for stopping by, kind of blessing us with some of the game, man. Continued success on the work that you're doing, especially with their early college. You know how important that is to be able to just have the opportunity to earn that associate's while you're doing that work, man. So big shouts out to you for the work over there. Don't give up. Don't let up on me.
Absolutely. No, bro. I'm all gas. They say all gas, no brakes, man. I'm straight up just mashing on that gas. I might come off that accelerator a little bit, but we know at the end of the day, we got to keep pushing, man. Till we get to the top. Then when we get to the top of that mountain, you start looking over there and say, next mountain. Yeah. Next mountain. Keep climbing. Yeah. Next mountain. Keep climbing.
Come on, man. That's it, man.
That's it, baby.
I hope y'all got in this game that we just put down in here, man. But look, man, you mind if I call you Dr. Chico?
Hey, man, you can call me anything except late for dinner, man.
Hey, man, let's go. Come on, bro. All right, y'all. Look,
all right, good brother.
2023. It don't stop, y'all. Stay tuned. We got more interviews coming up. This is KT. I'll be back.
All right, good brother.
Yes, sir. All right, what to do, KTTV? We are back, man. We are here. Summer Conference. HAABSE 2023 is all about them connections, man. And so y'all seen we've been rolling all morning. Great interviews, great energy, great vibe from everybody that's been involved. And so now I'm here with the man himself. Hold on, man. Let him see this. Let him see the shirt one time, man. Invest in yourself, man. We got my cousin in the building, man. Mr. Sean Thomas. Y'all see him in the podcast, man, a while back, man. So it's only right that we come back and shake it because we know life be life. Right. And so the last time we talked to him, he was inside the schoolhouse. And so he went on and said, you know what, I'm gonna take this thing on my own. We're gonna make it happen. So before we even talk to him, we want to send man, big shouts out to you, man, for the work that you're doing. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Man, I won't complain, man. What's been happening?
Man, just everything. You said life be life.
Life be
you know what I'm
life,
saying?
man.
So just trying to grow.
Yeah.
Out here trying to secure more business.
Come on, man.
Trying
That's
to impact more communities.
That's it, brother.
Going to
That's
you.
it.
That's it.
And when we talked about the investing yourself, man, I can't wait to get into this conversation. But first, man, give us a little bit of background on you and the work that you're doing even now within the education system.
I am an educator. I taught middle school math for about 7 years.
Yes, sir.
And while I was teaching middle school math, I noticed that we were not teaching our kids about financial literacy. We learned about that probably in the last 2 or 3 weeks of school after the state test. And so I felt it was a disservice. So instead of complaining about it, I said, let me go ahead and create a program. So 7 years ago, created an after school program where students, learn about financial literacy, open banks, invest in stocks, and make real money. And so over the years, it grew. We got a lot of grants, a lot of recognition, a lot of awards. And, our students, just flourished. And they actually start making thousands of dollars while they're in school.
Come on, man.
In high school. And so I never saw it as a business because it was just something I was passionate about. I just wanted to just impact my community, impact the students, and give them a chance. But after COVID, kind of put things into perspective. And last year in March is when I went full time with it. I resigned and, went full throttle with investing in self. So we're in Los Angeles ISD, we're in Houston area, DC, Ohio, New York. So
come on, man. And when you say inside, are you just setting up the programs inside of there?
So it's a combination. So we're in the school district, so we're in the schools. So it's a combination of self-paced or Zoom classes,
okay,
or in-person classes. So we work with organizations as well, and yeah, that's what we do. And we educate the community as well. So not only the students, but we do community workshops. So we parent workshops. So we want to educate all of our people, especially minorities.
And the thing is, like you say, man, I wish that I would have had the opportunity, man, with somebody to come through and talk to me about investing in myself, investing in my future, and showing me how to make some money while I'm in high school, man.
Yeah, for real.
When you're in high school, you get your jobs, but they're gonna hit you with the minimum wage.
Right.
But I could come make my own money.
Right. And these kids are super interested. Like that's their favorite topic. Like whenever I teach, I teach, credit, debt, saving, budgeting, all those different things. And investing is their absolute favorite. Hands down. They understand it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they create the trends. Yeah. They know it's hot. All you gotta do is follow, what's
hot.
And they got the years behind it. The most important thing about investing is time.
Yeah.
And when you're young, you got that.
Yeah, you got that time. Yeah. It's on that back end. You're about 35. Oh, man, I gotta double up. Man, so what's the most you've seen a student make while you were going through the program or while they were going through the program?
I put it on my flyer. And before I tell you, he was we did a stock market competition when he was in 8th grade, him and another student. And so the competition was you get $100,000 in simulated money, and then you invest in real companies and you see how it goes. So they got first place out of 450 teams. They turned 100,000 to 147,000 in 9 months. Ooh. They beat out all the top high schools, the top middle schools. And so I took them to New York. They was on magazines and all that. And so that was when they was in 8th grade. By the time he was a senior in high school, he got the screenshots because I taught him he was investing but also day trading.
Yeah.
So 4,000, 2,000. Yeah. His teachers would let him trade in class because he'd do the work. They'd be like, "Hey man, go ahead, do what you do."
Your thing. Oh, that's what sit down.
So while he was a senior in high school, he making thousands of dollars. He just finished his freshman year at University of Houston. Yeah. And so he's doing that while he's in school.
And the thing is,
man, he's studying finance.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yes. And he should.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, though, man. You and when you teaching them how to fish, man, it's not like it's something where I can't focus on my first year of school because I'm struggling on how I'm gonna eat when the cab closed. Right. I'm struggling on we ain't got that nothing at the house. So once I leave class, I got to go to work for 12 hours, then try to figure out when the work comes. Yep. You taught this brother how to fish and get it on his own, which alleviates some of that pressure on the back end.
Exactly. And we would talk every day, every morning. So it's me, and when me, him, and a couple other people, and we would talk every morning. And he wanted it.
Yeah.
He'd be researching, he'd be doing everything, and just trying to get it. And he started with like $200.
Yeah, come on, man.
And then just grew from there.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so he had to lose a couple times just to kind of you gotta go through it.
Yeah.
And so once he found his way and know what his weaknesses were, be able to address them.
Yeah, man. And for me, well, I'll tell you, man, I'm still not that day trade still baffles me, man.
So,
but I think when I was looking the other day, I think, man, it's just that analysis, man, that technical, just being able to read that chart.
yeah.
Like, 'cause a lot of people just go blind. I like the company, it's down, I'm gonna ride it up. But it could be something where that chart say this ain't time to go up, this time to go a little deeper.
And the chart I had learned from I had learned during COVID actually how to like technical analysis.
Yeah.
I learned from a guy online, Young Cat.
Yeah.
And so now I'm able to, since I understand it, I teach my students how to read that.
Man, and that's powerful.
It's math. So we do charting. So if you can do the graphs and things that we do in regular math class, if you relate that to actual company and how it moves, people buying and selling, and that's what make it go up.
Yeah.
It makes so much more sense. Now you're more interested because money's on it.
Yeah,
I'll be able to translate this in math to me making some money.
Yeah.
And so now they were more interested, and they play games all day. So their mind automatically know how to read those type of things.
Yeah, man. And another thing I remember you doing were the Zoom classes.
Yeah.
So have you had a chance to kind of keep those going, or as the business and the family? Because I know you got your baby. Yeah, man. So has all that kind of kept you away from the Zoom classes, or did you just cut it, or where you at in that area?
I haven't done any like just regular community Zoom classes. I like just open to the public. We have like organizations reach out and do it that way. But what I have done is created self-paced courses on like a website. So how to learn the stock market under 60 minutes, budgeting template. So I have a website where they can get all that information. So you don't have to wait for me to do a Zoom class. You get the information there. It's interactive games and all that.
Come on, man. And when you think about turning that thing into a full-blown business, that's what you gotta have, man. How do I make sure I'm not trading still my time for money?
That's it. That's it.
Come on, man. That's it, man. So when you think about the conference, man, I know you've been down with HAABSE for a while, man. What you think about the conference, man, and being able to watch it as a member who's been down for a while?
Man, it's incredible. I've been down since 2018.
Yeah.
And to see where we've grown since then, like I've been a treasurer since 2019, I believe, or 18, 19. And so just seeing like the growth, the membership, how much we're putting on, the workshops, the membership engagement. This is our second annual conference, and just to see the feedback from everybody, to see like even the vendor tables, we got more vendors this year. We got more, everything just looking real excellent.
Yeah, man.
Like excellence, man. So we just getting bigger and better, and I really just appreciate the growth and everybody supporting.
Yeah, and I had Dr. Mason on, President-elect.
Yeah.
And so we talked about Dr. Andrews, and she said, well, what was going to be my thing? And so putting together the summer conference was her thing as president.
Right.
And so I said, well, Dr. Mason, what's next for you? What's going to be your thing? And she said, I really don't want to even go out anymore. Let's just dig deeper and build up where we at,
Yeah.
And I say, okay, so I'm looking forward to a bigger conference next year.
There we go.
Digging,
we
man.
can keep digging.
Come on, man. So I love it, brother. I love it, man. So then I guess with the invest, like I said, you here as a vendor too. So just being able to kind of get that out going. But what's next, man, for the company, man?
Just growing, just making them content. Again, being a part of this network is amazing.
Yeah.
You have all the decision makers. And so, once you have a good product, it speaks for itself.
Yes, sir.
So you have word of mouth.
Yeah.
And so for us, we want to grow. We want to scale, but I'm making a conscious effort not to scale quickly.
Okay.
Because I want to keep the quality. Make sure as we scale, we keep growing, but have our systems in place. And we'll get there over time, know where we're going. But I don't want to say, hey, we got 1,000 schools right now. Let's do it right and go from there.
Plus the money, you already know how to supplement that money just if you had 1,000 schools on the back end in the market.
There
So
we go.
So man, that's it, man. So when you think about these kids, man, and for anybody who want to go watch this playback, when they looking at that market, what is one thing that you would tell them that kind of invest in yourself tell students?
When we talk about investing in the market, it's not a get rich quick scheme.
Hey,
So time. And one game I like to play is if I would invested 1 year ago, 5 years ago. And so, like even with Apple, if you invested, last year or since January, is up 47%.
Mhm.
So they don't understand percent right away. So I say, look at percent as for every $100, that's how much you would have made. So when 47%, that means you make $47.
Mm.
Since 5 years ago, it's up 300%. So you put $100 in, you'd made 300. You know what I mean? So over time, buy, but also follow the trends. So you guys be on social media and TikTok and Instagram, and you see like y'all make something trending or people talking about it, but somebody making money from that.
Yeah.
So figure out how can that be you.
Mm.
Y'all talking about video games. Who make the video games? Right? Who makes the car or the app that you're using?
Yeah.
Somebody's making money from it, so why not it be you?
Yeah, man, most definitely. That's very important. Because like you say, why not be you? Man, I was looking at I was talking to my lady, she do a lot of shirts and she do a lot of creative things, and a lot of it's on Alibaba. I say, well, do you own any Alibaba? So that,
There
I'm
you
looking
go.
up. They up by like $3 today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So how are you making those extra connections, man, to be able to kind of invest in the things that you watch, the things that you put into,
Yep.
so you can start getting some of them returns back out as well, man. Most definitely. Hey, man.
Buying them Nike shoes, but you own the Nike stock. You got 100 shoes.
Yeah.
But you don't own not one part of the company.
It ain't nothing you can do like that, man. Come on, man. That's it, brother, man. Well, I appreciate you, man, for stopping through and being able to kind of talk about the work that you're doing in the company. It's so important that we are teaching our kids not only STEM to make them competitive, but also financial awareness, so that once they do learn how to get into these roles where they paying the big bags, you know how to keep your money and grow your money, because
Right.
the ultimate goal is to not trade our time for
money. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Not trade our time for money. That's just it. And let them know the value of how money works.
Yeah.
The point of money is not to spend it. The point of money is to make more money.
Make more
So
money.
you don't have to trade your time.
That's it, man.
Money.
Make it grow,
So
man.
once we do that,
Yeah.
once we create that mindset and get them out that consumer mindset, because we know how to spend.
Yeah.
They got them commercials since when you were a baby.
Yeah, go come over here with us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
man.
once we get that mindset out and make them not as materialistic, and forget buying that bag or buying them shoes or buying them clothes. You could do it, but how about you use that money to make some more money?
Mm-hmm. Do what you can now.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, and then that way, later when it all pay off, now you able to do what you want to do.
There we go.
Ooh, but that's that deferred gratification, man. It's hard.
One thing I want to say is when I was a freshman in college, so 20 years ago, and they said if you put $1,000 in Apple stock 20 years ago, today it'd be worth over 700,000. That right there depressed me, man. You know what I spent my refund check on? Some shoes and some clothes,
I had a friend of mine, man. The first thing he did that same day, bought him a car.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, man. But had you known,
dang, what?
And I'm telling you, that's why what you're doing, man, is so awesome, man. Being able to catch people while they're going through that high school, man, to be able to just set the trend. Because sometimes, and a lot of the times, man, for me, I know I'm the only person in my family. And we talking not even immediate family that is into investing. Like soon as I wake up, man, I'm CNBC.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, man. So
Yeah.
that's the whole time. Before I even came here this morning, man, we was looking at Squawk, man, just looking at the numbers. So, yeah, man, I want to say thank you, man, for changing the game, changing the generation, one student at a time.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, man. So if we want to get with you, kind of bring you in, talk more about how to pull you into the schools, how can we find you? Give us the information.
Website is investinyourself365.com. Social media, Mr. Thomas Invest or investinyourself365 on Instagram.
Come on, man. Y'all look, man. Y'all catch up with my cousin, man. I told y'all, man, Mr. Thomas, man. All right, man, but that will do it for us. Make sure y'all get locked in with Sean. So much greatness going on from the Invest Yourself camp. And we'll have more, like I said, later this season so that we can talk just simply about the work that we're doing, how he's moving this thing out, and a little bit about that LA, man, because that's a whole new market, man. Yeah. Being able to come out there and touch, man, you going around the globe, man.
That's our second year. We just finished our second year with him, and the relationship is strong, and the kids is growing, so it's amazing.
Going global. Man, all right, y'all. This is it. Summer Conference 2023. Y'all make sure y'all stay tuned. We'll have more interviews coming up next. KT. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
You ready? What to do, KTTV? We are back. Here's HAABSE Summer Conference 2023. Now, y'all know we've been doing a lot of interviews with the adults, with the leaders, with the principals, with the superintendents. But now, what do we all do this for every day? We do this for the students, right? And so when we get a chance to talk to them, we are very eager and we jump at that opportunity. And not only is this just any student, we have Miss Adriel Mays, Dr. Mays' daughter, superintendent. So how you doing today, Miss May?
I'm good.
Good. So you've been at the conference, hanging with dad, hanging with mom. What do you think about it?
I think this is all really nice. I see the vendors out here.
Yes.
It all looks really nice and everyone's so sweet.
That's good. So now we got the summertime going. Give us a little feedback of the year. What school you at?
I'm at Ailey Fairley College.
Okay, and so you getting it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now you also getting that credit, associate credit?
Yes.
Oh, so what do you hold on, wait a minute. We gotta do that. Shout out to Ailey Fairley College and give Miss Mays in the game here a little good time. Hey, look, I told you, legit over here. We're gonna keep that thing going. So now talk to me about the schoolhouse and the work that you're doing over there at Ailey Fairley College. Like, what is the goal? What do you want to do once you get the associates and head out to the 4 year?
Well, I'm a freshman, so this will be my first year at Ailey Fairley College. But they had a summer bridge program the first 2 weeks of June, and they really drill it into you that this is not a normal high school. This is an early college. So after freshman year, you start taking your college classes at HCC. So you have to be, mature. You're a young adult now. So it's definitely a big change going from middle school to high school. But I'm excited, and after A Leaf Early, I want to become a lawyer.
Oh, there we go. Okay, please let me know so I can make sure to keep you on retainer once it goes. So we just in case here, we like to do a lot of legal stuff. We got to make sure all our businesses are covered. So I'll be looking for you in a few years.
Okay.
So that's cool then. So now with the move, I know you've been doing a lot of moving. Y'all been on the go a lot. So how are you feeling? And then how does that come down to the school, and how do you keep yourself grounded as you get back into school and meet new friends?
Well, it's definitely been a lot of moving, but I would say I'm pretty good at adapting and finding new friends and all that. So I would say the most important thing is definitely treat each new experience like it needs to happen, because I know it's easy to think to yourself, well, why am I here? Why do I have to go to this new school? But every new school I go to, every new city, it's all just a new experience for me to learn and to grow. And if I never came to A-Leaf, I would never be getting my associate's degree. I would never have these great opportunities to do things like speech and debate, to take classes at HCC. So I'm just grateful for every day and just for being able to have all these new experiences, all these new places I've been. But I would also say that just being with my family makes everything better, because I know since we moved in the middle of the school year of my 8th grade year, it was a little difficult because my mom was trying to figure out, well, should we finish the school year out and just be apart for a little while? And my dad, she and her my dad and my mom, they made the decision that, we don't want to be apart from each other. We want to
Amen.
stay together. So we all just came to A-Leaf in the middle of the year. And since we were together as a family, we made it through.
Yeah, that's cool. And so then when you think about going, and so everybody sees your dad as the chief, as the superintendent, like the boss, the man. Now, how is it knowing when you go to school, everybody sees him that way, and you're like, yeah, that's just dad. Like, do you ever have those conversations?
We do have those conversations sometimes. There's like an unspoken agreement between us that he's not allowed at my school. But when he does come there, because of course it's his job, it's like, oh, well, hey dad.
Hey, Dad.
And some of my friends, even to this day, they don't even know. And it's not because it's like a secret. I just think of him as my dad. So
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. So now, when you say the lawyer, you already looked into how long it's gonna take and all the work.
yes, I have looked into how long it's going to take. In fact, I was just talking to some people outside about that and how, once again, I'm just grateful for the opportunities that I have now that are going to make my process hopefully a little shorter.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, being the big sister, you got your kid, your brother and your sister, and so not only have you went through that move, but they've also been through that move too. And so, how do you be the big sister and kind of talk to them to help them kind of understand everything that's happening?
Well, my brother, he doesn't really care where he is as long as, he finds his friends, he finds his extracurricular that he can do. Right now it's jujitsu.
Okay.
That's, I think, the thing keeping him grounded and focused. My sister, she's getting a little older. She'll be in intermediate school next year. So she does have her friends from Austin and other places that she does miss. But, of course, since Texas is so big and so small in a way. It's easy to just for them to get together sometimes, and she uses my mom's phone to talk to her friend. So I would say just with technology and with communication, things have gotten a little easier for them, definitely. Definitely easier for them than when I was their age. But I think also, not to toot my own horn or anything, but me being there has definitely made it better because I make sure to have talks with them. Sometimes they're my age a lot of times. I just talk things through with them. So I'm not really a fan of babying kids after they reach the age of 3.
Hey,
So.
that's it. So now, who is the biggest daddy girl? Your little sister.
Definitely my little sister.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like, I could talk to both my parents about things, but my little sister, she always wants to be with my dad. And I think I was the same way, but she just always wants to be with him. And they have a lot of similarities, the same zodiac signs and all that. They're really similar. And I feel like my dad and I were more, sometimes I almost feel like he's both my dad and my coworker. Because of the way we talk sometimes. He doesn't really treat me like I'm a kid. He talks to me about things like college and, growing up and all those things. So I would say definitely my sister.
Well, I definitely believe that it's working. You hear the maturity when you talk, and just your understanding of the way life works, right? And so each place is a stage, but we got to be grateful for each part. So I definitely agree with what you're saying on that piece. And so then now, summer break. How have you been having some fun this summer? What you been doing?
Well, I've definitely been traveling, a lot of places in Texas, but I also got the opportunity to go to New York a few weeks before my birthday.
Okay.
And that was just really nice. They definitely move at a faster pace than us down here in the South. But, I was able to keep up. And my dad was also able to keep up with me because there were a lot of times on the subway we were thinking, are we going to make it? Because we got lost so many times.
Man, that's cool.
But New York it was really nice, and we had good food, and it's definitely an experience, I would say. But it was just so fun to be with him, to spend time with him, to just accompany him because I know he gets lonely on these trips sometimes.
Yeah, that's cool then. That's cool being able to be there. Well, like I say, you sound like such a great support, awesome daughter, and a great big sister to have around. So
thank you.
I know the best is yet to come for you. So just stand fast, stay appreciative of the opportunities, and stay grounded, because I know that's one big thing. But you sound like you're gonna be that way.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
so give
think
me
so
some.
too.
Give me some. All right. So now, as we leave, we got kids getting ready to start. You got the freshman year. What would you tell one to the students who are going into eighth grade, where you just came from, and then what would you tell your friends who are incoming freshmen on how do they stay?
I would say definitely keep your head up, but your feet on the ground
Hey,
because you are the top dog now as you are in middle school. But it's important to note that since you're top dog, you have to set an example, you have to be mature, and you have to make sure that you're in that mindset to get ready for high school because it is definitely a big shift and you have to start thinking about your future and what you want to do and all that. And I know people say you have a lot of time, but it's not gonna feel like a lot of time. So
yeah, most definitely.
and then for my freshmen, I would say take it one day at a time
One
because
day.
all the upperclassmen I met have told me that it's going to be a journey, it's going to be a trip. You're going to have things that don't seem maybe the fairest. You're going to be thinking, this isn't how they did it in middle school. This isn't what I'm used to. But just take it one day at a time and remember, to just talk through things because your teachers are there to help. And you need to know how to communicate and be mature and just keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah. That's it, man. Well, I sure appreciate you there, Ms. Mays, for coming through, giving us some game on the incoming year for the freshmen and also for the eighth graders. We love to share things like that, and so stay grounded, continue to do your thing, and I'm looking for the best yet to come for you.
Thank you.
All right, well, that will do it. So y'all just seeing Ms. Mays on here. Big shouts out to everybody. Y'all hold tight. We're gonna keep the interviews coming. HAABSE 2023 conference. This is KT. We'll be back. Back. All right. What do you do, KTTV? We are here, 2023 HAABSE Summer Conference. And look, it's all about connecting. And I told you, if you've been checking the interviews between yesterday and today, we are continuously connecting with great leaders, great superintendents, great doctors like Dr. White. So I want y'all to kind of check this out. And if you are here, make sure you stop by the booth, come and talk to us because we got a lot going on. So jumping into what we got at hand, I want to say big shouts out and thank you all for stopping by to give us some time to talk about the work that you all doing here at the African Conference. I hope this ain't in y'all ear too much, but I'm sorry, I'm getting too excited. All right, so please introduce you all, and then I guess we'll jump into the session that you all had next. But please give us a little bit of background. Start with you, Dr. What?
Hi, my name is Dr. Kiana White. I have served in the education field for over 20 years now,
Yes.
teaching, and the majority of my career now has been in leadership development and just establishing leadership pathways, preferably for our underrepresented populations.
Most definitely, most definitely. And somebody got to be that voice, right?
That's right.
All right. So thank you. Okay, Miss Good.
Hi, my name is Nicola Gardier. I'm interim principal at Marlin High School and Marlin Middle School,
Hey.
and Marlin ISD, of course. Um, this is my 18th year in education. I published several books, most recently, Restorative Discipline Practices for Today's Educator.
Most definitely.
I spent a lot of time working with parents on restorative parenting because this is the continuity from the classroom to the home, continuity of services. I have another book coming out on excellence in autism, which is, we're hoping to have it out before school starts.
Yes, yes, and most like you say, as being a special education teacher for so many years before administrator, understanding the importance of having all of those resources that you can for people to understand more about our AU babies and just that world, right? So thank you so much for that. Man, sound like y'all doing some great things right
Hey,
now, right?
making it do what it do.
Man, but Ms. Gardier, I'm gonna pray for you though, because middle school and high school.
Yes, sir.
And it's gonna be the middle schools. Them the real ones right there.
Oh, yes, sir.
God bless you.
That's where you had a fun.
Hey, yeah, literally.
Yeah, that's the fun.
I spent 8 years actually as a vice principal on a middle school campus.
Yes.
And then this is my third year on a high school campus. So just combining both, just combining a little bit of everything. It's going to be interesting.
It is, but
actually.
the good thing is you get to see that transition, like from 8th grade to 9th grade, and
Yes.
that little maturity spurt that happens in between.
Yes.
Awesome.
And the restorative discipline practices will be at full.
Yes, yes. I need you to empathize, understand.
Real quick.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. So now, I know that you are presented at the sessions. And it was two sessions, right?
We presented one together.
Okay, one
this
together.
morning,
Okay.
bringing learning to life.
Yes.
And then I presented with a principal that I serve as a thought coach with.
Okay. And so then I guess talk to me about maybe first your session that you did and kind of what was the motivation behind it.
So we all know that we're struggling with retaining teachers, and everybody knows all the different reasons why we're struggling. So I work in Waco ISD, and Waco has undergone some challenges just historically. And so when the rest of the world is struggling with something, it's 10 times the impact in a school district like Waco ISD. And so we realized a new superintendent came in 2019. She brought in a new team. Many of us had come from another school district, and we came in really hard. We had a sense of urgency, but what we've realized is that you can have a sense of urgency without causing people to panic.
Yes.
And even if you're doing the right things and people aren't ready for it, they're still not going to say either, and they're not going to feel comfortable. And so we had to do some work, and we partnered with the University of Texas to engage in design thinking sessions. And so what we ended up discovering is that we had to work on ourselves personally as a person. Like, who are you? Why do you show up this way? You bring that energy into the space. And then who are we as a team? So district leadership and campus leaders. And so we just had to do the work on ourselves. So it wasn't about fixing the teachers. We had to really examine our underlying issues to try to design a place where people wanted to stay.
Yeah, just that reflection piece, right? Because once you say you show up yourself, make sure you bring your full self, but then understanding the person that you're bringing and the person that you're displaying to others. So awesome work that you got. Okay, and so then the session you all did together, what was more of that?
Yes, so the session we did this morning, we both embarked on a journey with Region 12 and their principal leadership cohort, where we traveled, we worked on visible learning. And so going to schools in Dallas, we also went to Boston and kind of toured some of their campuses out there on common schools.
Okay.
And just to get into it and see the work that they put into bringing learning to life in a visible manner was phenomenal. Both of us are coming from districts. She's in Waco, I'm in Marlin, where our students historically have underperformed.
Yes.
And so being able to take this back to our community, our schools, give our students, or Black and Brown students, a chance to access the curriculum with fidelity. And so we're excited about that journey and being able to pull it apart and make it relevant for the participants that were in the session this morning, so they could bring it back to their campuses. So not only are the students in Marlin and Waco thriving, but students across the state of Texas will benefit from what we're doing.
Yeah. And when you say, I know we do a lot of work with the oncoming schools, right? When you think about the leverage leadership books, the Get Better Faster books, all of those. So that's awesome to be able to just go and delve in a little bit deper on the spot, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
it
kinda
was
jealous
phenomenal.
right
It was phenomenal. Boston, outside of the lobster rolls, it was interesting just to watch the students excited about learning, but more importantly, seeing the planning. And Dr. White and I were just talking about that over breakfast. The planning, the intentionality that goes into planning the lessons for our students will definitely create the opportunities for them to be successful. So that was very interesting.
And it was always a reminder. I'm sorry to cut you.
No problem.
It was a reminder of most of them were in buildings that you wouldn't even expect. They were behind in the back of one was in a assisted living facility. They just had a couple of rooms or a space behind that. And they're high performing students from low socioeconomic backgrounds. So it's just a reminder that we don't need all these new buildings and new spaces to do the work. That if you are clear with what you're teaching, you have a heart for kids, you know your community, you can still work with what you have.
I've heard that word clear a few times today, and it always brings me back to that Brene Brown, right? Clear is kind.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
And so
Unclear is unclear.
Hey, there you go. There you go. So just being able to understand that, and so when you want those performing teachers to perform, then how clear are you on those expectations, or how clear are you on being the person that shows up and have them show up as their full selves every day as well? So awesome work. So did you have any ahas from the attendees of your session?
Oh my gosh, it was so powerful. The way in which we're trying to teach people how to first be compassionate and be real and be authentic and do the work. But the lesson that we designed was intended to do just that. You don't know what you're going to get. Because we're in a standardized testing culture, we're spending too much time pushing students to one answer when in fact life is hard and we rarely can pick one answer choice. And so we provided them some text and they dug deep into it, and a lot of personal emotions emerged in the room that was so natural, that connected to the engaging literature that Ms. Gardier read to the group. And I mean, from people connecting to their childhoods, they had to steal to provide food for their siblings, to a teacher saying, I could connect with my kids and let them know that I am a single mom and I have struggles. So just to connect with the kids that we are more alike than we are different. And so it was beautiful.
That was powerful. That was real powerful, because working in communities where there's a high rate of poverty and knowing that we have students who are going to bed feeling the same hunger pangs that was in the story that was read, but more importantly, hearing the teacher say, hey, I've had those struggles. Not only were we hungry, I had to steal to make sure my siblings ate, so they didn't go to bed and experience what this child in the story experienced. And I'm sure there were times when they did, but being able to make that relevant, real life connections, that was a big aha for me this morning when the adults or the participants got very emotional because the story hit them so hard. That level of connection was powerful.
Oh yeah,
yes,
we saw some tears
We
today.
saw some tears.
We saw some tears today.
We saw some tears this morning in the session, which brought the learning it was even more alive. Because it made it real. This is not just stuff we're writing about. This is stuff that we're living every day. But being able for the students to walk in the classroom every morning and not knowing that what they're going through is what our students are actually living in those very moment when they wake up. So that was really deep for us when that piece. But that was the intention, is for full transparency to bring that learning to life. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal.
But that just keeps hammering on that. Like you say, you can teach me math, astronomy, everything, but I'm not going to do anything until I know that you care about.
That's right.
We talk about it. We
That's
eat
right.
first because we had to walk it out before we went and presented. Then we did a step back. You know, we did our own reflection after, and we're like, okay, the students matter, and they need to know they matter. But it shows up in the planning.
Intentionality.
And the intentionality, it shows up in the level of planning. So,
And then they need to be able to even see, like I had a teacher exemplar where I had highlighted what I expected them to be able to say, but when they bring something different that I'm adding to it, that I'm also learning and honoring what they bring that I may have missed it, that we co-create and learn together. However, I do have expectations. You're not going to pick just anything and I'm just going to say good job. There's some intentions behind it. So you can learn the content, but you can also learn compassion. So like if you hear a student in your classroom saying, I'm hungry, I've been hungry, and I have to try to look out for my siblings, then to me, I really do feel that it's going to lessen bullying. You know, I do. I think that when they build that relationship with each other and that vulnerability, I'm less likely to try to high side and cap on you because I know the struggle. And at any given moment, it could be any of us.
Yeah. And like for me, I'm currently at an alternative school. And you know, when you think about those restoratives, like the dudes, I can always just handle the dudes. Oh man, let's talk about it. But those young ladies, I remember the first day, 2 of them circle. So we went straight to our room, had a little circle, and you know, once you're going through that and having those conversations, the girls found out, okay, well, it's not a big problem, or it's a lot of he said, she said, but they would never have a chance to have that empathy to have those conversations for each other. Had it not for me saying this is what we're going.
Let me tell you that restorative practice, I am sold on it. I am on it. This morning, before we even came downstairs, I had a call from a colleague who's in the hospital right now. And he actually got very emotional, started crying. So we've had so many moments this morning. And he wrote me off a restorative circle that I ran with the staff members. And I had one of my staff members who sings in the choir. She did the Hezekiah Walk of Gratefulness. And he broke down this morning on the phone of the impact that circle had on him in that very moment and how it brought him back when he was coming out of that surgery. That, wait a minute, there's so much to be grateful for, but it's the impact in restorative of listening to each other. And we did that this morning, even when we read this, listening to a fluent person read aloud. But the key was you're listening to me, so you could actually hear me. You know what I mean? And so this stuff is deep and it's powerful.
Yeah, you think about the importance of building in community, right? If we are in community, we're in relation, I'm less likely to really put my hands on you, kind of go against you, even with our teachers.
That's
right. And building that community.
And that connects to our session yesterday because part of our work we had to unpack why we show up the way we show up. We can't build community with kids if we don't have community with each other. And so we had to do in our school district restorative circles with staff, and there's always tears. You would send around, you would just start with something simple as what's on your mind right now, and you will have an assistant principal break down saying, I had to put my adult son out. I just had to because he's not doing anything and I'm not helping him. And that's on my mind right now. I know I'm at work, but this is on my mind. And I used to believe that you had to tuck your feelings, you had to tuck and just you're at work, you're at work. But I've learned that that's not the case. We bring our whole selves to work. And so if that mom is thinking about her son that's out there, then that's going to impact an assistant principal in the way they interact with children. It could be good, it could be more compassionate. If it just depends on how they leverage that story. And so we have to lean into who we are to help leverage our stories in leadership, but also we have to teach our kids how to do it. They can't wait till they get grown to start thinking about who am I, what's my identity.
Yeah, like you say, being able to invite people to, because so many years we were talking, okay, well, all that stays outside, right? And then you got this half person that shows up from work. But when you invite that full self, you invite that empathy, you invite that equity. So awesome work that you all doing right now. My God.
We're on the brink of something.
But one of the things that I also notice is when we're taking ownership, a lot of times we think campus, my campus, and we wrap our arms around those students on our campus. And I do believe we need, and I'm in a small school district, so it's easier for me to think more global when it comes to the entire district. But you have to be sold all out for children. One, on our elementary campus, I saw the impact restorative practices had on my middle school, my high school students. And so what I did after work on my time, I would go to the Boys and Girls Club at the elementary school and run circles. But when I'm walking in the community and I hear a student say, "Hey, Miss Gardier, that thing you taught us, I tried it at home, and my mom actually listened." I was like, "Look at the impact! Look at the impact!" But we have to change lives from where we are, because they're coming to us one way or the other, and their parents are sending us the best of what they have, regardless of what that looks like to us. But this is phenomenal.
Yeah,
work that
that's
we're
how
doing.
my principal always say, like, that baby, regardless of how they act here, that picture is on somebody's mental. Right?
That's a good one.
And so you got to show
Yeah.
up for that baby,
Absolutely.
regardless.
Yeah,
That's it. So now what's next? We got the summer, we got the conference coming. But how are you all finding time to kind of decompress, take care of yourself this summer too?
Well, it's different things that feed me. Sometimes the work that we do feed me. And although I'm technically on the clock at a conference, I've been rejuvenated. I've been able to network and make some connections. So when you think about work-life balance, it's not just necessarily a hard disconnect, because it's hard for me to separate, because I'm really about this in real life too. So this has been a way to rejuvenate. So I like to learn with other like minds. I think that works make the work easier. And but I also like to take trips too. So I just been trying to connect a couple of days to a weekend and enjoy time like that. But next week I plan on doing some fishing.
Okay.
So yeah.
Sit on out there for a little while.
Doing some fishing.
Man, come on now.
Yeah.
That's it. What about yourself?
It's difficult to separate, because I'm always in my downtime. I like to write, which ends up turning into a book. But I'm able to pour out, get it out of me. So it was last week. We went on a rejuvenation retreat, where that's what it was. We cooked, we ate for a couple of days, and we just relaxed and try not to think. But it comes up in the conversations because we're so passionate about what we do. But I too like to travel. I was in Jamaica a couple times this year. While I was there, I did some charity work, because I also have a foundation that I like to give back. But that brings me peace. And so working in my foundation, doing some stuff in my church, it relaxes me a lot. So that's pretty much, it's work, but it's relaxation.
Well, shout out to you all. I'm convinced that there's some great things happening in Waco and Marlin. I feel good for the middle schools. I think you're gonna be all right now. I feel a little bit better after this conversation. It's gonna be fun. Now, God bless them. Is the question, because they ain't not ready.
They're ready.
Yeah, that's cool then. Well, thank you all for stopping through. Awesome work on the conference. I look forward to connecting with you all. I don't know if y'all got a card here or anything.
I don't have a card, but you can find me on my personal website at readycollectlead.com.
That's nice.
And I'm into helping to develop parents who need coaching, because many people don't get coaching, and so I can help coaching. Nobody even has to know. My doctorate is in organizational leadership with the emphasis in effective schools. So I can help with personal development, team development, and so just catch me on that website. I need to work on my Twitter and Instagram. I have pages, but I'm not that active. But you can follow me there too.
Okay, cool. All right, and for the books.
Yes, so my book scoop is Restorative Discipline Practices for Today's Educators. It can be found on Amazon. It can be found at Barnes & Nobles. It could also be found on my website, which is NicolaGardier.com. And also they can leave messages for me there too.
Okay.
So, and Twitter is at Gardier Myers.
Man, well, look, we're just going to say, hey, thank y'all for the work that you all do. And I look forward to connecting later.
I appreciate it.
All right.
You know where to find us.
Look, and I'm going to give y'all one of the cards so y'all can connect on all the social media and then to drop y'all information. Because, like I said, we got the short version of the interviews here. But during the school year, I always like to do a podcast. It's every Thursday for 12 weeks straight. 7:30, and so I love to have you all on to kind of finish our conversation.
Yes, definitely. Please stay tuned.
Thank you.
We'll do. All right. Okay, y'all look. Y'all see me here. We'll be back with more interviews. This is KT. HAABSE Summer 2023. All right, what to do, KTTV? We are back. We are Summer Conference HAABSE 2023. All about connections, like I tell y'all every time. So if y'all seen the podcast over yesterday and today, we are continuously making those connections with awesome educators, and we have the Stafford MSD. Y'all thought I was gonna say ISD or something, right? See, I'm in here. Well, we got Stafford. Are you in Stafford too before?
I used to be. Now I'm in Houston ISD.
Okay, so we do have an ISD in the building here. So we got Miss Atkinson and we have Miss Forward. We talking about Stafford and we talking about HISD. You know it's real over there.
It is.
Okay, then. So we're gonna go talk about it. So both of you are presented at the conference?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna talk about their sessions, kind of talk about the good things that they have going on. Look. Hey. All right, so we'll start out with you. Ms. A, can you give us a little bit of background and your role in Stafford?
So I am an elementary instructional coach at Stafford Elementary School. I predominantly work with reading, language arts, and science as well. I've been in that role for going on 2 years now, and it's been, really a blessing to be able to work with students and support the teachers in their journey towards growth and literacy.
Yeah, man, shout out to first grade. When you think about that literature, my God, that's where it happened. That's where the magic is. Okay, and what about you, Miss Ford?
Well, this year I've transitioned back to HISD, where I was a teacher specialist this year. I just got promoted to Dean of Instruction. Going into that for next year. Yes.
Yeah.
But yes, it's more of just being on the leadership team, leading teachers, coaching teachers as far as instruction and making strategic plans for the kids.
Yeah, that's awesome, though. That's awesome. So congratulations, though. I
Thank
know
you.
it's a good move. And you're going over there probably getting that bag, too. You ain't got to tell them, but I was having over there now. So now, what about you? Like, the session, did y'all present together or was it two different sessions?
It was two different.
Okay, so let's talk about your session.
So my session was called Passport to Excellence, everything you need to know in order to teach abroad while Black as an educator. And basically, we just presented, my co-presenter and I shared out different strategies and ways to basically things that you definitely need to know. Obviously, like when it comes down to racial interactions, when it comes down to preparing for that travel experience if you're wanting to apply to jobs abroad. So all of those really practical solutions, as well as some instructional strategies as well when facilitating English language arts instruction overseas.
Man, and that's what I learned a new word once my friend started working over there. It says expect.
Yeah,
expat. Yeah, that's it. So I was like, okay, I didn't know, but okay then. So now you've already did it.
So I actually taught for 6 weeks through a teacher exchange program between Lamar Consolidated Independent School District and Foshan Middle School Number 3 in Guangzhou, China. And during that 6-week period, I taught, I impacted about 1,100 students with 50 kids per class, a total of 22 classes. And it was really and truly like the most transformative experience of my teaching career. And the inspiration behind the session was to try to, inspire other educators that look like us to take that chance and, make that impact around the world. We are really and truly the most dynamic individuals when it comes down to instruction here in the United States. Like, why not take that?
Yes, yeah, that's it. And so now, when you went out and did that work, and you were in the session talking about it, were there any big takeaways or big ahas that the teachers had inside?
I think that one of the biggest takeaways for sure was realizing that although there are differences in the world, we all still kind of speak the same universal language, which is that we want to be loved and appreciated, and we want to understand those around us. And just learning to have grace for those that have never had the experiences that we have had or the privileges that we have. one thing in particular, when I was overseas, I had a lot of experiences of engaging with Chinese individuals who had never seen a Black person before, ever. And so their reactions ranged from they just didn't know that all African Americans don't know how to play basketball or are not good at it, versus what exactly makes your skin tone brown. I had an older Chinese man walk up to me in Beijing and actually like wipe his finger on my arm, look at his fingers to see if my skin wiped off on his fingers. Like, and in that moment, like, you can react in one of two ways. You can either get angry or you can realize, hey, this is somebody who is in his 80s, possibly 90s, that has never encountered somebody that looks like me. So what does a teachable moment look like for him? What does grace look like for him? And so that is one of the eye-opening moments I think that several session attendees kind of experienced with that. It's like it's not just about getting the certification and getting all of your ducks in a row. It's also getting your mindset prepared for that kind of interaction.
Most definitely. Like you say, I did have some people like that. Well, they want to just touch a hand or something of that sort. Yeah. So cool. All right, and so then, okay, what about you, Ms. Ford? How was your session? And give me some of the, first give me the session overview, and then some of the ahas and takeaways you found teachers taking.
Okay, well, my session was called the Effective Intervention Blueprint. And it was kind of my thinking map as to how I created a campus-wide intervention based on the different districts that I've worked in and what worked, what didn't work, and the bigger successes that I've had this year as far as my current campus. So it's mostly focused on alignment. So you think of all the different tiers of instruction, whether it's tier 1, which is in the classroom, whether you're doing small groups, tutorials, after school, anything, Saturday school. How are you aligning all of that? Like, you don't want kids that are already suffering, that have deficits, jumping from one thing to the next. So it's just a kind of a blueprint of how principals need to think as far as when they're planning those things.
Yeah, most definitely. And how long have you been doing as far as the intervention in those pieces? Like, what's your experience?
Well, this is about to begin my 15th year in education, but I've been an instructional leader for about 6 years.
Okay, so you've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yes, go and tell me one of the craziest things you've seen teachers do. You have to go and be like, are you serious?
The craziest thing, I don't want to say many things.
Michelle, remain nameless.
Too crazy. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I've worked at some really schools that needed intervention as far as the whole campus, and I've worked at some prominent schools. But I mean, the craziest thing, I'll tell you. A parent came to the school to kind of check in on her son. He was, had behavior issues or whatever. So she came one day. He didn't expect her coming. She kind of peeked in the classroom, looked and saw he was acting up. She just walked right in the middle of the classroom and did her job as a parent. I'll say it like that.
That's how my old school mom.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all good then. That's it. So then what's next? Ms. Atkinson, what are you gonna do? Are you thinking about going back overseas, or you got that experience and it's pretty much now you just want to share to encourage more, or what's the plan?
Yes, so my co-presenter Quincy and we talked particularly after our session about the idea of taking what we presented and trying to use it to support other teachers going abroad. So possibly trying to submit some proposals to other conferences, looking at expanding the handout that we created, which was really just like a little guidebook of the different resources that we shared during the presentation. But as session attendees started asking questions on the HAABSE app, it really caused that handout to kind of expand a little bit. So now we're thinking about possibly trying to kind of, turn that into like another work opportunity that's outside of like our main.
Yeah, that'll be good. Well, I want to say thank you all for taking a few minutes to stop by. to give us a little bit of the insight from the sessions. Awesome work that you all doing. Good luck, Ms. Ford, for next year. I know you're gonna do an awesome job because, like I say, the passion. When the passion is there, and kids and teachers know how much you care, I think the sky's the limit. Right. All right, so that's it. Any last words before we get out of here?
I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity, not only for the two of us, but in highlighting and spotlighting all of the excellence that has been at our conference and really helping to create a record of it. I think that there's been, quite some moves that have been made to try to, block that excellence. And so the work that you're doing to help preserve it is incredible, and just thank you so much for that.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yes, I want to say thank you as well for that. Coming to a conference like this really has changed me. My first year was last year. I've gained so many opportunities just by networking, and talk to people, being seen, presenting my knowledge, things like that. So it has really helped me as I grow in my career. And I want to thank you as well, like she is saying, for just preserving everything and giving people a platform, educators, Black educators, a platform.
Most definitely, that's what it's about right there. Because so much greatness, man, and just being able to push people back. I know the teacher shortage, so being able to hear people like, because the pandemic pushed us, but now being able to hear that good side and celebrating, and we can talk about that crazy stuff too, because that's part of it. Like, but being able to kind of in-service that education piece all from all areas. And so, thank y'all for the work y'all doing as well. All right, that's it, y'all. So, 2023 HAABSE Conference. We are here. Y'all stay tuned. We got more interviews. We'll be here for a few more hours. So let's turn it up. KT, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Hey, will you send me that picture?
Okay. What do you do, KTTV? This is KT, and we are here, HAABSE Connect Summer Conference 2023. And so, man, we just been connecting with so many great educators, so many leaders. So big shouts out to everybody here. Thank y'all for stopping by. Man, we got. All right, so thank y'all for like I say stopping by and just the attendance and the work that you all are doing in education. And so let's just go down the line. And so if you could please introduce yourself and your current role in education, I think that'll work.
So my name is Shannon Lumar. I am the Director of Elementary Counseling for Colina ISD. And with that title, I am all things elementary counseling and social emotional learning, mental health awareness across the board with students and staff and parents and families. I also am the founder of my personal business, Heartfelt Changes.
Ties right in with the council.
Yes.
Most definitely the SEL.
I have a school counselor certification, a master's degree in mental health counseling. I am also a trauma-informed care practitioner, youth mental health first aid instructor.
Yeah, most definitely. And in classrooms, we got to have trauma-informed teaching, right? At all levels. So thank you for that. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Monique Turner. I am a professional school counselor. I'm currently the social emotional learning specialist at our high school disciplinary alternative education program. So our DAP placement for this year. I am also a certified educator in restorative practices. So, I'm at Colina ISD, and I work with this beautiful lady, Miss Lumar, right here, and I'm happy to be here.
Yes, as an assistant principal at the DAEP, I understand how important your role is, especially in that restorative, right?
Yes,
Most definitely. Okay, yes, ma'am. And Ms. Leslie?
Well, my name is Leslie Taylor, and I am the Assistant Principal of Operations for Cottonwood Elementary in Cleveland ISD. This is my 22nd year in education. I have a strong passion for education and for instruction. So, along with the operations part, I also believe in building capacity in teachers, and that's what I'm striving to do in my current role. I also have my private business, which is tailoring instruction, in which my focus is on building capacity in teachers so that they're able to reach the needs of all of their kids, regardless of what level they're on.
Most definitely. 22 years in the game. Man, come on now. And how long? How many years in leadership?
This will be my as an instructional coach and as a leader or an assistant principal combined. This will be about 7 years in leadership.
Yeah, that's it. OG's in the game, man. You've seen it go, the good, the bad, and 2020 what brought us the ugly. So we've seen it all. Well, that's good. And so now, did you all present together, or was it 3 different sessions, or how did it work?
So Monique and I presented together, and Leslie presented on the different sessions.
Okay, so you and Miss Monique, what was the session? Kind of give me the session and a little bit of the overview.
Okay, so the session was titled Connections Matter.
Most definitely.
Connecting social emotional learning.
Yes.
Connecting social emotional learning, trauma informed care, and mental health awareness. So with that, we touched on how to integrate social emotional learning, trauma informed care, and mental health awareness into the campuses and district wide. So social emotional learning, that's for everyone. It's everyone's job. Not only the counselors, everyone. And it's not only for the students, it's also for staff and families. So when we model social emotional strategies, identifying our feelings, identifying our triggers, and identifying coping strategies, as adults, we're modeling for students and we are teaching them how to be resilient.
Yeah.
So the social emotional learning across the campus, trauma informed care, exactly what is trauma? What is childhood trauma? What is trauma informed care? How do we respond to the adverse experiences our students and staff members have had. So, being a trauma informed care practitioner, I practice an approach while I'm a practitioner in an approach titled trust based relational intervention.
Okay.
With that, there are three principles: connecting, empowering, and correcting. So, how do we make connections? How do we empower others to be successful? And are we intentional about how we correct? After connecting and empowering, when there are opportunities for correction, how do we correct?
Yeah, and I agree with that. And it's hard in most cases to connect and correct, or correct without that trust, right? Because it's almost like a deposit, and then that correction, that withdrawal. But if I have nothing in, it could get real.
Yes. So you have to
Yes.
make connections first, and people have to feel safe with you and trust you in order for you to be able to effectively correct them.
Most definitely, because I will not accept that feedback. Who are you? Most definitely. Okay, and so then, Ms. Monique, as y'all were presenting, did you see the teachers take away any ahas or any feedback that you all got from the session?
Oh yes, they were making those connections in there with like, so when the students in their classroom, if they're acting out or showing some type of behaviors, they were able to make the connection that maybe this behavior may not necessarily be due to anything that's going on here in the classroom. It could be going on from something that they just haven't unpacked yet, from a childhood trauma or something else that's going on at home, a stressor, any traumatic experiences that they may be bringing in. And then also the connection of them being as the teacher in the classroom, what traumatic experiences are they bringing into the classroom when they're interacting with their own students sometimes, and just being more aware of that and more cognizant of, okay, I need to step back a little bit and see if I've handled those things with myself before interacting with the student as well.
Because I will deflect and transfer.
Yes,
quickly.
absolutely.
Yeah, especially in that DAEP. Like,
Oh, yeah.
When you take me there, we gonna go there. Yes, that's it. Then I understand totally. And so then, Ms. Leslie, talk to me a little bit about your session.
So my session puts an instructional twist on social emotional learning. And it focused on the cultural responsive teaching and how to take those connections that you're building with students and the power of building relationships with students so that you're able to make positive impacts on their learning. So we know that kids don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so building those relationships with kids in the beginning, authentic relationships with your kids in the beginning and throughout the school year, so that you can make instructional decisions and moves based upon interest, based upon their abilities, based upon their learning styles. All of those have a positive impact on your instruction and student learning when you're working all of those things together. And so when you take a moment to just actually get to know your kids and get to know their interests, then you're able to incorporate some of those things into your instruction. And when kids feel a part of the learning process, they become invested. And so that was really what my session was about: building authentic relationships with kids, empowering them to be able to see themselves in instruction and in their learning, taking ownership of their learning, but also being able to value other people, their cultural differences, and having a voice. So many times our kids feel like they don't have a voice. And so many times as teachers, we get so stuck in a scope and sequence that we forget that there are people that is on the receiving end of the teaching that we're giving. And learning isn't happening, teaching isn't happening if students aren't learning. And so just being able to tap into those realisms and those opportunities for teachers just to kind of reflect and make some changes as they're moving forward and starting their new school year was very powerful in our session.
That reminds me of the teacher who says, "Well, I taught it."
Right.
Yes.
Don't know what
Yes.
happened. They should have got it. But at the end of the day, like you said, if there's no learning, there's really no teaching.
Yes.
Yes, most definitely. So powerful sessions, man. And so when I think about that clean, I talked to a guy yesterday, Mr. Hicks. You know,
Yes,
Central.
yes. He's
Yes,
one
and
of our
so
administrators.
yeah, so he talked a lot about the Abbott and all those things y'all got going down there.
Mhm.
And so then now whew, with the trauma informed, how are you kind of setting that out on the campuses? Are y'all doing PDs? And if you can you give us a little bit of background on what that looks like inside of the class?
Yes. So, as the director, I offer annual training. I prepare the annual training
Yes.
for the district.
Mhm.
And then I offer professional development for counselors. So, the professional development that I give to them,
Yes.
they take that information and turn it around on campuses for
Okay.
staff.
Yes. Mhm.
Then they will specifically work with teachers who may be having some challenges to help them use some of the strategies and practices in the classroom
Mhm.
to benefit the students.
Most
So you
definitely.
might see that in the form of calm down boxes
Yep.
that's prepared for students and
Mhm.
placed on the desk so that at times that they need to regulate, they proactively teach them how to identify their feelings, how to identify what their body's feeling when they're getting to that point,
Mhm.
what feelings are they having, and what do you need to self-regulate. If that is a stress ball, maybe take a little time to do some coloring or drawing, deep breathing exercises. So that's either some things that have been placed in a calm down box, or the teacher may have a calm down corner where the class there's no classroom disruption, has already had conversations with the student, and they know that when I'm getting to this point, I can just stop, walk to that calm down corner, take care of myself, and I have a certain amount of minutes, and I walk back to my desk.
Most definitely. And like you say, being able to have that trust and just understanding, I understand what you need. And then this is our relationship where I care about you enough to go handle it and then come back. Just don't take advantage of it. Don't be
Yes.
trying to get up when you don't want to do your work.
Yes.
Yes.
So
most
setting
definitely.
boundaries.
You gotta set
and
that up, though.
Teaching them
Yeah.
how to effectively use that time.
Yes, yes. And so then Miss Monique being at the DAEP. Ooh. So
So this will be my first year coming up.
Oh,
At the
coming up at
DAP.
God
Yes.
bless you. It's gonna
And
be fun.
It is, and it's
Yes.
going to be with high school students.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I love working with. So I am excited
Yes.
and interested to see how
Yeah.
we can incorporate some restorative practices,
Yeah.
social emotional learning, just teaching them the basic life skills of how to handle conflict, how to communicate, how to self-regulate themselves. So I think it's gonna be great. I'm excited.
Yeah, and I agree. For me, that last year was my first year as assistant principal, and I did high school too. So trust me, I know what you're talking about. But for me, it wasn't the guys; it was the young ladies, right? And so when they came in, it was fast, and furious, and a lot of the time it was because they had already bumped heads with each other on the campus, and so then I remember having almost 16 fight. And then at least 10 of them came over here. And like, of course, the AEP is not as big, hallways is not as big. And so they are watching and looking at each other as they pass in the hall. I'm sitting out there biting my nails. But the first time that we had any kind of issues, we head into the room. We call it a blue room. Where we're doing restorative circles, right? And so then I'm trying to build this empathy between these young ladies, having them talk to each other. And when I tell you, I was surprised, but it worked. We didn't have zero fights. I had 3 fights from the young men throughout the school year, and 0 fights from the young ladies. And pretty much everybody was there for getting into it with each other. So just being proactive and looking. And then, like you say, being culture responsible and keeping them going inside of their classroom too, because that's where it really could have had the chance. Because I remember a lot of the times the girls over here would be in the corner, and of course they didn't care. They talk loud, so the girls over in their corner could hear them, right? And so then you gotta do something about it. And so when you're thinking about the culture responsible, what you're doing out in Cleveland, like how are you setting that up on your campus? What does that PD look like for teachers?
So this will be my first year in Cleveland.
Okay, cool.
So, but what I've done as far as professional development in past with working with past teachers is just really honing in on the first couple of days of school and getting them to understand that we don't need to jump right into curriculum, but that really is a crucial time to just really get to know your kids, having those authentic, moving away from those all about me worksheets that we've, kind of done in the past and the collages and all of those things that we've done in the past, and really work on developing authentic ways to get to know your kids and creating an atmosphere where kids feel safe to be able to talk. Because the sooner that environment is established in your classroom, when it comes time to actually doing the work and getting the work done, then kids will be more willing to take risks. So, back to school PDs, we talk about the importance of that. I provide teachers with a lot of different strategies that they can use in their classroom. We look at different examples, we model that. We actually, as adult learners, we actually work through and do those strategies together as a team. And then we talk about different atmospheres and environments in which those strategies can transfer. So we talk about, taking it from like a generic, all about me kind of strategy, very generic. And then what will that look like when we start moving into instruction, so that they will understand too that it's not one more thing that they have to do for teachers, because that's the biggest thing, right? We want to make sure that our teachers are walking away from different PD sessions feeling like they have something that they can use on a continuous basis, and it's not a checkbox. And it's not a checkbox for them, it's not a checkbox for admin, and it's not a checkbox for kids. So that's the biggest thing for me.
Most definitely. Now, we've done a lot of talk about making sure teachers are set up for success, students are social emotional. But the question now is, how are we taking care of ourselves this summer? So, starting with you, have you found any time for yourself to make sure that your social emotional space is in a good place before you head back?
I have. I've been trying very hard to practice what I preach.
Hey.
So I've tried to set some boundaries. So again, the job I have in the size district,
Yeah.
it can be overwhelming. And summer is the planning time for the upcoming year. And then I'm also trying to get my personal business off the ground because I'm passionate about trauma informed care and just really teaching people how to listen to themselves, to their bodies, and to others, to make connections and form trusting relationships. So with all of that, I do set some boundaries. So there's a time that I cut off and I relax my brain because I'll call myself cutting off, but then my head ideas are still going. So I'm intentional about spending time with my family.
Yes.
A couple of weekends ago, my husband and I took a trip. And so, like, even being here, my mom is here with me. My sister is a vendor.
Yeah.
After hours, we made time to just have some fun.
Have some fun. That's what it's about right there. All right, Ms. Monique, I know you just come back from Jamaica or somewhere. What's happening?
Well, I did just come back from Japan.
Hey, konnichiwa. That's cool.
So, my self-care, it's funny because as a counselor, a school counselor, and I've worked with, this is going to be my 12th year in counseling or in education, 10th year in counseling. And I've worked with all grade levels. And a lot of times I always suggest to our students about self-care, try journaling. Have you tried writing out your feelings? And what's crazy is I always suggest that, but I've never tried it myself. So that's one of the things that I did start doing this summer is journaling. Just journaling my thoughts, my emotions, my feelings about things, and just really going through that processing that I, like Miss Shannon said, practice what you preach. And if I'm suggesting these things to our students to try, I should try it as well. So journaling, and then positive affirmations. just giving myself more self love along with the self care.
Yes.
And so that's what I do. I love traveling. I love eating. Good food always makes you take take good care of yourself because food tastes good.
I'm telling you, it just puts you in that happy place.
Yes.
Yes,
And
most
so
definitely.
that's some of the things that I like to do. Just practicing self love and traveling and journaling. That's been really big. I like it. So now I can actually genuinely suggest it to the kids while knowing exactly what it can do for them.
Most definitely. I'm gonna make that testimony a little bit more popular.
Yes.
Yes. And what about yourself, Ms. Lynn?
Well, Miss Lumar and we've worked together for a while, and she knows I go hard in the paint.
Yeah.
So being honest and transparent, this is an area, self-care is an area that I am growing in because I promote it for others, and I believe that it's important for other people to do. But for me, I don't always do that. So that's an area that I am growing in and getting better and being more intentional with. Starting this summer, so I have been more intentional about exercising and just trying to get my head and turn my mind off.
Yes.
Because for me, that's the biggest thing, just being able, I can do all the things, but getting my mind to turn off is an area that I really have to focus on. So I've been more intentional about that piece.
Most definitely. Well, I want to say thank you all for coming through, spending a few minutes just to talk about the work that you all doing, and talking about that self care, right? Because that reflection piece of taking that time, especially directly, being in that SEL. I think it starts with us because no matter how cliche it sounds, we can't pour from the empty cup. Like there's simply nothing left, so we have to stop, take care of ourselves, regroup, refresh, rejuvenate, and then get back in the game. Okay, so how can we starting with you, how can we find you, especially for the personal business knowledge and stuff? How can we locate?
Okay, again, my name is Shannon Lumar. My website is Heartfelt Changes. That is www.heartfeltchanges.com.
Yes. Okay, that's it. All right, Ms. Monique, you got anything on the side you promoting? What you?
I'm working on some stuff, but it's not. I don't have anything official
Drop.
just
Getting
yet.
ready to
Yeah.
ready to just
It's
drop
coming,
it. Yeah.
it's coming.
Okay. What about you, Ms. Lev?
So my website is tailoring, TAYLORING .instruction. And that's just for any principals, districts that want to have me come out to do professional development. I'm willing and able to do anything that they need, from classroom management to instructional practices. So anything. And then also, I didn't put a plug in for our nonprofit, which is Literacy for Life. And so I definitely want to do that, just promote that, because it's very important for our kids to learn how to read at an early age. And learning starts at home. So Literacy for Life, our nonprofit, is designed to put books in the hands of kids and at home, so that they're able to have home libraries and have books that are easily accessible for them.
Most definitely. Well, all right. Once again, I want to say thank you all, and I look forward to connecting more. Like I say, we do the podcast 12 weeks out in the fall, and then another 12 weeks in the spring, and so we can just come on and finish the conversation a little bit more, because I think y'all got some cool stuff going down there in Killeen. I think a little bit more about that. So now y'all work together.
We do.
I mean, but you worked with Miss Shannon before.
We have in the past.
Okay. I
Yes,
thought she was leaving you now. Say what you
No.
I
Look,
didn't
she
know.
would say that I left her.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So now it's coming out. I see it here. All right. Well, I want to say again, thank y'all, and I look forward to just sharing this out with people. All right. Well, thank y'all.
you for the opportunity.
Look, y'all, we closing this out. HAABSE 2023 just finished. This is almost like a panel or something. I'm gonna have to call. So look, y'all make sure y'all catch the playback. Once again, if y'all watching, make sure to stop by the booth. Give us some of the reaction that you're doing, and we'll keep on sharing out this good stuff with everybody. All right, this is KT. We'll be back. Uh, oh man, what to do, KTTV? We are here, HAABSE Summer Conference, and like I say, we've been talking to so many educators, so many superintendents, so many principals, but now it's always to get feedback and great feedback from the school year from who? The people we do everything for the students. So we got some students here first. I'm gonna let y'all say y'all name and what school y'all go to. So say your name first.
Austin,
And what school you at?
Al, Reese,
Okay, come on.
Alex, and we both go to the same school, and it's Reese. I'm going to first grade.
First grade.
And she's going to fourth grade.
Are you going to fourth grade? Man, I would have said I thought you was in second grade.
And we everyone gets our names mixed up because we look like twins.
Yes, yes, yes. But Austin, Austin,
No.
Austin, Alex, Alex, Austin. Fourth grade. You about to go to fourth grade? So that means did you do super great on your star last year?
He
you
has
get
a
the
late
result?
birthday.
Oh, okay.
No,
then.
I
So,
don't.
Look. So now, just having you all on. So how y'all feeling? How's the summer going?
Good.
What y'all doing this summer for some fun?
Just going on road trips and the pool. We're going swimming.
Yes.
And, we're going to like restaurants for our birthday because my mom, she's like has to travel a lot.
Yes.
On my birthday and like days around my birthday, so we're going to this restaurant like a week before my birthday.
Yes. Okay, that's cool then. So talk to me about new school last year, right? Coming in to A-Leave, coming in to Reese. Did you like it? Did you make some friends?
Yes, I have a bunch.
Have a bunch of friends.
Yes,
So
a lot.
Okay, and then y'all did the summer fest. So what was the best thing you did about this summer? Because y'all went to summer school, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was the best thing y'all did? Yeah, summer camp. So how was it? Tell me.
Pretty good.
Okay. So what did you do, Alex? Give me one thing you did that was fun this summer.
Like we got like they were spraying powder and they got in our hair. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Oh, so y'all just like getting dirty and having fun this summer.
I kept
Yes.
pulling, and you can go swimming, but our mom picks us up early before that.
Yeah.
And you also like get to do like this powder on this on this day. Like you get to get powdered from the counselors. Like they throw colored powder on you when you run around in the circle.
Yes.
And then it washed out of this plain white shirt. Now it's no longer tie-dyed.
Yeah, that's okay. So that, but y'all
Which
did
is
do it.
horrible.
But that's kind of like when I do
Supposed to be a souvenir.
when I do like runs and it's like a powder run. So when you're going through, they like throw all the stuff on you. But I do think it comes off as well. So now you go in the fourth grade.
Mm-hmm.
So in A-Leave, the fourth grade is kind of like the last grade in elementary. So you're about to be the oldest kid in the school and the big kids of the school. How do you feel about that?
Like I am gonna not miss my brother. He hugs me too tight whenever he sees me.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
No, it's too tight. I can barely breathe.
Now, did you tell him it was too tight?
Yes.
She didn't tell you that. I have somebody who says you did not tell him that. So
I did.
Okay, look, she just told you though, Alex. Look, she said it was too tight, man.
How was it too tight? I was just hugging her like that.
Yeah, just showing some love. Okay, so then now, Austin, when you get ready for wait a minute, hold on, let me talk to Alex. You going to first grade?
Yes.
So how was kindergarten? Talk to me about that. New school.
It was good.
It was good.
And I got new friends. And there was a park, and it was it was medium. And like at Camp Quillion, there's a huge park.
Yeah. You said it was a huge who?
a huge park and there's a tire swing. There's only one swing there.
So then you had to learn how to share.
No, literally, there's only one swing there. Only 4 people could
Barely
go
any
on.
But it was fun. Did you have fun?
Yes.
That's all that matters. Well, it was fun, and we just got to make sure, right? Because at this age, that's got to be the goal. Go to school, get your work done, and then make sure you having fun while you getting the work done. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's good. So now, Alex, give me one thing that you remember from kindergarten that you'll never forget.
That I miss my teachers.
You miss your teacher.
Yes.
Now you'll
a
get.
lot.
Well, that means your teacher did a great job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely. And so, what about you? Give me one thing else that you remember from third grade that you'll never forget.
The hot sun.
The hot sun. Okay, well, what about fun? That was fun. One thing you remember.
Oh. Chasing people.
In the
And
hot sun.
tag.
Chasing people
And
in the
tag.
hot sun.
No, when it was shady.
It was shady. Okay, got to make sure. Now, did you stay hydrated?
Yes.
Okay, you got to stay hydrated, man. Okay, so then I guess Alex, first grade.
Yes.
You know that's when all the reading is gonna happen.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes. I'm just so excited, and my friends are gonna be there.
What's the thing you most excited about?
Just spending time with my friends.
Spending time with your friends. Did y'all connect over the summer? Did y'all go have like some play dates and anything?
He went to his friend's birthday party.
Where they had the party at?
Their neighborhood pool. It had 2 water slides.
Did they have pizza and food?
Yes.
And 2 water slides?
Pizza and cake. Mm-hmm.
Did you eat a lot of cake? You ate a lot of cupcakes?
Even they also had pretzel sticks and Capri Sun.
Oh, so y'all did it up this summer. Y'all know my birthday just passed too. It was July 1st.
July 1st?
Yes. It was fun. There was a lot of sleeping going on my birthday.
Sleeping?
Yeah, there was a lot of sleeping going on from other people. You know, it still was a fun birthday though. I was in Jamaica.
Jamaica. What's
Yeah.
Jamaica?
I never heard of Jamaica.
I have heard of that.
Yes, I had.
How
It was
long
fun. That was my
trip
first
to
time
go?
going. It took 3 hours, and
3
we stayed
hours.
there for like 5 days.
5 days.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Were there fireworks?
Yes, it was fireworks.
And when at the 4th of July, there was only lots of candy.
But yes,
At
yes.
the 4th of July, we went to our neighbor's house, and then the fireworks, like when they were fading out, before it started fading out, it was so close. And then Alex went like this. That's too close for comfort.
But look, it was loud too, right?
And one of them sparked on the ground.
Okay, that's dangerous.
It didn't start, but no one was hurt. None of the staff at the clubhouse was hurt, and they put the sprinklers on that were on the golf course. Like they turned them on, and so like there was no
Make sure
fire.
keep it kind of saturated and
Mhm.
moisturized.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good. And then so now, what you was gonna say, huh?
I was gonna say one of them. It didn't start fire, but when we looked on the ground, it sparked on the ground. I already said that. And I know.
He was just backing you up, making sure he could explain it a little bit more. And then what you say? What else you got to say, huh?
I also have to say, we were playing Marco Polo. It's like when you close your eyes.
Yes.
I rolled down the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were laying on the tarp. It was on the hill, but you could only like stay in the tarp according to rule.
Man. Okay. Well, I remember doing that.
And the tarp was not really that big.
Yeah. Oh, so you had to try to stop yourself before you roll off the tarp.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I remember that day.
And then someone said you have to crawl if you're not it, and I'm like, no.
It was the best place to watch the fireworks, though.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it was so close. It was a blue one that sparked on the ground.
Well, y'all been here with mom and dad for the last few days. What did y'all think about like all of the moving around and
I like
all
the
of the adults?
fish.
Okay,
I
okay,
like
y'all
the fish
checked out
that
some
are
Woody
in the
Garden
pond.
stuff.
There were like fish in the pond.
Yes.
And I like the water park.
Mm.
The only bad thing is that we had to leave because one of the lifeguards said they saw lightning.
Yeah, you got to get out the pool with lightning. And why is that? Because what's first every time? Safety.
Safety.
Safety is always
And
first.
the inside pool was freezing cold. And then when our mom told us to get out, it just started getting warm.
Did y'all go down the slides?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We went down the slides, and we were gonna go through the little play area and the lazy river. Like the lazy river leads to it, but we didn't have time to go there.
Yes.
So yeah.
Well, I think y'all sound like y'all still had a good time so far these last few days, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could touch the fish in the pond.
Oh yeah. What kind of fish they had? Was it goldfish?
Like koi fish.
Okay, yeah. I like those fish. Yeah.
And like we got to have a movie, and like the bounce house was huge. It was pretty huge.
Now I heard this
Pretty
summer
small.
it was all about the Little Mermaid.
Mhm.
Did y'all go see that movie?
Yes.
I did. He didn't because he was with dad.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? Get a little dude time. That's okay.
And we were watching the Mario movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Now,
we
that's
got to
more-
watch
yeah,
it
yeah.
for like a limited time.
Yes. Yeah.
It was so cool. He said, and then he went like this. Mario is so dumb.
What, you like the Mario movie?
Because like he was so funny.
Yeah.
He was pretty funny. And Luigi, how's he afraid of ghosts? Like why?
But I thought that was in.
They're
Look, man,
ghosts,
you gotta
Alex.
understand the history of this Mario, man. When they had the Nintendo back in the, you ever heard of Nintendo? Not the Super.
We have one.
No, but y'all, I'm talking about the old school. Did y'all
Oh, the
know?
one with the Pac-Man, like the gray one.
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
red
yeah,
buttons.
yes. Do y'all remember that? Y'all ever seen that before?
There was one of them, like some of them at the mall. You could like test play on them.
Yeah.
The Pac-Man was hard to play because he had his thing upside down, and then he gave it to me when it was upside down.
Yes.
And yeah, that was his fault that he kept losing.
But
and,
Mario.
And I'm the one who turned it upside right, so I kept winning.
But in that old school first Mario, they always had ghosts, and they had
Ghosts.
Did they have ghosts in Mario?
I
they
think
had things that was they had the ghosts, they had the dragons and all that.
There were
stuff.
dragons.
Yeah, man, beat the dragon. You gotta have like the fireballs and stuff like y'all. See, y'all don't know nothing about that, so that's why y'all got. It's a little bit more history to the movie.
They play Mario Kart. They don't
See,
know.
y'all on the new Mario like that. But that old Mario with Mario and Luigi, you get your mushrooms, and you get big, and you get your stars.
And the shell. The star is the ultra power.
But when
At
you get the
the
star, what
clubhouse,
happens?
There was like this gym, and then there was like a place for the parents to put their kids, and there was also like Mario, in Mario Bros. 3D, and you could like turn into cast when you hit the bell.
Yes.
Or you could like get something. I can't remember like what the pattern was.
Okay.
Because like one time you get the cat, and then another time you get the cat, and then you get like an achievement, I think.
Well, look, I just want to say, you guys
And it had the
seem
tubes.
so smart, so awesome, right? And so I am pretty sure that y'all always make y'all parents happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. So then I want to say
I
next school
scared my
year.
mom once.
Well, that's fun though, right?
No,
Remember what I
I
said?
scared her like because I found like these baby birds, like they had fallen out the birdhouse.
Did you throw it on?
No, they were like they fell out the birdhouse. So we put like a string and a container on it. Like we tied it on the birdhouse for
Yes.
the parents to come back.
Yeah.
There were 4 babies, but 3 of them died, and then one of them survived.
Yes.
he named it Kion.
Who?
You did.
I didn't name it Kion. I thought I
We
named it
agreed on that.
Raphael.
Raphael?
No, he named it Kion.
How did I?
He named it Kion.
Yes.
I remember those kind
Okay.
of stories.
All right.
My mom, when she first saw the baby, she went like this. What is that?
Yes, because y'all was loud. Well, she probably was surprised, right?
It was like a newborn baby.
That's what I'm saying. You don't too much see baby birds because moms always
The
protect them, right?
moms and the dad, it wasn't like coming back that soon.
Yes.
So it took a while, but then one day when we came back, we found it gone.
Yes.
Like it had flew away, and then like the next year we found another bird. We were like leaving it in our backyard because it couldn't really fly.
Yeah.
And then we were taking a walk and we saw it on the road.
Yes.
Flattened by the car.
Now the question is, how awesome is it if you notice like the same way our parents take care of us was the same way like the mama bird took care of the little babies, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. So then you think about all of that. It's all about instincts, right?
Except they didn't regurgitate their food.
You didn't see that?
They didn't regurgitate the food.
What animal? The animals do that too, though. Don't they?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I seen that.
No, wait. Only like the birds do that. Our parents don't
Birds,
do that.
no. Parents don't do that, but animals do.
No.
Well, if you got a little small baby, sometimes I've seen you where mom would chew the food up.
Yeah, that's not regurgitating though. Like
No, they didn't throw it back up, huh? Okay, that's different. All right. Okay, I got you on that. Thank you so much for that. You see? Oh, you're a genius. All right. Well, look, I want to say thank y'all for stopping by and talking to us about some of the good stuff y'all did this summer. The first grade. How you excited about? You excited, right?
Yes.
Let me see your excited face for first grade. Thank you. That's the first grade excited face. Let me see your fourth grade excited face. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta turn that back out. That was your excited face? You gotta look.
Actually, this is my
All right. Okay. So thank y'all. Now I think your mom watches, so tell them. Yeah. You ain't gonna tell them bye on the screen. They can watch you right there.
Bye bye.
All right. Hi.
We'll see you later.
No, you're gonna see them in a second.
See you in a second.
All right.
Goodbye.
All right. Oh, and then we close it out.
Yes. Can you hear yourself?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Let's see. Making
Are
sure.
we on camera?
Yeah, we live. Oh, hold on, wait a
Hello.
minute. I want to do one thing. I want to reconnect that feed for LinkedIn. Okay, we are live. What to do, KTTV? Look, we are closing out day 2 of the HAABSE Conference, summer 23. Remember when I told you it's all about connecting? And so as we get ready to roll out, I wanted to make sure that we catch some people because I got in trouble. My schedule. We didn't stick to the schedule right, but we're gonna keep it 100 here on the Education Unleashed podcast. Because we know when we up inside of those school days, that schedule sometimes get ate up. We got them schedule killers, and so but we are here now. So I want to say thank y'all for stopping by and coming through and showing some love today.
Thank you for having us.
All right. So now, please introduce yourselves and then tell us your current roles in education or in the corporate world.
Okay. Yeah, I will start. So again, first of all, thank you so much for having us. We're really grateful for this opportunity. My name is Anouk Brumfield McIntyre. I've been in corporate America for 32 years. I currently am a senior partner and vice president for IBM.
Yes.
And through my corporate career, I've had the opportunity to lead large global teams. I'm kind of known for starting up and transforming people, processes, and organizations.
Come on now.
And so over the last 5 years, God has really been speaking to me to walk in my purpose. And God has been telling me my purpose is to help equip his people to make sure that they had the tools and resources to be the best version of themselves. So I've had the opportunity to partner with some phenomenal people, including Dr. Floyd that's sitting right here with me, where we have started a business called Course Crew.
Course Crew.
Okay.
And so we've been working in the
Sounds
background
real.
since last year. We are launching our first course in September. And what Course Crew Vision is to just help people become the better version of themselves, to give them those tools and resources. We're planning to focus on various industries, but we are starting with the education industry. And Dr. Floyd is an expert educator. She's been in the arena for 30 years, served as a teacher, a counselor, and now an assistant principal. And we want to make sure what we're doing is impactful. It's addressing gaps. And so a big gap that she's noticed when she first got into the classroom, and also now as she's seeing other teachers, as she is an AP now, is the gap around how do you structure a classroom? And so we have a course called The Secrets to an Epic Classroom with Dr. Floyd.
Look at those keywords now. Secrets, epic. We need that.
Yes.
Look.
I love it.
But when you think about doing that structuring, because a lot of my work is structuring, helping teachers structure high need classrooms, right? For those, I did a lot of emotional disturbed work for about 15 years. So then I'm able to go in and help teachers set up for those unidentified kids inside of their classroom, because that is important. But sometimes just coming out, and when you think about the readiness that some of our ACP programs are getting, you need courses like that because they're not like right now it's going so fast. Just do these modules and we'll let you go take your test.
Exactly.
Yes. So we need that.
And and I went through the alternative certification program. No one taught me how to any strategies on how to do classroom management at all. So I taught high school for 5 years, and going into high school and kids all over the place, I had to go to like veteran teachers, ask them questions, and all of the strategies that I've learned up to this point, I say, hey, you know what? We decided, let's put it all together. Let's think of some modules. And not only that, we're putting it together all together. We're showing you what we're talking about, but But the deal is how.
Yes.
And that's where what makes our course unique, because we have 3 different modules. The first module is what you're going to do at the beginning for classroom management. You got to put in, you got to have your classroom rules.
Yes.
You got to have your procedures in place. You have to have, all these different things, including as soon as the student walks in, because you don't know where they've come from, you need to speak to them, acknowledge them, that they matter. So that's number one. And then going into, the rest of the things like, okay, make sure you have this in place. Make sure you have that in place, building those relationships.
Most definitely.
Man, with
Yeah.
parents,
Yeah.
let me tell you,
Look.
we were talking earlier and we were talking about me working in a junior high. And that is the key. If you are an educator, you working in junior high, the main key is developing those relationships with parents.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, you gotta involve the parents.
You gotta involve the parents. Now, some of them, they're not gonna like you.
Yeah.
And some of them will go off on you. I've been cussed out many times.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm talking about like-
Cussed out.
No, this is the line here. Well, y'all probably not doing these hours. Why you calling me?
Exactly. What you calling me for?
Oh my
What
God.
you calling me for? Because when we drop them off to you in the morning, up until 3:45, they're yours.
Oh no. Then you go to school for this?
Yeah.
Oh.
But then the whole thing changes, especially being an assistant principal now.
Yeah.
It's when you start giving discipline.
Yeah.
Now then it's like, oh yeah, they're all yours. But then as soon as they start acting up,
Now I'm picking on.
you picking on them. You picking on them. Why you picking on my baby?
Yeah.
Why my baby have to go to in classes? Well, we still got to teach them
Yeah.
how to be productive citizens in the world. So when you go out and you are driving a car, right?
You can't just
speed without getting a ticket, right?
Well, I don't feel it's fair.
Yeah. It ain't fair. It ain't fair. Yeah, that's not fair. Why you picking on mine?
Yeah, that's it.
So what I'm saying is, what I noticed that even those parents who cussed me out, they'd even come back and apologize to me. You know why? Because I built relationships with them, and this is what I did. I talked to them. I called them and said, "Hey, look, I'm just going to be honest with you. Your kid is amazing. You have a wonderful kid. Your kid is very smart. But at the same time, let's work together on how we're going to help this baby."
Most definitely. And that's what it's about.
And ever since then, they'll come back and apologize. Say, "Oh, you know what? I'm sorry for cussing you out the other day when you said my kid had to go to ISS. I'm so sorry."
That's it.
And now you got a whole team on your back.
And
Now
that's
you got their support.
Most definitely.
So going back to the teachers in the classroom, same thing. This kid is acting up in my classroom. Okay, you give them strategies. Okay, what do you about this? What about that? What about this?
Yeah.
But you mentioned something about ACP. A lot of our ACP teachers, they don't even last up to December.
Yeah. Because they thought, oh, this ain't what I thought.
They get frustrated.
They get frustrated
because they don't know how. Nobody taught them how.
Nobody taught them how.
Yes.
And that's what our course is about. Yes. This is how you do it. Yes. Right? And not only that, we're going to set up dates where you're going to talk to me live, even though these are courses and these are courses that you take at your own pace. But we're going to set up some live calls. You get all of that
Mentoring
whole package,
is key.
that mentoring. I'm going to mentor you in everything and say, hey, how did things go?
Yeah.
When you put this in place, what happened? And if you have any additional questions, I got you. Yeah. I got 30 years in the game.
30. I know a little bit.
Yeah, I know a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I've
And
been through
I'm
some
not
stuff.
perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm going to give you what worked. And how I support teachers, especially from ACP program or first year teachers. This is what I'm gonna give you to help you, and they've been successful. I'm like, wait, come on, let's do this.
Yeah.
Teacher retention is right now. It's
Yeah. And if
we're
we
trying
get-
to help.
If we get this right and we can improve teacher retention, but we can also help to advance more productive citizens. Something is missing, especially in our community. And so it takes a community, the family at home. But then when I was in school, I'm 52 now. My teacher was like my family. And even at 52 years old, I still can remember my teachers' names that showed that they was concerned about me as a person. And so that's what we are trying to do, to see what we can do in order to help to promote that. Because with this gap, there is a need to make sure that the teachers have the tools that they need, but also that the students know that the teachers really do care about them. And they're teaching that whole child. So that's why we're super excited. Our course will launch on September 12th.
Okay.
You have to check us out. Our website is course-crew. So we're excited. 2 days ago, a press release or press releases are coming out now. We saw one from Fox 40 just 2 days ago, which we're super excited about. So we're trying to get as many school districts on board with us, because this will help to make some changes that's needed.
Well, I'll tell you, y'all definitely in the right place to catch up with them school districts.
Yes.
So then when you think about the course crew, first off, how did y'all connect?
Well, we went to college together.
Okay.
And then
Dillard
we went to Dillard
University.
University. What?
Come
Dillard
on.
in the house, HBCU. Hey.
Hey, let's go, Louisiana.
Come on.
Hold
There
on,
you
wait a
go.
minute. Okay. Oh, we gotta have that thing.
Oh, I love
But
it.
I love I'm Shreveport, Louisiana boy. So
Oh, I'm from
Nice.
Shreveport. Hold on. I went to Capital Shreve. Where
oh no,
did
you
you
went
go?
to County Street. I went to Booker T.
Oh, sorry about that, but that's okay. You still my homeboy.
But
We
see,
still
that's all right though, because my first job was over there at Albertsons, right there on Southfield.
Okay, got
So
it,
yeah,
got
not
it,
too
got
far.
it.
Come on, now Shreveport.
I graduated in '89.
Yes, come on. See, I flipped that around. I was 98.
Okay,
But
that's
hey,
okay,
that's
okay,
all right.
that's
But,
okay,
but look, because we all in Shreveport, so you know it's still all bound.
Look
So
at that.
come on now,
I
Shreveport.
always say, for the world to be so large,
Yeah,
it's really
Shreveport.
small.
Yeah.
Really
I agree. I agree.
Yes.
Come on, Captain Shreve.
Yes, Captain
I
Street
love
gave us.
it.
I was a cheerleader back in the day.
Come on, cheerleader.
Now we talk about this.
Come on,
I didn't,
cheerleader.
I didn't say I was a good cheerleader, but I was a cheerleader.
Look, you made the team.
I
You made the team.
It was based upon popularity, just the votes.
Yeah, you know
we didn't
how
have
it
to have
goes.
skills back
Yeah.
then. Now they have to have the skills.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a whole competition and reality
Absolutely.
show these days.
Absolutely.
So that is awesome though. And so you think about that time you've been in the game. How was it? So kind of give me the format of what the course would look like. Is it kind of like your modules or kind of how does that work?
Yeah, so we have 4 different modules. The first module, like I said, it focuses on the procedures that you need in the classroom. How do you set your expectations? What about and your rules, right? The second module talks about relationships, building relationships, how to build relationships with parents, how to build relationships with administrators. Because that's another thing, because a lot of times, as a teacher, some people feel intimidated because they feel like, oh, wow, that's my boss. I mean, do I need to go to him and ask for support? Yes. How to build relationships with them. And the parents is very important. The third module focuses on if you've put all these things in place as it relates to classroom management and you still have students that need that extra help, RTI, MTSS, right? How do you go with those, dealing with those tiers and putting in these strategies and how to work and move up to the tiers to determine, hey, you know what? This kid may have, maybe ADHD. Okay. Well, if that's the case, what, can we put them in the program? 504? Is this a special education referral? Or is this anything, dyslexia? Is there anything that we can do to help them with whatever situation or issues? That's the third module, and it goes into all of that. Look, and she's so business.
Yeah.
Some people
Come
have
on now.
heard of. You heard of Champs? Yeah. She communicated with Randy Sprout.
Come on,
Randy,
man.
what is
Sprint.
it? Randy Spring. Because we wanted to put a lot of his information in our course to let teachers know, hey, this is an idea. Our fourth module are resources. Now, these resources include, I created a lesson plan and included Champs.
Come on now.
How you include Champs in your lesson plan. This is what it looks like. How to reach out to parents. I gave an example of how to do a parent newsletter. This is how you do it. All of those things are in there to give to them that they can take with them outside of the course. This is how you do it.
Yeah, powerful, because like I say, it's just those pieces that you need those models for. And sometimes we have our good intentions of, okay, we're gonna set up our new teacher meetings,
Mhm,
set up
mhm,
our
mhm.
this, but then life happens.
Yes.
School life happens.
Yes.
And so then that meeting may be postponed, but we've already missed 6 to 9 of the first semester.
That's it.
Weeks, right? And so
That's it.
now that teacher's already behind. She don't even know how to set up a grade book.
Yes.
But then also on one point of that's important of how to make that connection with the administrator, because a lot of the times when that administrator can't get to that teacher,
That's it.
she falls with sometimes those teachers who makes it that us versus them.
Exactly.
Right. And so,
Exactly.
well, I'm with
Because
you.
we got that T-test,
Yeah.
in Texas.
Yeah.
And so, that evaluation system. And we was talking to one of the superintendents today, and he even mentioned, like, you know what? Not only would this course benefit the teachers, it would benefit assistant principals because we are evaluating the teachers and we have to provide support.
Yes.
Right? So this would help out with that as well. And so, we've spoken to, like I said, we've made so many connections. This is the connection lady right here.
Yeah.
But
Come on now. Free
yeah,
ball.
yeah, yeah.
Free
Look,
ball.
she
Mhm.
on point. She
Yeah.
knows how to talk. She knows how to get what it is that, me, I talk about education all day.
Most definitely.
But this one,
Yeah.
oh yeah, well, how can we make the course better?
Yes.
Well, going to the superintendents and
Mhm.
going to the chief of schools and that kind of thing like that, and getting more information. So just in case we need to go back and tweak something,
Yeah.
because, and I'm very passionate about it because we've lost so many teachers because they didn't receive the support that they needed.
Most definitely.
Now I'm responsible for so many teachers. But I can't get to everybody.
Most definitely. So you
this
gotta have the
course,
resources.
yes, this self-paced course
Yeah.
would help them and give them the strategies that they need, just in case, that particular administrator or somebody can't actually get to them at that time.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do.
Mhm.
This
And
is
then
how
we
I'm
schedule
going to
the
do it. There you
follow-ups.
go. And we schedule follow-ups.
Yeah, that's it, man. So awesome work that y'all are doing. So now, did you all do any presenting or anything at the conference?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
Yesterday,
okay.
we
So
had the
talk to me.
opportunity to present.
Talk to me about the session and give me an
Wow.
overview of some of the meat.
It was powerful.
Yes.
And Anouk is learning so much about education.
Okay,
At
crash
this time,
course.
because she,
Yeah.
she's IBM, she's, tech person, but at the same time, she has picked up so much. And so just working with the course together, you learn so much.
Yeah.
She's picked up so much from the course.
Yeah.
That's how powerful it is. That she understands this is how this works, right?
Yeah.
So in that particular in our session on yesterday, it was very powerful. We had a lot of questions. We had some people who have given us ideas on what we could do to help, because we take constructive criticism all day.
Most definitely.
And oh my, they were so engaged and involved because they were like, wow, this, and they even let us know this is what we need.
Yes.
This is a gap. We were even talking to some of the administrators who said the same thing I said. We had just hired some teachers, some brand new teachers from alternative certification, and they're already gone. We hired them like one day, and 2 days later they're gone.
Wow.
Not sure what's happening.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they were able to sit there, they were able to listen, they were able to provide us with feedback, and they were engaged, and they specifically stated, we need this.
Most definitely.
And that
Most
was
definitely.
so great to hear. I mean, it was such an interactive, fun session. I know that people like fun, they like food, and they like freebies and music.
No, tell me.
And so we had some freebies. We have these really nice. Do you have one? So
one.
we have a really nice stress ball. We know a lot of times situations get stressful and you want something squeezed, but instead of just having a ball, it's like a stress light bulb.
Okay.
Which the light bulb is part of our logo. So that's our logo on top of it. And so what was so cool today is I was checking out of my room, one of the ladies that attended the session, and she has been an educator for 15 years, if my memory serves correctly. Her name was Stephanie. She came up and she says, Anouk, you and Dr. Floyd's session was powerful. She said, and you guys are addressing a really big need. And so she says, go for it. And I'm excited. And she was saying that when she started teaching, they used to have mentorship, like teachers that had retired that would come back and mentor the younger teachers. And she says, they don't do that anymore. Nobody has time.
Yep.
So your course will give the platform for people to know how to do it right up front.
I'm telling you.
And so she says, I'm really praying that you guys get school districts to pick this course up, and you can go address school district at a time to give them something that they can do at a self-pace, because we know everybody's busy. But at the same time, we want to differentiate it by making sure Dr. Floyd, with her expertise, is available for the mentoring sessions to address the follow-up, because it's okay to put a course out there. At the end of the course, you can get your PD hours because we're going to give a certificate. But you really need to be able to have someone live that you can interact with if you have, questions. And not only are we having Christy, Dr. Floyd, excuse me.
Hey.
I call her our first name a lot because we went to Dillon.
we went
But
to
I have
school
to,
together,
I have to put respect on her name.
Yeah,
Dr. Floyd, right?
You get that doctor, look.
Yeah. And so we have downloadable templates. Christy gave, Dr. Floyd gave examples like the lesson plan, the newsletter, but there are other downloadable templates, because it's really nice that I always say, don't start from scratch.
Yeah.
Go steal and leverage what you can, and you can improve it. So you can download and use what she's given you as a starting point and go improve it from there. So we're super excited.
Yeah. It sounds like you say, very needed, very, very much important to what we're doing and the overall mission, because man, like teacher retention, teacher effectiveness, teacher capacity, whatever you want to call it, we just need to make them better and have them stick around, because man, and I believe that hope is one thing, but then also that skill, right? Because in our role, we know you hire good people, trust them to do their job, and equip them with the skills that they need. So that last part of equipping them has seemed to be the problem, right? Because it's so much go. Parents are becoming more, I don't even know the word, but we get more pushback in that area.
Absolutely.
So a lot of the time we putting our fires on the telephone.
That's it.
Yeah, so most definitely, y'all, very powerful to what y'all got going. And so what we're doing here is this is more of our shorter interview, just kind of talking about the session. But I got to have you all on once the course lunch. So that way we can come onto the podcast.
We got a wait list coming out, so they should sign up. Going to www.course-crew.com and get on that wait list. And then we would love to come back to share more about the impact that we're making, because we're super excited.
Come on now, Shreepo.
Well, come on, hey, Port Arthur's in the house.
Hold up now, Pete. Hey,
come on,
look now,
PAT.
look now,
and hey, and some of y'all know about UGK. Don't go there.
And guess what? I live in Washington, D.C. now.
Come on.
Okay,
So,
come on now.
Yes. So we will make sure that we hit territory.
Come on now.
Is our overall goal. We're not going to just focus in Houston. We're going to focus all over.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, I guess, man, are y'all going to get some seafood or anything after this? Or what's the
We
plan?
did that yesterday.
Okay, so y'all just ready to go out.
We're going to head back to H-Town.
Yeah, come on now. And then enjoy yourself. Come on, Dr. Clark. Okay, well, look, I just want to say thank y'all for stopping through. Very excited. Can I have a stress ball?
That's yours.
That's for
Good.
you.
Look, I'm gonna be in the I'm at the alternative school, so we getting a new extra set of students this year. So I'm probably gonna use this, but I do wish you all good luck. I look forward to being able to come back, have you all on to talk about the work y'all are doing. And then by the time we get back, we can also see how successful that first week is, because I know
Yes.
it sounds like Mr. Nook is gonna
Oh, baby.
come hell or high water.
Baby.
Yeah.
This is a bad chick.
yeah, come on now. But like you say, once you get up to that level, then you understand the importance of being that direct, having them conversations, and just moving the mission forward, right?
Correct.
So that's it then. So shout out to y'all, man.
God has been kind.
Yes. So now, any last words before we close out this year?
I would like to say that I've attended many conferences in my career, 32-year corporate career. And this is by far the best conference I have ever been to. This HAABSE conference has been totally phenomenal. They have driven this conference around excellence. And I am really grateful for my nephew, William Tremale Ely. I call him Tremale. People call him William or Will, for telling me about this conference.
Yeah.
So we're definitely praying for his speedy recovery.
Yes,
and
most
healing.
definitely, most definitely, most definitely. Yeah, I remember Will was supposed to come on. Matter of fact, I can't remember what happened. I don't know if it was a date mix up or something happened, but we also talked because we talked a lot on LinkedIn, just especially because even before Dr. Andrews was the president, man, yeah, it's been a few years. Like Will, Sean, all of them just being able to catch up with everybody. So awesome work that you all are doing, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it.
Look, y'all.
Thank you for having us.
We are still here. I think we got probably about 2 more interviews for the day. Y'all make sure y'all get locked in. Give us the website one more time.
www.course-crew.com.
And if they want to get in touch with you all, what's the contact?
Yeah, all the contact right there is at course-crew.com.
Okay.
But you can also email us at customer service@coursecrew.com. You can Google Anook Brumfield and get all of my contact information. You can Google Dr. Christy Floyd as well.
Doctor. All right.
Put respect on that. Doctor.
So thank y'all.
Thank
y'all
you guys
much.
so much. Thank you.
All right,
That
y'all.
was
This is-
fun.
We'll be back.
Michelle, do I look podcast?
Hey, you know, we got to stay ready. Look, what it do, KTTV? Look, we are here, HAABSE Conference 2023. Let's connect, right? And so I have just connected with the president-elect. Hey, Dr. Spiller, how you doing today, brother?
Man, doing very, very good.
Look, man, first off, before we get started, I just want to sing you a congratulations. Look. Look,
that's what I'm gonna need all that.
All that, man. Look, man, I just want to say thank you, man, for stopping by. Just closing out the conference, man. So I know everybody getting ready to get out of here and hit the road. So, man, it's so important that you take those few minutes. So thank you, brother.
Oh, no problem.
Yes, sir, man. So for the people that don't know, man, give us a little bit of background on you and your current role in education now.
Well, this is my 27th year in education. I've served in multiple capacities, starting as a 6th grade teacher in Richardson ISD, and then I moved on to the assistant principal role. And, at the same school, I was a principal at Stokes Road and became a national Title I distinguished school.
Come on now.
Back into my term as a school support officer in Houston ISD.
Yes, sir.
And did a year of work there, then came back home to Richardson, supervising principals, K-12 network, working with elementary schools, middle school principals, high school principals.
Yes, sir.
And then recently, my district asked me to onboard a new division.
Come on now.
Richardson ISD. Yeah, it was in an investigations division.
Okay.
So for the past 3 years, just completed the 3rd year as the executive director of Title IX compliance and investigation.
And so when you say investigation, just kind of like going into the schools, kind of seeing what's working, what's not working. How does that look?
So it's widespread.
Okay.
So back in 2020, there was new federal legislation regarding Title IX requirements.
Yes, sir.
That would take a lot of pressure and a lot of time on a principal who's trying to move a school, right? And so this investigation division, it steps in and serves as the person that guides and coaches and facilitates principals through those situations, and work with 3 major departments: our superintendent's department, our legal department, HR, and student service. So it's designed to take the pressure off the principals so that they can stay focused on instruction. And I'll get in the weeds with issues of discrimination and in the non-protected categories, age, sex, race, any Title IX issues.
Okay. Yes, sir. Man, and so now talking about the celebrations here, man. President-elect. So how long have you been in the organization, and how does it feel once you were named that role?
Yeah, man, this is my worth of work here. This is probably my 11th year, and during that time frame, just really correct mentorship and learn, and watch, and grow. And the most important thing, involve myself like at the ground roots level. Just being a part as a member of the Richardson Area Alliance of Black School Educators, as a founding member of that organization, and then watching it grow, and then working with my first HAABSE conference back in Frisco, Texas, back in 2006, something like that, I don't remember. And just really surrounding myself by phenomenal leaders. Such as Dr. Kimberly McLeod.
Yeah, Dr. Kim.
Dr.
Kim's on the podcast. Don't play no games.
What's up, Dr. Kim? All of those people just poured into me and really spoke to me and gave a message to me and said, hey, Darwin, you do know that one day you are the next leader. Like, we're looking at the people in the group. We've been in a conference meeting, and I heard it, and I listened, and I continue to study. That was the main thing, just humble myself, remain obedient, and study. And then, man, just here recently, when the elections ran, just really took on what I've learned from the leaders before me, and the leaders that has been really my coaching guide. And when they actually named that position, president, I understood impact and what that position entails.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, Dr. McFarland just finished with really a great historical walk as he closed out the Houston's conference. It's really helping us to understand that this is work that's been in place for years. Back in the 1800s, we've had leaders, our first colored African American organizations that were leaders and leading the way. So to know that I'm a part of a lineage of leaders such as that, and to be able to take on the role of HAABSE president-elect, and really getting the validation from everybody at the conference coming up to me, speaking over my life, confirming the spiritual revelation that I had moving into this position. It's just so rewarding.
Come on,
It's
man.
so
That's
rewarding.
it, brother. That's it, man. And so then when you look at the conference here, man, how has it been just celebrating the time at the HAABSE conference these last 2 days? I know you said you had you kind of got to be visible, kind of be out. You could just turn it towards you. That way we can kind of pick up on both of them. Yeah, there we go. And then so
fancy stuff, I gotta get it.
Hey, look how we gotta keep it rolling, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, just thinking about the conference, man. And so coming to it, being in the HAABSE conference so many times, I don't know, we're at the second annual HAABSE conference. Yeah. And so tell me, what are your thoughts about the conference, man? And how's it been going for you these last 2 days?
Oh man, they were really making sure that they wanted to have a next level experience from their first year.
Yes.
And I tell you, they hit that mark.
Come on now.
They definitely were here. A lot of us are leaving feeling like that our voice has been amplified, and conferences such as these gives you the fuel to continue to do the work.
Yes, sir.
So, and that's the main is you got to have a networking opportunity, a supportive group of Black educators to come together and to constantly refuel ourselves.
Yes, sir.
So this conference definitely did that for the members. They were very excited. I'm excited. And as president-elect, it's important that I keep my scope wide and really get out and be visible. That was a main part of my campaign was trust, relationships, and communication.
Come on, man. That's
those
it,
are
brother.
those are my three anchors. And in order for them to trust me to help lead this organization, my relationships have to be solid and have to be continuous. And while that's how my campaign was, I didn't want them to think that was just a reason why. It was just who Darwin is as a person.
Most definitely.
And just being able to communicate out. So when I leave here and I'm working with my local affiliate back in Richardson, or I'm on a Zoom call with Syntax, or I'm talking with Garland area ABSE or Forney or Southwest or any of the local ABSEs, just inspiring them to know that if they are looking for opportunities to grow in our prospective areas and host conferences, we have a platform right here.
Most definitely.
ABSE has created a blueprint for all of us to learn from. So we're really excited about the fact that we're building capacity in our members and within our organization.
Most definitely, brother. Most definitely. And like you say, being able to have those conversations, to be able to have leaders inspired on what you're doing, I think it's awesome, man. That being able to and seeing that Black excellence in education as we lead our field. We always talk about how can we set the stage up for the future. And so I think these are the times when we all get together to grow each other.
Absolutely.
And then that's how we set the stage up going forward for our future leaders, man. So just thank you for the work that you're doing, brother.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
And I appreciate you
Yes,
for
sir.
creating space for us to have an opportunity to talk.
Yeah.
And to have our voices heard.
Yes, sir.
It's not often when you have like-minded individuals and professionals coming together who understand the unique challenges of us as African Americans, and then just to sit shoulder to shoulder to you as an African American who really understands the struggle.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for providing this space, and I look forward to connecting at our HAABSE conference in February.
Look, I will take that down, bro.
I like this stuff. Well, we need to have a setup station there, February 28th to March 3rd of next year. So you'll definitely be hearing from me, and we'll get this Situations podcast set up there as well.
Yeah, man, I love it, brother.
Okay.
Any way that we can amplify our voices, man.
Absolutely.
So now I talked to Dr. Andrew. I had a chance to talk to Dr. Mason.
Yes.
President-elect. So Dr. Andrews said her big thing was being able to connect the conference, put it all together.
Yeah.
Dr. Mason said that she's not going to really look for one big thing. She just want to take what we got, dive deeper into it.
Yeah.
So then my question to you.
Yeah.
Are you looking at one big thing during your term, or how is it going to be under your leadership?
You know, my one big thing is really stressing the importance of the fact that we are one.
Yeah.
And I'm a big music buff.
Yeah.
And Frankie Beverly Mays said it beautifully
Come on
in
now.
that song. That song resonated for me. It's actually what I used in my campaign.
Yeah.
And what I really want us to understand is as we grow together as local affiliates in Houston and Austin and San Antonio and Richardson and Dallas, we are one. Wherever we are being amplified, wherever our voices are being heard, whenever we are establishing a platform, what I really want us to understand, and my big thing is really that promoting that unity so that we don't let anybody think that we're trying to create any silos, that we are here to celebrate Houston, Austin, Dallas, Richardson, Garland, wherever we are. When you see our name, you hear our name, that's what I really want to push it.
Yeah, man. And well, I think it's going to be a good one, man. And I look forward to, just being a part, help to amplify, help to get in and do the work. I'm currently assistant principal in a high school, alternative school.
So you understand.
I understand. Yes. And so like I say, it's important that we get those voices out. Now, on the flip side, I know you got the work going. You just finished the campaign. How are you finding time to take care of yourself before you get back into the grind?
By surrounding myself with great people.
Yeah.
By surrounding myself with great people, by making sure that I keep checking my temperature with others, by calibrating my thinking around like-minded people like myself, and not taking on the burden of trying to do all this work alone.
Man, that's
it. That's the main thing, and I've already started to establish those relationships as conference chair. One-on-one phone calls, one-on-one text messages, checking in with individuals and really tapping into their strengths, because their strengths are their gifts, and really dancing in the lane of their strength and really trying to highlight them so that I can step back and continue to build the capacity in others to start a very deep succession plan where this is something that's going to last throughout the lifetime.
That's powerful, brother. That is very powerful, man. Well, I just want to say thank you, man, for stopping through. I look forward to connecting. I think we got the information, but if we don't, I will make sure to get that.
Oh,
because,
you definitely will get that.
Yeah, man, because I want to be able to, like I said, I've been doing it for a few years, man, just really promote educators. And so then I stopped and every 12 weeks. So I do 12 weeks in the fall, 12 weeks in the spring. And then we just each week, every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. we talking, and we got and like I said, so we've been Dr. Mays, Dr. McLeod, Dr. Bro, Dr. Andrews.
All the legends.
Yes, Andrews been on there 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah, so we still trying to make
my game
Hey,
up.
man, we look forward to having you on.
I
Dr.
will.
Stubbs.
I would love to.
All right, man.
All right, bro.
We are coming from Thompson. I think everybody's getting ready to roll out, so we locked in. I want to say thank y'all all, and we'll be back. All right.
Fine, I can do that.
too. Okay, y'all ready to do? We are on. Oh.
Because we couldn't hear Sheila. Yeah, I know God is good. Let's not waste.
Hey. All right, what to do, y'all? How y'all feeling? Look, we are back. Part
Remix
2. Because somebody had the mute button on yesterday. I ain't gonna say no name, but I will say user error, fatality. But we're back in the game, have some fun. So what we're gonna do is I'll let you all introduce yourselves in y'all current role. I know where y'all at. Shout out to GP.
GP.
Hold up, man. Are you with me? But look. Okay, so come on, please introduce yourself and tell us your role.
Erica Lewis,
Yes.
Associate Principal of Curriculum Instruction,
Yes.
in Galena Park at Zote.
GP.
And I am Sheila Curtis, Digital Learning and Assessment Coordinator at Zote in GP.
Yeah.
And pretty much what that means is that I teach the teachers. I teach the teachers how to use technology, and I am also a testing coordinator.
All the tough jobs.
All the tough jobs.
I'll roll into one.
Look, thank
How
y'all.
rude is that?
I want to say thank y'all for showing me this grace and thank y'all. But just pulling back up on me for today. So I know y'all talked about the session yesterday, but we're gonna talk about it again.
Yes, it was good.
Yeah. Now, did y'all do it again today?
We did it today.
And today.
At 11.
Okay,
Yes.
so give me the name of the session and then give me an overview of how y'all laid it out for teachers.
Okay. So the session was called How to Shine Bright on the Dark Side. Tips on how to stay positive handling the day-to-days of an administrator.
Come on now.
Yes.
And we know that dark side. They say we on the dark side. We ain't on the dark side. I don't believe it.
We're not, but
That's what people perceive.
that's
Yes.
what they perceive.
Yeah, because they say, and then I think we talked about when you think about that and them teachers, you come into the room and they stop talking.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that was it.
Like that whole conversation just shuts down.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when you know, they don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't talk to me no more.
Yeah, they don't want to talk no more.
Yeah.
but
So we shared some tips. We asked, told them why it's important to have a positive attitude because everyone is looking at how you do things, what you do, especially when challenges comes up.
Yes.
And we gave 5 tips on how to stay positive, especially when it gets super crazy with
Come
those
on now.
challenges.
Yeah, and then so now, can you please give me some of them tips?
So one was find your happy place.
Hey.
So whether that's a classroom, whether that's connecting with kids,
Yes.
Something to make you remember your why.
Yeah. Make you remember that why. Because on them days, sometimes when you
You can't leave. You got to stay. You just can't get in your car and go away. You got to, figure it out.
Lord, you have to remember that why.
You have to
I
remember
think
that.
I told y'all I'm at the alternative school.
Yeah.
We are too.
That is right. So if there's never a place where you got to remember that why. Well, after they say I'm gonna whoop yo, we had one teacher said I'm waiting on you in the parking lot. I mean, what? No, it was one. What? No, it was a teacher. It was a teacher. He told a student that. I had to tell him remember his why. He said I'm gonna whoop you after school. Oh, come on, people. So then, okay, come on. What's the next one?
The next one is find your tribe, meaning find that person, that group, that situation in which you can vent, you can collaborate, you can talk to those, especially those who have been in your shoes.
Yes.
That allows you to have that decompression zone. Like you're able to do something positive and keep positive if you have someone to vent to.
Yeah.
People that are rooting for you to do well and is going to support you no matter what and be real with you and honest with you.
Now, how do y'all, and when you're thinking about this, did anybody in there talk about not finding the negative tribe, the people who are against the administrative tribe?
No, we kept it all positive.
Kept it all positive.
Yeah, and we actually had some principals that attended our sessions too.
Okay.
That felt good. So like had principals who were in there, and for them to be shaking their heads, like okay, we on the right,
track. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, what else we got?
Pocket of mindfulness. So that's basically taking the time out to breathe.
Yes.
Maybe do a little meditation. Making sure you are maybe listening to music, something that allows you to be in that moment.
eating lunch away from your desk?
Yeah. Yes.
Like realizing that you are eating that.
I'm gonna say, how about just eat lunch? Period.
Okay, yeah, because and that's something else. Like you say, you got to find your tribe because you got to find that person who's like, hey,
did
have
you eat?
Because I haven't eaten.
Yeah.
And
it's 2:00.
Yeah.
And we've done that one before.
Man, look, it's nothing like my secretary when I'm in there and she's like, hey, boss, you gotta eat. And I was like, yeah. She said, I got your lunch. So it ended up turning out that she would go just get the lunch and bring it back and sit in my office until I eat.
Yeah.
You know, shout out to Miss Flores for that. I appreciate
We
you.
appreciate you, Miss Flores.
Yeah,
we do.
but
We do. All the Flores.
but
yes.
for real, all
For real. Our secretaries take good care of us.
yes,
Yeah.
for real, man. That is God's gift. I think that. Oh, so now back to the grind. Is that the last one?
No.
Come on, drop them on.
Okay, so the next one was manage your time.
Ooh.
Because we also, as those who are administrators, sometimes we get carried away. We get stuck in a situation.
Yeah.
So it's like Ms. Lewis was describing, like, okay, well, if I have a discipline thing that I have to deal with, discipline is from here to here. This is when I deal with that. I'm not saying that, okay, the student isn't getting the discipline, but this is the time in which I deal with the discipline because I also have maybe a PLC that I have to go to. I have an ARD meeting that I have to go to. I have a parent conference that I already have scheduled. So you can't just always drop in when you want to or expect me to deal with right away. Now, we're not saying don't deal with the emergencies, but make sure you are managing your time wisely, which also goes back to that whole lunch thing.
Yeah, manage that time wisely.
You got to. And letting your secretaries know, letting your team know what your schedule is so they understand, you know, like these are the times I'm in the classroom. Like these, no, I can't talk to a parent right now. And they already understand that. Like my secretary knows this time to this time, no, Miss Lewis isn't available. She's in classrooms. Parents like that. Oh, they in the classroom? Oh, yeah. I'll get back to her
so
later.
You can't call them out?
Yeah, I can't call them.
I talked to Dr. Dudley this morning from Region 4, and so she was saying, how about going from an effective listener to a committed listener?
Ooh.
And I said, that sounds
different.
Yeah, because you know, and so what that looked like for me was a lot of the times I have the where's Mr. Thomas on my door, right? And so it's like a little sticky thing where I move my clip.
Yes.
And so a lot of the times before I had meetings, I wouldn't change the clip to end a meeting. And so then people coming and knocking on the door, they walking in the office, maybe my secretary come in. And so all of these pieces come where it takes away my focus, right? And it makes it seem like I'm not truly invested in that conversation. And so then just being able to be more intentional about just those pieces of just managing the job, keeping it, because that helps keep that bright side, whether it's me on the bright positive side or that teacher who's saying he's not listening, I'm about to get out of here. So all of that is so important, man. Okay, so what else you got?
So the last one was set the tone. So basically we asked a series of questions of how are you setting the tone for your day before you step into the building? Are you filling yourself up? What is your morning routine? What are the things you're doing the night before to prep for a good morning so you're not rushing, looking crazy? And what are you listening to and watching during that time while you're getting ready?
Look, now I don't want y'all to judge me.
No judgment.
But when I get out the car, I keep my earphones in my ear and I keep my sunglasses on, and that's how I walk through the building on the way to my office. And that way, when people even trying to talk to you ahead of time, I play like I don't hear because I got the earphones on. So that's how I set the tone for my day. I'm telling you. Look. So by mincing myself, they already understood. Wait till he come back out with my glasses. Because when I put my glasses on, then I'm in AP mode. But before that, I'm like, this ain't. Don't.
I'm
do
not
it.
right now.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
So
I'm
now,
doing me.
I would ask, how do you all set the tone for the day?
Well, okay. So the example that I gave was before I leave the house. I have 3 children, and I go into their rooms before I leave. And I didn't know, my oldest 2, they knew that I was coming into their room, and just to see their faces while they're sleeping, oh, they precious. My baby, he ain't know, because, I guess he like, I'm in my comfort zone. So, so that's the thing I do. I make sure that I acknowledge my husband, before I leave. I be hopping in fish grease at that man, but I'm still getting my kiss goodbye.
Come on now.
I need my kiss,
Yes.
and then I'm going on about my day.
Most definitely.
And so that is my routine in the morning before I leave. I want that cup filled with that love that I have for my immediate family. Hell, I even rub on the damn dog before I leave.
Yeah, man, come on.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you though. I'm with you. Show that love because look now, you just never know when you're gonna get some more because it might not be at work. Look, especially out, bro. What about you, Miss Lewis? How do you do?
So me and my son, we listen to Kurt Franklin on the way to school.
Come on now.
Love Theory, that's one of our favorite songs. He even started, and he's 3.
Yeah.
So he'll sing a little bit, and just spending time with him, being able to drop him off at school.
Yeah.
And I speak affirmations to him. Hey, you a young king, shine bright, baby. And give me my hug, give me my kiss. And that's
awesome.
it. Yeah.
That's all. Get that brother in there docile. That Kurt Franklin is selling it out there for the day start.
Yes, talking about that, like the listening to the music before you get in.
Yeah.
And so I had to tell a story. It's like it was right before testing, and I listened to Amazon Music wherever you leave off. If you don't listen to it again, it picks right back up at that same spot. I get in, plug it up. As soon as I get in, the first song that came on was "Nook If You Book."
Come
it
on,
was
man.
like the first day of testing. I was
But not for testing, though. I don't need her to come in with that type of energy. We fight. That's fighting energy.
See, y'all sound so. I'm walking through the school. It's your boy, yo, got it.
Like when I was getting ready to go to Vegas for Ursh, I kept humming his song. Dun, 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 all in the hallway in the morning.
Yes,
like that was it for like 2 weeks. though. You're not understanding for 2 weeks.
But that's how you got it. But that's the thing. That's what it takes to get in there, right? Because we all know some days is harder than others.
Most definitely.
And being in that customer service, that people business, trying to figure those puzzles out during the day. Sometimes you got to pull from that music that I came from this morning.
Yes, one educator that attended our session, she said she listens to Tupac when things get tough. She closed that office door and she turned up her Tupac. So we not mad at you,
Man,
sis.
she might come on that thing.
But you know, Tupac, he has that affirmation as well. He has that ability, that music to fill you up and be like, okay, I got this. I can do this. You know, Pac said, got this. You know, that Nook If You Buck, though, I had turned it off.
Man.
Like I had to put on some Mary Mary. I was like,
turn around, look at give him that blank stare to say something crazy. Man, that's all good, man. So also now outside of the API role, I know we talked about the discipline, right? And so just thinking about you do API, so ain't no discipline.
I mean, on my alternative campus, yes. But
oh yeah, you still right. You still got that discipline.
Yeah.
But is it far and few in between, or
it's
like
far it's not like a regular high school campus. I tell you that much. Because regular high school campus is what vaping every class period, just about 2 or 3. This one maybe once a day, you know. And then when they do something, it's something major. You be like, really, Joey, really,
man.
Now you know your grandma gonna be upset with you when I call her.
Man, I had one little boy. He I just go passing out LSD. Yeah. He said, well, they asked me about it.
Yeah,
that's
it
what
happens. It happens.
But that's the discipline, and you be like, bro, you know we at school.
Like really?
Why?
Really? And then the conversation is okay. I know I don't want you to do it, but you're gonna do it anyway. But after school,
man, you gotta keep
weekends,
that on
baby.
your time.
Like seriously.
I always bring it out to. I say, Cole, you stupid.
I said, were we not thinking this morning? Did you think? I said, eventually you're going to get caught.
Yes.
Your luck eventually runs out. That's just like, and I give the reference to speeding. Like I speed everywhere I go. Eventually, I'm gonna get caught. So you know, you just take your consequences. So they, you know, and some of the ones that are very truthful about it, honest, I'm like, I appreciate it. Because you saving me time and energy. We getting down to the bottom, like it is what it is. I appreciate that, but this does not determine who you are. You're not a bad person. You just made a stupid mistake. So let's learn from it and keep pressing forward because you have things to accomplish. Especially because we also deal with the kids that are behind credits on our campus. So it's like your goal is to graduate. Okay, so
and then what about that testing?
So that's so for me with the testing, again, I deal with technology. So a lot of the times the interaction that I have with students is mainly about their Chromebooks. And so they're like, oh, the computer lady. They didn't realize that I also did testing. So for me, I don't have that interaction as much with the students.
Mhm.
So I make a point to come out of my office. They know where my office is now. And then it's like, oh, the computer lady. No, my name is Mrs. Curtis. And they're like, oh, yes, ma'am. I didn't know. I just knew the computer lady. That's fine. That's fine.
That's the word on the
And
street.
So now I come out of my office, I make a point to speak to them. I joke around with the students in the hall. If they are having a bad day, most of the times I see them because I don't have a regular schedule. So if I come out of my office, I'll see that student that's walking and I'm like, baby, what's wrong? The fact that I even ask, most of them, they're shocked, that I'm even asking or concerned, but they will talk to me. And I do, let them know that, okay, it's going to be okay. Or if I can help, I do try and help. In testing mode though, most times don't nobody. Why are you shaking your head?
Because you don't play with Miss Curtis during testing. You and I try to help any issues. I try to figure it out or talk to the teacher prior to them seeing her. Because if they come to her incorrectly, she gonna become Sheila. I need her to stay Miss Curtis.
Yeah. But when it got look, what is
So I'm
who was
like,
that, zero?
I'm like that barrier.
Yeah.
I'm like the porch door before you get to the door.
When it get gangster.
Yeah. Like, what you need? What's wrong? And I try to help problem solve before we get it to her.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, okay, I took care of that for you. I got that for you because I have to protect. I got to protect her and her peace and her space. That's my job.
But just give me that look when them teachers show up late on testing day. You're supposed to pick this stuff up. Ooh.
Ain't it vicious?
Look at it.
They're like, ooh, I can't help you.
And that's pretty much it. And the thing is that because thanks to the help of Miss Lewis and everyone else who helped me with testing, like this year we were able to do the pre-checkout. And teachers love that because they came, they checked out, we secured it up, locked it up, it is in a secure place. You know that you was the last person who touched this. And so they like, oh, we're gonna be doing the secure checkout from now on. Yes, now that we have a system in place, we have people who understand the importance of, we were able to get that out, get that going. It ran smoothly. I love it. I did steal it from another campus. So when I saw it,
that sounds perfect.
Yeah, and so we did that. And even for us being a smaller campus, we have so many more students who are repeat testers. So because of that, you got to stay clear-minded. You can't allow for unnecessary distractions.
Yes, Lord.
Because
that's where you make mistakes.
I'll miss this student who needed to take English 1 and English 2 because you came in with some foolishness on a day when I need to concentrate. And so thank God this year we did good. We did really good.
That's what it's about though, being able to figure out how to run that process smooth and efficiently because of the stress level is so high at that time. Right. And but I was seeing some crazy things. Shout out to our counselor, Miss Spiller. That lady was oof. I seen them looks. That's what I was thinking about when no teacher come late, because I didn't see them looks. She give them like, oh my God. or when they got them cell phones out, you think don't nobody. Oh, this the one right here. And then you pass by, see them texting on the Apple Watch. Like that's what we're doing. Y'all had that problem before?
Like you want to die today?
So at our campus, the teachers have options. You can either leave your phone with me or you can leave it in your classroom. You can leave your smartwatch with me or you can leave it in your classroom. Please, I don't want any outside technology in that testing room because I don't want someone to walk by and you legitimately looking at the time on your watch, but somebody walked by and go, oh, they had on the Apple Watch. We don't know. They was on their technology. We don't want that because I hate to say it, but the stigma is it's an alternative campus. Oh, they doing wrong over there. It doesn't matter who it is, teachers or students. It's like, they did, or she helped with, or oh, I saw him, and it could have been something innocent. So to keep all of that stress down, that teacher stressing over whether or not they did do something wrong, we're just gonna try it where we can alleviate it. We're gonna do that for us.
Most definitely. And so now thinking about the why of the session. So I understand that we have those day-to-day struggles, right? But to be able to create an entire session on it, what was the motivation behind it? Like, have you all had an experience where it was just that bad to you? Was like, look, we gotta stop this, or what was it? One thing?
No,
Or
it wasn't one thing. It's just like between us, we have 32 years of experience in
Come on now.
education. So we've seen a lot
Yeah.
in a teacher role, a counselor role, a AP, like we've seen it pretty much all.
Yeah.
And we know what it takes to have a successful A campus.
Yes.
We know what it looks like when you're struggling, it needs improvement.
Yeah.
And I mean, the attitude of your leaders is important because that's what your
Imperative.
teachers are looking to, your peers, the custodians, like it makes a huge difference in culture and your kids.
Yes.
And so between us, we know what it takes to have a successful campus.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you have to have.
Man, shout out to them parents though.
Baby.
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
yes.
When you talking about that bright side and they're positive, man.
Yes.
Sometimes them parents, ooh, if you go, I ain't never seen a parent too much in the middle. Is you gonna get that mean lunch lady parent? Or you gonna get that bubbly lady who's like, I just like kids. I can't help it. It's not my fault.
We had our bubbly.
Yeah, the bubblies, man. You're like, come on, man. You can't, they ain't supposed to be talking in sack. Man, that's awesome though. That's awesome. And so then just keeping that going. I think about the testing days and of course working at the alternative campus. And some of them like, nah, I ain't gonna do it. Early in the morning before testing even started, they be like, nah, just call my mama. I'm like, man, you know this should start test. Man, I don't care, man.
Yep.
So that's all good then. So now what's next? How y'all taking care of yourselves during this summer and finding that self-care now that y'all wrapped up the conference?
She about to go on a cruise.
Yes, I'm going on my first cruise.
Yes.
It's family cruise. It's gonna be me and my husband, our kids, and we going on our first little old cruise. But it's 4 days.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I was gonna get. They was like, "We don't want to do a full week." Are you?
No.
You setting yourself up for failure.
Now this the question. Did y'all get the drink package?
No.
Okay.
The reason for that is because, like me, being in the new surroundings and all that stuff, I'm not too keen on things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
No
So,
sickness. Okay then. Okay. What you gonna do, Ms. Lewis?
I already took my vacation.
Hold on, where you want, Ms.
I
Lewis?
went to Miami with my bestie. One of my besties, she celebrated 5 years being cancer free.
Yes.
And so we did a little turn up. She never been.
Shout out to that.
So we had a great, it was a high school friends. We all got together. We had us a good time. So yeah. So I'm ready I'll be back at work on Monday.
Back at work on Monday. I think I
Back at
go
work
back
on
on the
Monday.
17th, y'all. Like they changed the calendar and somebody didn't pay attention this year. But look, I just where's the that's what I felt like when it was time I was at school. I'm like, yeah, we come back on the 24th. She says, no. Come back on the 17th. I say, well, what happened? Did they change something? Yeah. But the good thing was, let me tell you, they would give us 1 week in front to prepare for teachers and students. And then on the back end, we had 2 weeks.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Why? What else are we doing?
2 days,
we done.
Yeah, so I'm like, man.
Okay, so they're front loading for this school. That's
and
good.
say, I'm down with that most definitely. So I accepted that change, but man, I thought I had 1 more week.
Yeah, but you don't have the kids though, so it's
it's good.
taking care of those compliance emails, those compliance trainings. We got that email yesterday.
Yeah, the BOY. We still got some hiring.
We do
matter of
too.
fact, yeah, I got to hire a new counselor, so I'll be submitting that on the road back. That's what I'll be doing. So
I'm looking for English teachers. Any English teachers out there?
Please show up. Pull up.
You could have just graduated from college. I'll take you. Come on.
Come on, man. English. Look, pull up on us. Yeah, I'm looking for English teachers too. Any English teacher, just give us a call, email us,
Please.
anything. If you on here, stop by the table before we go. Please. Yeah.
And you had all those people who was like, well, y'all always talking about y'all ain't happy in teaching. Why don't y'all find something else? And then for COVID, they did. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Now you sitting up here like, oh, we can't find no teachers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Yeah, we found something else. That's why I would tell them, man, look, everybody think the grass is greener on the other side.
It's real.
And if it is,
It's
the
what you
water
make
bill
it,
is
though.
higher.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby.
Hey.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
For sure.
Oh man, so y'all headed back to H-Town right now?
H-Town, yep. Gotta get on the road. I gotta get back to my baby.
Yeah.
Nana say time is up.
Yeah, they get that text with them eyes.
Nana say, when you getting home today? Is your presentation over yet, man?
Yes. Man, that was it.
I was like, wait, Nana, but you the one that chose not to take him to school the last 2 days.
Yeah.
I ain't tell her
see?
that though, but that's what I'm thinking.
That's the built-in break.
She said he needs a vacation.
This is mini vacation.
Now she need a vacation.
Now she need a vacation.
The irony of life. That's it.
Could have just sent him to school.
Yes.
We pay good money for that school. Could have just sent him on to school.
Now, outside of the schoolhouse, do y'all have anything, personal businesses, any coaching, consulting, anything like that?
We speaking into existence though.
Okay.
We gonna be coming up with some things. I already told her this morning. We got work to do.
Yes.
We have a story to share. We have people that need our help. We got kids to support, teachers support.
Okay.
We gonna get there. Thank you for speaking that. That
Hey,
means we
I'm
gotta
with you.
do it. That's
Okay.
that confirmation
There
right
we go,
there.
right there.
Why
All
do
right.
you keep tapping me?
Because I'm telling you, we in this together.
Well, look, I just want to say thank y'all for stopping through part 2.
Yeah, really.
We did it. And so, man, I look forward to just sharing this out, getting with people. And I want to say thank y'all again for stopping.
Yes, I love this.
Okay.
Yes, you can have us on anytime.
Lovely. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look,
I'm
y'all.
not as nervous this time.
We are closing this out. HAABSE. We've done it. Part 2.
Yay.
And so thank y'all. Thank y'all so
You're
much for
welcome.
coming back.
Thank you so much.
Okay, y'all stay locked in. We got a few more interviews and we'll be closing it down. All right, let's go.
Bye, y'all.
Well, you my last one for the day, baby.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Look, what it do, HAABSE? We about to get ready to close this thing out. This last 2 days have been so much fun. We've connected with so many educators. But before we close out, we got to talk about these numbers, y'all. Y'all know we had Sean on earlier talking about investing in those numbers, but now we're talking about math, right? I'm a mathematician. That's what they say, man, when you're trying to work them numbers.
Yes, sir.
But today we got Dr. Courtney Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Come on now, we got Doc in the building, man. Come on, man. How you feeling today, Doc?
Exceptionally well.
Yeah, man. I want to say thank you, man, for taking some time out. I know we scheduled up, but we had the close out meeting going. Then we had so many people, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yesterday was kind of slow. We had some open spots, but today, bro, I've been talking like, man, I'm gonna have to go get me some. What does that Beyonce use? Some lemon tea or something like that, man. I'm gonna have to go.
Awesome.
Bam. So we back in. I don't think it cut us off, so I think we still in the same stream.
Yes, sir.
So people heard you, but kind of talk about that, man. When you think about the I know you say you failed the math, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
so the killing part is even with the failing of the math and all that, it still was in you the whole time.
Yes, sir.
So do you think when that failure came, it was as a result of the teaching or a result of the application on your end?
Well, I'm not one for excuses, but now that I know the pedagogy, I was in a
Mhm.
classroom in a college room where I could never go to the board and work. I was not in a cooperative group. I was on an island by myself, trying to learn concepts and math concepts that I needed more practice with, and I just didn't get enough practice. And I was not. You don't get the practice, you're not prepared. You know.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Yes, sir.
And that's one thing about it. And so that's why I was just thinking about that. You know, sometimes, like I say, it's in you all the time, but for me, who is that person that pulls those hidden gems out of us, right? And so that's that person who's really intentional about sending us to the board, about making sure we in that mixed group of people who can kind of pull us out and peer to us when we're working, man. So talk to me about how did that work from failing to now turning into the person you are with the math now?
Well, I tell the story about being a failed math student because when I first got my first teaching job, the principal saw me and she said, "You know what? You're gonna teach math. Yeah, you look like a math teacher." I said, "What?
Yeah,
I ain't know nothing about math."
See, that's that person.
I was looking. I had deer eyes.
Yeah.
But in Fourth ISD, I was fortunate because we had a situation where co-teaching was being allowed, and they were letting very young first-year teachers literally sit and co-teach with veteran teachers.
Yeah.
So I was placed with a 13-year magical math teacher. She was a magician.
Yeah.
And I watched her every day. Yeah. And I emulated the way she did.
Mhm.
Next thing you know, I was a magician.
Come on now. That's it. That's it though.
Yes,
like
sir.
I say, when we got those models, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that's what happens because most of the time you don't want to really look at just recreating the wheel and trying to do this all. Who is already doing it? Let me hit you with them, and then I'll pull and then implement my own style with that. Now.
Exactly.
That's it, man. That's it,
Exactly.
man. So now writing the books, man, talk to me how you got into that and what does that look like?
Well, when you're dealing with trying to prepare students for the state test in Texas,
yes, sir.
A lot of the publishing books that you'll use to get practice problems may have 12 or 13 problems from one standard.
Yeah.
And when you use those 12 or 13 up, That's it.
Yeah.
And either you're not going to give your students any more problems, or you're going to have to create them yourself. So I had to start creating problems out of necessity. And then I needed a math book that had a little bit of adding, a little bit of subtracting, a little bit of multiplying, dividing, a little bit of open-ended star problems with no answer choices, a little bit of fractions, equivalent fractions, a little bit of rounding. It did not exist. Yeah. So what I did, I actually would take all those skills and write them on paper by hand every day. I make a copy and I give them to my students. That what I gave to my students every day and putting all those skills on one page, that's what created this book.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when I had the opportunity to, when I thought about, you know what would it be like if I put those same processes on a computer and actually put them in a book instead of just me writing them?
Yeah.
You know, so I just wanted to take that out and give students the practice that they need.
Yes, sir.
Because in my training today, I heard a question a couple weeks ago that just changed my life. Someone said, do you know the difference between an amateur and a professional? They said amateurs, even amateur golfer, whatever, basketball, they said amateurs, they practice a lot.
Yeah.
They practice until they get it right.
Yeah.
But a professional practices until they can't get it wrong.
Yeah. Come on now. Come on, man. I love that. I like that one, man.
So
yeah,
that's my main
man.
thing. What are we letting students practice?
Yeah.
Until they can't get it wrong.
Yeah. No, not too much, man. But that's why you got to do that math, man. And so, like I say, some people moving away from it. So then talk to me about that skill and drill or kill and drill, man. What do you think about that?
People try to, I've seen a lot of people in education take words like drill and kill, and try to attach a negative connotation to it. Like, oh, that's just drill and kill.
Yeah.
And look at you and kind of curl their eyes up, like, why are you even doing that?
Man, I'm trying to get some practice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that drill and kill statement, I just came from the state math conference last week.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of the people that are within the top National Council of Teaching of Mathematics. A lot of these people at the top are saying these things that we don't need to get students to memorize their basic facts. That's low-level learning, you know, and they just talk about it like it's just rigorous, just horrible trying to make a student learn their multiplication facts. And when they don't, here's the deal. For example, I was at the math conference last week. I asked at least 30 secondary math teachers, Algebra 1. I said, you know what? Tell me what percentage of your students are having issues with multiplication. 30 teachers. Most of them are white. They said anywhere from 50 to 80% of their high school students have issues with multiplication. 50 to 80.
Yeah.
Multiplication is a third grade skill.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if a student is not multiplying, technically you're not even a third grader.
No, man, because well, like I say, that third grade comes them skills, and then that's what opens the door for everything else when I'm going up to high level.
Yes, sir.
But if I can't get there and know my multiplication facts, I'm stuck. I can't divide. That's a lot I can't do, man.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man. That's
Yes,
it, brother. That's
Yes,
it, man.
Yes,
and so
sir.
now, did you do a session here or just kind of
Yes, I did.
attended? Okay, so talk to me about the session.
The session was memory, mastery, and math. And one of the questions I just asked you about being a professional versus an amateur, that's kind of what the book is about. It's talking about the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. And I really don't even like to call learning. Like when you say learning, what is that? I don't know about that. But what I do know is about transferring information to your subconscious mind.
Come on now.
And automating it where you don't have to think about it. Because once it's in your subconscious mind, you don't have to think about it.
Yeah. No. This second nature.
And that's
Second
where we want
nature.
the basic facts. That's where we want the division.
Yeah.
Because if a student can't divide quickly, if a student can't count like 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, if they can't count like that, they're going to be behind.
Yeah.
Period.
Come on, man.
Period. So I'm just my duty is to help give these students a mathematical floor that they can stand on so they can reach higher order skills. Yeah. If you can't multiply, you're not reaching anything higher order at all.
Come on.
No day.
No, sir. You can't.
No, sir.
That's the foundation. Like you said, with them adding and subtracting from K to 2.
Right.
And then with that multiplication, now that's your new subset.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
Come on, brother.
Yes, sir.
That's it, man. So
Yes,
how
sir.
long you been in the game?
Like I said, I've been teaching math since 2000.
Yeah.
I quit my job as an assistant principal in 2017.
Come on, man.
And have been doing this full time. When I was an assistant principal in 2016, while I was an AP still, I was coming home every day and working on this third grade book. I wrote the entire third grade book while I was still at AP. I went to the HAABSE Conference, got great feedback. People loved it.
Yeah.
And it just let me know I needed to quit.
Yeah.
You know, and then I wrote the fourth grade book in probably about 4 months. And And then I wrote the 5th grade book.
Yeah, because you got the blueprint now.
Yes, sir.
Like you say, it's subconscious.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So now we got, I know, and I don't know if it's already passed. I ain't in the math world, but I know camp. What about that camp? Is it coming up or
it was just last week?
Okay, so that's what you meant about
Council
the
for Advancement of Math Teachers.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Yeah, I remember I had a one of my math teachers, man, and she very feisty, and so she would talk to somebody from the district, and she was like, "What? You don't know what camp means?" And so she immediately came back and started writing her own curriculum. Right. And so now we was going against the grain because they was all doing like the math in focus, right? And so all that. But she came back and she said, "Well, we'll use that for supplemental. Take us a few sheets out or something. But we gonna really use over here, man." And so that's when she started kind of working on fact, but coming from that elementary, that's what it was, man. So she started doing that, kind of still using the ABMRs and all that kind of stuff, man. Just in the game, bro.
Right.
That's it, man. Come on, man.
Yes, sir.
So, man, now talking about the work, what's next for you with the writing? How you out promoting the books? And where are they?
The books are they're not ordered online. When you're dealing with school districts, we don't sell one book to a school.
Yes, sir.
The intent is for every student to have a book.
Yeah, we got to workbook life.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And what's next is kind of what's current, which is completing our digital workbook because we have all of our word problems online. We've also created all of the new STAR item types that are available. Created those as well. Right now, just trying to continue to promote, to get the word out, let people know, what we have available. Yeah. Continuing to go to conferences. I was at the Charter School State Conference, the National Charter School Conference in Austin.
Okay.
2 weeks ago. That went well. The camps, I'm here. So just trying to be out and stay in the streets and letting people see, that we can't help kids.
Yeah, man. And have you got any feedback as far as using this book kind of helped us be more prepared and the schools came back this, or you got any testimonials like that so far?
I have many testimonials.
Yeah.
Every school that we put this book in there, they've got monumental growth. There was Sunrise Elementary School in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
That's my hometown. They didn't even buy the book.
Yeah.
I said, you know what? I'm gonna let y'all use the books for free as a pilot.
Just a pilot. Yeah.
They ended up going from it. I trained their teachers as well.
Yeah.
They were an F campus. The next year they were a B campus.
Excelling in math.
A B. From an F to a B.
Yeah.
Their 5th grade teacher used our 5th grade teacher exclusively. He didn't use anything else. And he got a 50-point gain. Come on, man. His 4th graders did 50% greater than the year before using this book. And I have testimonials from him. DeSoto ISD, they have 6 elementary schools. 4 of their schools used our books. They all got double-digit gains. And they all got double-digit gains. They were all B campuses, and DeSoto ended up becoming a B district.
Yeah. Come on, brother.
Yes, sir.
Man.
Yes, sir.
Man, that's
Yes,
what I'm
sir.
talking about, man.
Yes, sir.
Come on now.
Yes, sir.
So, man, I guess, man, as we get ready to land this plane, brother, just thinking about the work that you're doing, man. I'm so happy. So happy, man, because for one, our young brothers don't really fall into that math because the first thing is somebody stifles it because they don't give them opportunities to practice, or either they don't believe. And so then our boys shy away from math in 3rd grade. So then by the time they get to high school, it's like, I can't, I won't, I'm just not good at it. Self-confidence gone. Right. And so and for me in my role, man, I was able to hire a young black guy, Nigerian dude, man, 1st year teacher. But when I tell you that math, the boy was cold at that math, man, and he was able to connect, man. So I got your information, man.
Yes,
If I
sir.
don't, please let's link up.
Definitely.
And I want to kind of introduce you to that brother, man, because when you talk about just somebody to have around on your team, I definitely think he'll make a good connection
Yes,
for you,
sir.
man, because
Definitely.
brother is hungry, but with that math, man, he lay it all on the line, man.
Yes,
and so I'm at the alternative school, so of course we're not accountability district, but as we get these scores rolling in, I'm going to intentionally go and look at the students that he had for at least over 45 days,
Right.
because I just want to see what he did with them kids. Man.
He deserves to know that. He deserves to see that.
Yeah, that's it, man. So I'm going to
Yeah.
follow that form, man. But yeah, man, I just want to say thank you, man, for the work and for plugging up, man, and hanging around so we can have this conversation.
It's an honor.
I'll give you, like I say, once we link, I'll send you the calendar because I just want to hear a little bit more as we get into the school year about what's going on, man. with the
Anything I
business,
can
man.
do to help
Yes,
your
sir.
platform,
Yes, sir.
please don't hesitate.
Man, I'm not, man. That's why I say
I
we'll
want to
get
see
together.
your success.
Man, that's
anything I
work.
can do to add to your equation.
Yes, sir.
Don't hesitate.
And that's the way we got to
I've
do
been looking
it,
at
bro.
you for years, brother.
Okay, man, I appreciate
And
that.
for years.
Yeah.
And I've appreciated,
man,
because I'm doing the same. I'm grinding.
Yes, sir.
And when you see somebody else grinding,
You already know.
it's like
that boy gonna do
so
something.
I felt the connection with you for years.
Yes, sir.
Just
Man,
because you
I
grinded.
appreciate it, brother.
Just because you grinded.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and
Well,
I
we gonna keep on
appreciate
hustling,
that.
man.
Yes, sir.
Man, that's it, brother. Well, man, we're gonna get ready to get up out of
Yes,
here.
sir.
2023 is officially in the books, man. We've done close it out with Doc Johnson, man. Y'all stay tuned for the mail book. Man, let me get one of them.
Yes, sir.
Look, man. See the book. Go on, get you some right there, man. Please. 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. Man, what you stuck in elementary? What's next? You going up
6th
to
grade is next.
Yeah.
We're trying to end math illiteracy. It's a disease we're trying to end.
Yeah, we got to.
So we're trying to go 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, algebra 1. And I'll leave you with this. When I was an assistant principal, the one thing I saw all of my students who used to have behavior issues, who used to stay in my office.
Yeah.
When I used to walk past the math class during a walkthrough, all of my behavior problems, they used to be in math class like
Yes,
this.
sir. Yeah, but then you get that fear.
That led me to know if I can get them to know math, man, because that student that was doing this also had more influence in the school than anybody else.
Come on, man.
The kid with the head down is the one who's influencing the other kids to start smoking weed, who's getting to all these other different antisocial behaviors.
Yeah.
So I just figured if I can attack that student and get them learning, oh my God, that's how we can turn this thing around.
Is you gonna use your powers for good or bad?
Yes, sir.
Come on, man.
I appreciate
That's it,
you
man.
and your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all. We close this thing out. HAABSE 2023 is in the books. We'll see y'all again at HAABSE February. Let's do this thing.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is KT for KTTV signing out. 100.